give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
Participating in January 6th was minor, and other people have not been prosecuted, like Trump. The court statements from each hearing reflect information that were presented by the defense. So in other words, the defense told us that other people have not been charged, and she says, I know other people have not been charged, but that's a general thing. She's not talking about Trump. In Palmer, the court specifically cited the argument. They said, good point, right? So she's responding to him that the purported architects have not been charged. Similarly, they pointed to this, that one person who, by the way, who could she be talking about, remains free to this day. In sum, the statement underlying their motion was based on what the court learned from that case. Therefore, the statements are derived from intrajudicial sources. They came from inside the court. The judge is protecting herself, putting a force field up, saying, I didn't look outside of anything. But it just has to do with what she heard inside the courtroom. Therefore, she can make comments about it. So questions of impartiality, she says, look, even if the statements came from outside sources, they would still not provide a reasonable basis to show that this judge is not impartial. The statements certainly do not manifest a deep-seated prejudice that would make fair judgment impossible, so the judge can set this aside, just like jurors. The standard for recusal has not been met. She says at the outset, Chutkan writing, it bears noting that the court has never taken the position that the defense gives to it. The defense, Trump says, Chutkan's opinion is President Trump should be prosecuted and imprisoned. She says, that's not my opinion. The defense does not cite any instance of the court ever uttering those words or anything similar. No, you don't think that's similar? Where she said, there's one man who has not been prosecuted yet. One man who had not been prosecuted for his conduct. One person who remains free to this day. That's lamenting the fact that Trump has not been prosecuted. Should be? No, she never said she never said Donald Trump should be prosecuted and imprisoned. She never said that. Got that. But everything else to a reasonable observer, you could impute accordingly. Instead, the defense interprets the court's verbal iteration of Palmer and Priola's arguments as relative culpability, suggesting a secret, says the judge, core view about the defendant's criminality. She said that it's blind loyalty to one person who remains free to this day. She says, to begin, the court's statements, what I said, reflect an obligation to acknowledge the sentencing arguments on the record. As already noted, they both wanted lower sentences, and so I had to think about this relative to them. It would be unfair for them to receive a full sentence while others were not prosecuted, was their argument. Now, the court was legally bound to not only consider those arguments, but also to publicly assess them. So I had to consider it. She could have considered them without referencing the one person who is still free to this day, by the way, right? That was her little irritated comment. For every sentence, the court must demonstrate their arguments, and I just had to address it. This is what the court did in those two cases. A reasonable person aware of the statutory requirement that I have to address their arguments would understand that these are not issuing vague declarations about third-party guilt. Instead, they're fulfilling the judge's duty that she has to respond to their arguments that their sentences should be reduced, right? Now, I totally disagree with this because she could have done all of this. She could have actually addressed each one of their points without saying that thing about Trump, about one person, by the way, who remains free to this day. That's her opinion about Trump. And she could have said, well, other people, that is a specific person. She could have said more broadly, look, there are a lot of people may or may not have been charged, but I don't consider them. I only consider you. She didn't say that. She could have easily done that, and she didn't. Even on their face, the court statement falls short of manifesting clear and convincing evidence that would support disqualification. Trump's defense here says that the judge said Palmer made a very good point about other people being charged. And she said, I have my opinions about the issue of who or has not been charged. But she says that who cares? Even if I was opining that Trump should basically be charged, implying that, the court expressly declined to state who, if anyone, it thought should still face charges. So she's saying, I never said Trump's name specifically. It is the defense. It is Trump's people, not the court, not Judge Chutkan, who assumed that Trump belongs in that group. Okay. This is, I never said his name, though. This is his defense. This is when your younger brother would put his hand in your room through the doorway and say, but I'm not in your room, though. Or when your brother would like put his finger like right here in your face and say, but I'm not touching you, but I'm not touching you, right? I'm not touching you, though. She's doing the same thing here. Okay. But I didn't say his name. So likewise, for the federal sentencing hearing in Priola, Trump purports to detect, he can just opine, an inescapable message in what the court did not say. He can just impute it. President Trump is free, but should not be, is what they're saying, which is exactly what I would take away from her comment. The court did state that Trump was free at the time of the sentence. She did. An undisputed fact. She says, I was just saying facts, but it went no further. So to extrapolate from this is to be hypersensitive. It's to be cynical and suspicious rather than being reasonable. And so Trump's interpretation of the court statement is further weakened when those statements are considered in light of everything else. So she's saying, if you take my one statement out of context, yeah, it might sound bad, but you guys are just being hypersensitive. And when you look at it in context, when you wrap everything else around it, a reasonable observer would clearly know that I am not biased. She says legal precedent also supports this case. Other cases say you really shouldn't recuse yourself. The defense cites only 2 cases. And she says those cases don't apply to me. Analogies in other cases also don't apply. And the defense's remaining citations illustrate a few examples that she addresses and disposes of. And so she's basically just distinguishing her particular case from others. Other instances involve singular and startling facts, but in this case, not at all. The court has from the beginning repeated its commitment to ensure the orderly administration of justice in this case. And this commitment echoes the court's solemn oath to administer justice respectfully. And based on its review of the laws and the facts by Judge Chutkan, who says that she's definitely not biased, the court concludes that a reasonable observer would not doubt its ability to uphold the promise in this case. And for that reason, the motion for recusal of Judge Chutkan is denied by Judge Chutkan. Incredible system we have here, isn't it? So she is reviewing her own work and deciding that she's done a great job, and the case has been decided, and it will be remaining with her in her court of law in the District of Columbia. Now, the question is, what is Trump going to do about this? He could certainly attempt to appeal right now, but I don't think that is going to go anywhere. I think what is more likely is that at the end of the case, he's going to have to point to areas where she was in fact biased. One that we've already found is with the multiple Washington monuments that she's requiring Trump's defense to read prior to trial, which is obviously an impossibility. So each one of those little moments where every decision she makes is a problematic decision, Trump's team is just going to be writing those down. All right, biased judge, biased judge, biased judge. Then when he's convicted, there will be an immediate appeal, and each one of those things will go up on appeal. And so we'll see what happens, my friends. Judge Chutkan's not going anywhere. We knew she was not going anywhere. We'll continue to cover. Thank you for subscribing and checking out robertgovea.com to sign up for our daily newsletter, and we'll see you on the next one. All right. Gosh. So that's the Chutkan update. So she'll be on the case for a while. Hey, it's AOC.
To our responsibilities here. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Oh, good. We missed the whole thing. Perfect. All right. Good call. Whew. All right. So we've got that in the House. And then we've also got the Big Fannie Willis response. And so this one's fun. And it's probably going to take a minute or two to get to. So I want to make sure we squeeze it in here. So this was the one that we saw previously, was a wild letter. Big Fannie Willis sent a letter over to Congress, and we read through it here, and she was very irritated. She had a little bit of a bad attitude on that one. She was telling Jim Jordan and all the people in Congress that you guys get the heck out of my office. She says, this is a state level proceeding. You have no business interfering and sticking your nose in what we're doing here in my Big Fannie office. And Jordan is now responding. And when we read through Big Fannie's letter, we were actually taken aback by it. We were like, I can't believe she said all this stuff to Congress. And she did, because she is the biggest Fannie in Georgia, and she knows nobody's going to tell her what to do. So this is the response from Jim Jordan and Congress, the Committee on the Judiciary, back over to Big Fannie Willis. And this should be a burner. Let's see what's inside. The Honorable Fannie Willis. This letter comes from the Judiciary Committee and Jim Jordan, the chairman of that committee. And he says in response to Big Fannie, he says, hey, Fannie, we received your letter from September, and your letter reinforces our concern about your prosecutorial misconduct, saying we think it's geared more towards advancing a political cause and your own notoriety than towards promoting fair justice. We, Congress, have a strong legislative issue, in particular, making sure that popularly elected prosecutors do not misuse their law enforcement authority for political reasons. We can only conclude from your hostile response, which is absolutely a correct word, that you are actively and aggressively engaged in the scheme. So contrary to the arguments in your letter, this matter does not only implicate local or state interests. It's not only your business, Fannie.
Is that what you said?
Rather, indicting former presidents and other former officials absolutely implicates substantial federal interests. If local prosecutors can just engage in politically motivated prosecutions while they're in office, it might impact how those federal officers choose to behave. In fact, in the full report that your grand jury put out, you contemplated an even more extensive intrusion into federal interest. You were targeting U.S. senators like Lindsey Graham, including ranking members on the Judiciary Committee yourselves. Now, obviously, she didn't decide to indict Lindsey Graham because she probably knew that would have opened up a whole can of worms here. But in her letter, Jordan responds, says, many of your baseless assertions raised in your letter have already been considered and dealt with, including by the Supreme Court. But we're going to provide this information to help you understand how this all works. Hey, Fannie, the committee has a constitutional authority to oversee and, in particular, identify politically motivated prosecutions. Many people have found this. The Constitution in Article 1 says it. The Supreme Court says we can investigate this. The Southern District of New York says we can investigate this. Your letter says that our committee is obstructing Georgia's criminal proceeding. You, Fannie, are wrong. The Supreme Court has said the opposite. In fact, we can also investigate hypothetical future legislation based on any speculation that we want. And similarly, Fannie, your reliance upon Mazars, another case, is totally misplaced. You asserted that our oversight implicates federalism and the separation of powers concerns. But you identified the wrong standard. It's not Mazars, it's Wilkinson. Hello. Wilkinson is a three-pronged test, saying that if the committee's investigation, if it's a broad subject matter area, we're allowed to do it if it's authorized by Congress, if it has a valid legislative purpose, and if it has been authorized. We can do it. And this oversight in your Big Fannie case obviously meets those three criteria. And so we are authorized to conduct this inquiry. Rule 10 of our own rules authorizes us to do this. And so there is no serious argument that this inquiry does not involve Congress.
Good. What's up?
Notwithstanding your unsupported assertion to the contrary, Fannie.
Thank you.
This committee's
Yeah, we will
oversight
be using that. but it's
absolutely
fine.
has
I'm
legitimate
just running an
purposes.
update on it real quick.
For example, in your indictment, you appear to rely on conduct undertaken by federal officers in their official
No
capacities.
worries.
They were doing things like making phone
I'm
calls,
also
engaging
doing
in
a Zoom call at the
communications,
same time, but I'm
arranging
mostly
meetings,
just
and so
listening to
on.
it,
But
so.
you called all of those federal acts overt acts.
So
And
if
you
it looks
charged
like I'm
them under
talking to
RICO
myself,
out of
I'm
Georgia. So your reliance on these official actions in your criminal indictment raises concerns
No.
because now you're criminalizing
Yeah.
lawful actions. You've also created a new novel question with respect to the federal removal statute. And so the committee, we could possibly develop legislative reforms to go through and inquire and investigate and pass legislation to address these problems. So your decision, Fanny, to indict a former president also
This building
raises
road.
the potential for a conflict between feds
But I got
and
about
state
50 people
authorities.
working for veterans.
Federal law requires the
There's
Secret Service to
everybody
protect the former
working on it.
president. Therefore, your
Yeah,
indictment
mostly. I
also
only have 4
raises
people
a
over here.
conflict between state people and federal people who have to protect Trump. Such a collision of competing law enforcement interests is something which we can obviously legislate. In addition, as we originally explained, Fanny, the committee has an interest in how law enforcement
it's
agencies
just an
spend
explain.
federal
I'm doing
money,
a package
and so we're going to
here.
look into that. Now, we also have found credible reports that your agency coordinated with Jack Smith. Oh, that's footnote 30.
That you're taking. What do you mean?
That is from the Washington Examiner.
I filled it yesterday.
Josh
I filled it
Gerstein.
yesterday.
The committee must understand the coordination and may consider legislative reforms to address that. Now, they say that all of
No,
our
I didn't
requests
say that.
to your office, Fanny, are very
That
pertinent
was
to the
not my
inquiry.
words.
Okay, we're not asking you for things that are outside of
I said
scope.
there is. I said, but
And this is
they
not
need it filled as
an
soon as
encroachment upon your state's rights. Don't tell us that this is a separation of powers argument. You love federal government impinging upon state rights.
possible.
You're a Democrat.
But, I mean,
You also asserted
that
that the committee is
changes.
attempting to intrude
it can
upon
change it.
Georgia.
I can get you ready.
No,
And
they
then,
say it
when
doesn't.
something opens
As
up,
an
I say,
initial
okay,
matter, we're requesting
go.
documents and communications
Yes, if
from
that's
your
what you wanna
office,
do.
including those that went over to Jack Smith. If they don't exist, you don't have to produce anything. But if they do exist, well,
I
then
didn't
you
want you to
do.
interrupt with your other
You cannot
guy. Just-
decline to produce
I mean,
responsive
when they
records
say,
to
I
protect
need a
your
name, I
state's
gotta give a
sovereignty
name.
theory. Your assertion is not valid according to this case law. You
Oh, no, I
concede
get
that Congress
your commitment. You make
is not a
commitment like
federal
that,
court.
it's-
We're
Admiral
simply
gives
seeking
it,
information.
prove
That's
it.
all. We're not forcing you to do anything. We just want info. So, moreover, they say, contrary to your assertions, our requests do not trigger this concept called
Right next to
deliberative
Paul's
due
Collision
process.
Center.
How far is it from Stewart Road?
And we're also here, Fanny, we're
It's
not
south,
usurping executive powers in any way,
Not
shape, or
north.
form. In your letter, you say that we are, but the
It's
Supreme
north of
Court
Dunbar,
has made
but it's
clear
not.
that we're not.
It's before you get to
It may
Dunbar.
be
It's-
conceded
yeah,
that
close
Congress
to
is
it,
without
close to it,
authority
though.
to compel
I
disclosures
mean, it's not that far.
for the purpose of aiding a prosecution
No,
of pending suits. But the authority of that body, directed through its own committees, to
Other
require
folks do.
disclosures in aid of its own constitutional power is not abridged if that
We could start
information
you
may
on
be
Monday,
used in
probably.
other suits.
I
So
have-
your
they haven't sent me-
refusal to
usually they send
cooperate
it
with
Thursday, so send
oversight
me an email
is
of how many they want
unpersuasive.
for each ship.
And so, Fanny,
You do need steel
the
toes,
committee
jeans,
does
and
require
white t-shirts.
additional information to conduct our oversight. Although we appreciate that you produced to the committee a rough spreadsheet outlining several federal grants that your office got, Fed money, this spreadsheet alone does not satisfy our requests. The committee is also examining whether legislative reforms are necessary
That's
to insulate
a lot of
former
folks,
and current
carpools, stuff
presidents
like that.
against politically
Bunch of
motivated
that.
prosecution witch hunts by state and local
Pretty
officials
common.
like you. As such, the committee requires additional material to adequately carry out your oversight. So accordingly,
No,
we
second shift
reiterate
as
our
well.
requests.
Second
and
shift
as
as well. where
accommodation
I'm
to
for.
you, we are willing to prioritize the
3:30.
production of documents
And we're going to go over all
reflecting
this.
your
when we go through the
coordination
process here, so.
between the DOJ and Jack Smith. Thank you for your prompt attention to this matter. Sincerely, Jim Jordan. All right. So, man, I was hoping we would see one final sentence here, or our paragraph, something that says something, something, something. If you fail to comply, the next steps will be a compulsory process, and we will not hesitate to use a subpoena, right? Something like that. But that might be the next letter. You know, sometimes it takes about 5 letters before we get to the subpoena. But Congress responding to Big Fannie Willis saying, we want to know about your collusion with Jack Smith. We want to know about your federal money that you received and all of the operations in your office that was prosecuting federal officials, including chiefs of staff, senators, and former presidents. Big Fannie Willis, getting into it with Jim Jordan. We'll continue to cover, my friends. Thank you for subscribing and sharing this video with a friend, and we'll see you on the next one. Yeah, I agree with you on that one, 51K. Yeah, I was hoping for a little bit more spice too. You know, it was a little bit Congressy, not quite as exciting as I thought. Actually, I hear you. Yuck, yuck, yuck says, what's up, Rock? Okay, so let's see what's going on the impeachment. Anything back? Oh, Chantel Brown from
Holding
Ohio.
another hearing on baseless allegations,
Oh, man.
looking for facts that just don't exist. Instead of fulfilling our duty to govern, my colleagues threaten a government shutdown, dangerous for most and disastrous for our most vulnerable communities. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield my time to ranking member.
But I would urge you to yield to Mr. Goldman.
I will yield to Mr. Goldman.
Thank you very much. I thank my colleague. Ms. O'Connor, I believe you testified before that the 99-page DOJ tax memo gave a full authorization for the charges. Is that your testimony?
That is what the whistleblowers reported.
Actually, the whistleblowers reported that it was a discretion finding. And since you worked in the DOJ tax division, I'm sure you understand that there is full authorization, there is discretion, and there is declination. And when they give a discretion determination, that is because there are serious holes and flaws, and they leave it to the discretion of the U.S. attorney whether or not they want to charge it. Isn't that correct?
If there are
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Discretion is not based on holes and flaws.
Yeah,
it's
idiot.
based on the ability of that particular district to prosecute that case. And in fact, that 99-page
the
memo is
ability?
referred
What do you
to
mean the
several
ability?
times in the testimony.
Excuse me.
And
What do you mean?
only
the
in one
ability?
time did it mention discretion. All the other times it did not mention discretion at all. And
So you're disputing that it said
Gentleman's
discretion?
Gentleman's
Are you
time is
disputing that it said
expired. The
discretion?
chair now recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama for 5 minutes.
Shout out to Miss
Thank you,
O'Connor.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, give it back to him, man.
What I've heard here today. There's a saying among country lawyers that if you have the facts, you pound the facts. If you don't have the facts, you pound the table.
We say this all the time.
When you can't pound the table, I guess some of my Democratic colleagues choose to pound the witnesses. That was inexcusable. What just happened in this committee attacking the witnesses?
So that's a little bit different than what we
instead
say.
of addressing the merits of the evidence being presented.
We say, if you have the facts, you pound the facts. If you have the law, you pound the law. If you don't have either of them, you pound the table. He said, he kind of said it a little bit differently.
The truth. The evidence will either convict or acquit in any criminal proceeding or civil proceeding. If there's no wrongdoing, the evidence or the lack of evidence will support that conclusion. The problem of the suspicion of wrongdoing is compounded by the withholding of evidence.
Yeah, all right. So that's Gary Palmer. We had some other donos in the house. What's up? Thank you for sending these in, my friends. Appreciate them. And let me see. Oh, yeah, we had some YouTubes too. Thank you, guys. Crash. Okay, so Woodchip is here. Says, what burns my butt, other than a 3-foot candle, yeah, that would do it, is the Dems keep saying the Republicans are holding back funding when they have all voted no on the resolutions. Well, they're holding back their funding. They're holding back what they want. They want all the money for everything. Ukraine, they don't want any border money. They just want, they want the whole candy store, man. 51K says, if I could, some positive vibes be sent my way. I live in Tempe. Oh, man. 51K is even closer to the Biden zone. Biden landed in Tempe. It's like it's bringing in this just disgusting dark energy. 51. I can feel it over here from Phoenix, but I'm a good. Gosh, I don't know how many miles is that. 10 miles, 15 miles away from wherever he's at. So 51K is right in the thick of it. We're sending good juju over to 51K. We've got Woodchip Bill. We got NY says Goldman earlier tried to read from Archer's testimony. He's definitely a
They're
sleazeball.
converting the rest
Crash
of
says, Rob,
just
in the
that-
early
that-
90s,
not-
I got a speeding
not the-
ticket on
not the
Mother's
big
Day. It
building
was
on the
in
other
a
side,
Muni
but the
court.
front
My
of the-
4 boys were in the back of the
34
minivan
Broadway
watching the
address.
cops' mobile lights.
They're turning that
My
all
lawyer
into
said, I'll
the-
litigate it and you'll win, but the judge will remember your last name
It won't be
and
necessary
your
to have it on the
boys
network
will
from
surely
across the
appear
street.
before her one day. You'll pay me much more than a no points ticket. Let it go. Your boys will benefit.
Sorry.
That's an interesting comment on that.
Yes, maybe that. Well,
I don't know if I necessarily agree
the
with that.
detox center,
I don't
you
know
know,
if
was
judges.
this-
I mean,
but
if
now
it's
just
a
going by
small
the
court,
address there. I'm not
in a
talking about
small
the building,
town,
the
maybe,
big building across the street.
but I don't know that they'd remember your
Talking
kids'
about just the
names,
small
10 years
little
later.
area
That was the trial in the
they had
U.S.
to take out,
Senate.
yeah.
But it's a funny
Michael
comment.
There's like a switch in the main
was
room where you
accused,
fire
among
it from
other
across the
things,
street,
of
and then there's
benefits
another
going
switch
to his
behind where it's
family.
now the nurse
And so
sitting
there's
there.
certainly
Just
precedent,
gonna add those
not
that way.
only in criminal
Do the same
cases, but in
control there.
impeachment cases for making that next.
Okay, I want to be more specific.
Yeah, for making the nexus. Yeah, there's
Well, I
plenty-
got
like,
disconnected with that.
if we had an actual prosecutor, if Joe Biden and Donald,
you're
I'm
paying
sorry,
for it.
if Joe Biden and Hunter
Paying for it,
were
you know.
Donald Trump and Don
We-
Jr.,
we've
they would have
got
been
to
indicted
pay
many,
for
many
that
times
first.
over. But Crash, as to
All
your
right,
point,
so when they come offline, I didn't want you.
sometimes
freaking out.
tickets are not worth fighting, and I've given that same advice to people before. Sometimes it's not worth fighting.
I believe so.
The Joe
Yeah,
zone,
yeah.
yeah, that's right. That's
Yeah,
even better
yeah,
than the
yeah,
Biden zone.
Yeah, they
The
are.
Joe zone, the no-go Joe zone.
Okay.
It's a no-go. Don't go.
Okay, perfect. And
Do not come
I'll
to
just
Tempe
factory
right
reset
now.
them and
Do
add
not come
them. All right, thank you. No, bye.
at all. Jeegum's in the house. 51K's in the house.
I do IT work. On
Pound the
side.
facts, says Jeegum. Pound the law, pound the table, or witness. I say, just give me a pound
We
of
were using a
bacon.
different
Right, let's
IT
keep it
company
easy. Let's keep
before,
it
and
simple.
Pretty much.
That sounds good to me,
Pretty much
Jeegum.
fire
We got
But
Jerry's
he's not
here.
happy.
We've got Tiger Shark.
Which I get, but
The Joe Zone. The
they
Joe
don't
Zone
respond.
layer.
He doesn't
Joe
respond when
Zone
they
layer.
need things and stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
what was
at
that
one
show
job
called?
now responding to something else.
The Twilight Zone is the one I was thinking of.
Okay.
The Twilight
Okay.
Zone, right? The Joe Zone.
I think you'll
Glenda
see
says the
more-
only thing Border Patrol is
Northern
doing is
Ohio,
helping admit and
got one
process
building in
illegals.
Pittsburgh.
Bruce Rice says,
Um,
say collusion one more time. You know
I
you
got one
want
in
to.
Green Springs,
Collusion.
Ohio, one in Cleveland,
Collusion.
and now we're opening another
Collusion.
one up in
There's
Defiance.
plenty of evidence. They just won't look. I think they can see it. They're just willfully blind to it. Or actually, I think they're more maliciously propagandizing it. It's just politics.
Okay.
Fregio says Fanny doesn't seem very knowledgeable about the law. Well, she just kind of makes it up as she goes, and
Oh,
the
yeah?
judges just support it because they hate Trump too.
Right.
Woodchip says, my point is that the Dems
Not
are
a good
just as
time to do any
responsible
real
for the
estate
impasse.
business, though.
That's true. I would totally agree with that.
Yep.
I mean, they control
Yeah, but that's somebody's
Senate,
got to
for
finance
sure.
it somehow.
And
right
the-
now,
and the White
rates
House.
are through the roof.
So-
Every realtor I know right now is hurting.
they could easily come up with a
Rates are so
plan
high.
and peel some Republicans off
Yeah.
at the House, no doubt, I'm sure.
Well, if they could self-finance it, yeah.
But they'd rather just blame it on
They
the
don't have to worry
Republicans.
about
It's more useful for
whoever's
them.
buying it. If they're just paying cash, it'd be different. But if you're going to do any type of
Oh yeah, a few super chats.
commercial
Thank you,
mortgage or anything
KB,
like
for
that,
that.
the rates
I
are just
appreciate you doing that. I
almost
would have
about
missed it.
8% now. That's nuts. We were thinking about fixing up and selling our home, but to do that, we were going to get a second mortgage. But the rate just do smaller time, and it's not a good time to sell.
We got here in the house, Brad Thorne. What's up, Brad? Hope everyone is having a great Thursday. We are, Brad, indeed. And we're going to have a busy show tonight. Garrett Ziegler is going to come on.
Tell me about it.
45
What I do for a
minutes,
living.
and we'll see what else we can get to. But thanks for being a member, Brad, for 7 months. Love that. And I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a great Thursday as well. And then David Nelson says, thanks from the entertainment from the 199 Legion. And I don't know what that is, but shout out to David Nelson for being here. And hopefully you're having a beautiful day also, Nelson, on this lovely Thursday. Thanks for being a member. And hey, what's up, Stephen? Stephen Mosher says, it's the Amber Heard defense. I never said Depp's name. Is that what happened in that trial? She said, no, I wasn't talking about him. No, definitely not him. Yeah, come on, Chutkin. We all know who you're talking about. We all know who you're talking about.
It'll be the maintenance
So
guy.
thanks,
He's
Stephen, for that one, and I appreciate it.
He only comes over
And so, my
here
friends,
once
we'll
in a
leave it
while.
there. I've got a meeting that I got to jump into right now, and then we'll be back on the show later tonight. So We'll do about, I think, about 10, 15 minutes to warm up the stream. We'll do a quick intro, and then we'll get Garrett Ziegler to come in, and we'll do some reaction to some of the documents that dropped from the impeachment stuff. And then he's only got about 45 minutes, so then he'll bail. We'll see what else is left to get to, and then we'll jump into our after party. And so, my friends, thank you for joining us on this lovely Thursday morning. I hope you're having a great week ahead. We've just got today, tomorrow, and then it's the weekend. And
Hello there, you awakening wonders.
Yeah, I mean, I can map it out for you, but
Free
yeah,
with Russell Brand.
far.
We've got an incredible show for you today. We're going to be talking about whether.
You know where Paul's Collision Center is? The Enterprise Rent-A-Car? You know where the motorcycle place is on the other side of the road?
Our
Just a little bit
stream
farther
will
down.
be available on YouTube, then will be
No,
exclusively
it's not.
available on Rumble. If you can support us there,
Okay.
it will be incredibly appreciated. Click the red button on your screen to support us directly. We need your support now more than ever. Now, with something as complex as war, it would be healthy, wouldn't it, to have a nuanced debate? It would be good to see at least two sides to the story of the benefits of an ongoing publicly funded war and whether or not it might be plausible, possible, desirable to reach a peaceful conclusion as soon as possible. Well, that's less likely to happen now because the Republicans are also for pursuing and perpetuating this war and not investigating the possibility for peace. Let's have a look.
When America arms Ukraine, we get a lot for a little. Putin is an enemy of America. We've used 5% of our defense budget to arm Ukraine, and with it, they've destroyed 50% of Putin. We've done all this by sending weapons from storage, not our troops. The more Ukraine weakens Russia, the more it also weakens Russia's closest ally, China.
Seems almost a little too explicit, this video, doesn't it? It's telling you actually exactly what's happening. 5% of our budget. I'm not sure that the 50% of Russia's army is true. That's something that could probably do with a little more investigation. But plainly, you can see in a piece like this what the agenda is: to deplete Russian resources and to deplete Chinese resources. It's extraordinary because do you remember that it's not that long ago, and in fact it might still be happening. I just try not to get involved with legacy media reporting. That the
And I'm pretty easy to get along
was
with.
meant to be to support
Impact employment, I'm
Ukrainian
speaking on
people
you.
because of a criminal invasion. Here we have a piece of robust, overt, and exorbitant propaganda telling you actually why this war is being perpetuated.
America needs to stand strong against our enemies. That's why Republicans in Congress must continue to support
still waiting
Ukraine.
on that. I usually get it by the afternoon.
Just
so
in case you
I'm
thought
gonna
it would
check
be
whether that-
favourable for there
double
to
check
be
exactly.
more
Which ship
than
were you
one
looking at?
opinion
You
on
wanted
whether or
first?
not to continue funding that war. There's an election coming next year. How shall we destabilize that process? Well, Hillary Clinton warns that Putin is going to try and meddle with the 2024 election, in spite of them having lost 50% of their armed forces.
Okay, well, no, you came
according
back
to a
already.
recent
You've already
advertisement.
come
They can
back.
still meddle in domestic.
Oh yeah,
American
you were just here
elections.
yesterday. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, dude. It's,
Vladimir Putin,
yeah, you're
has
set to start.
obviously your friend and mine.
Yes, indeed.
He has
Yeah.
intervened in our election in the past.
Right.
It's not something.
Firstly, it's extraordinary to
location
see
on Telegram.
Jen Psaki,
Yep.
whose former role was
You too.
advocating for, I think, exactly the type of policies that are now wreaking havoc upon the globe, being posited as a neutral voice within media. And secondly, I don't think there's any evidence at all that Putin meddled with the last election. In fact, I believe that Russiagate is now widely regarded as a hoax, which delegitimized even the Democrats' claims that Trump was denying the results of the last election. It's extraordinary the way that this machine operates, the way that it functions. People just plainly telling you things that are not true. And remember, we've just seen a piece of propaganda that tells you whoever you vote for, you're going to be voting for perpetuating war. Now you're being told that Putin meddled in another election when there's some evidence, I'm talking about the Steele dossier, that that's precisely the opposite of true, false. And now we're going to hear that the 2024 elections are also delegitimized.
Experience firsthand. It's not something we talk about a lot. Do you fear that that is something that could be happening for 2024? Or do you think we should be talking about it more?
Well, I think we should be talking about it more.
So do you think we should be talking about it more? I do think we should be talking about it more. Shall we talk about it more then? Let's talk about it more. That was the news. We talked about it more.
deniers, there's any doubt that he interfered in our
Oh, no, I live
election,
in
or
Ohio.
that he has interfered in many ways in the internal affairs of other countries, funding political parties, funding, political candidates.
Oh, hold on. If we're talking about funding political candidates from the opposition party in order to create a bogus election
I can't go
dynamic,
into it.
the Democrats
No, it's
literally did that a couple of years ago. The elasticity of truth these days is outrageous. As we try to hold together a plainly fragmented society where some people just will never trust the Democrats again, where some people are never going to trust Trump, the pretense that there can ever be a kind of unified America or a unified public narrative where people are going to go, oh, we know that Putin meddles in elections. We know that the Democrats would never do anything of that nature. That public space doesn't exist anymore. It's almost like the function of media is to present to us a kind of version of a unified public sphere. This is reality. Remember reality where Putin did that? Remember this reality where the war is entirely necessary? Remember the reality where we can trust the legacy media?
Shoes or boots, yeah, doesn't matter.
Just debris.
Or composite
no
even.
one has any trust in the political system. No one has any trust in the
They call it
mainstream
composite.
media.
It's
No
like
one
or
has
something.
any belief
It's like
that
a
the people that are in
type
positions
of
of
hard
power
plastic.
now are the people that are going to bring about resolutions to the
Safety shoes,
myriad
basically.
set
Safety
of crises that the world
I just
faces.
non-skid,
And
but
the fact that it's
something
just
that protects
discussed
your
in a sort
toes.
of over a cup of
Lots
coffee,
of forklifts.
genteel and presumably verified way points to
Let
the
them know when you get over
theatrics
there.
of the entire
'Cause
thing.
they'll always,
Buying off,
they usually, I don't usually have
government
to
officials
hire
in different
forklift drivers for them. They
places.
usually pull them from
That is his
production
opus,
areas. People with experience.
his
So let them know.
opus operandi, in the sense that he hates democracy. He particularly hates the West, and he especially hates us.
That's mental. That is the kind of Saddam Hussein rhetoric that we went through on the build-up to the Iraq War. He hates
We
democracy.
start at
People
$1
don't just
more
sit
an hour.
around hating democracy. People haven't got time. He's trying to run Russia. Can you imagine how complicated and difficult that is? This peculiar nexus of concerns and priorities and challenges. You don't have time to just hate the abstract concept of freedom. That is the rhetoric that's used by people that are not interested in freedom at all. Reductive, simplistic, childish, lacking in nuance. Where is the conversation about whether or not the perpetuation of this war is beneficial? Where is the conversation about whether new models of democracy have to be explored? Where's the conversation about the reliability of media? Where's the conversation about the porous relationship between media and the state, as demonstrated by this conversation and the Clinton Global Initiative? I bet if you looked into that for
Plus
more
it's
than
only
half
4
an
days a week,
hour,
so-
you would discover all sorts of peculiar funding. Certainly, if it's anything like the Clinton Foundation, there'll be funding from military-industrial complex.
It is, but what they do is they
These
combine your
kind of
lunch with one of your
initiatives and
breaks. So it's
conversations
a
being
longer
presented as
midday
neutral
break.
when in fact they're the
45
most
minutes.
malign propaganda is a significant part of what's wrong.
And he has determined that he can do two things simultaneously. He can try to continue to damage and divide us internally, and he's quite good at it. And sadly, he has a lot of apologists and enablers.
That an apologist and an enabler in this instance means people that don't just directly consume propaganda without questioning. What's that on my spoon? Nothing. Just eat it. Like, if you go, would you mind telling me what's on that? Because previously you fed us stuff that hasn't been that nutritional. Previously you've lied to us. You have taught us discernment. Well, that discernment is now labeled being an enabler or an apologist. There are degrees and nuances.
I'm viewing from over here,
and
honestly. Let me move
complexities
that.
to talking about something like the relationship between the United States of America and Russia, the nature of propaganda, degrees of propaganda, the ability to have perhaps a democracy that doesn't need to be continually engaged in war to sustain its economic models and its true powerhouses, specifically
Realize
the
it's,
military
the
industrial
computer's
complex.
ancient,
To
so it
raise
takes a
those
second
topics
to
of
respond
conversation
when you
does
click.
not make you an apologist for Vladimir Putin. In fact,
that
the
up.
people that are truly apologizing for Vladimir Putin are the American state interests themselves, because they cannot use the International Criminal Court to persecute Russia for their criminal, if provoked, invasion, because if they were to evoke those edicts, they themselves would be indicted under its terms because of the numerous criminal invasions that they have engaged in, the ongoing bombing of Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan. So simply this kind of slightly banal, gentle fog of easy language is toxic, noxious, and designed to distract and dumb you?
In our own country, people who either don't see the danger or dismiss it out of
Gotta
hand,
put,
or maybe agree with some of the
something has to be in that plan,
positions he's taken.
And I think it has to be
on
an
certain
email address.
things, including his barbaric
They're
invasion
telling us
of
now that
Ukraine.
if you don't have, we have to step up for you.
God, like, how many conversations do you have to have with Glenn Greenwald? How many times do you have to listen to Jeffrey Sachs or Aaron Mate to identify and discern that that statement is so lacking in complexity as to amount to an absolute lie? The 2014 coup, NATO infringement on their territories, military-industrial complex objectives, Nord Stream pipeline, so many, that's the evidence of the lies right there, because you wouldn't say that if you were telling the truth. You'd say, obviously, we've provoked Russia in numerous ways. And in fact, why do you even need NATO at this point in history? Who's benefiting? Who's the real threat? Who's the real aggressor? And geopolitics is complicated. And we're going to have to accept that there are going to be numerous people at the table if you're going to have a sensible conversation about how the world is run in 2023 continues to evolve as we start to accommodate and incorporate new technologies. New dissenting voices have to be listened to if we're going to have anything like a judicious and fair and open society, which is what we claim to support. Of course, those conversations can't happen, and people that push for those kind of conversations will be one way or another maligned and dispatched, and legislation will be introduced, like the new legislation in my country, the UK, where on the new online safety bill, which amounts to just a huge new censorship power that prevents dissenting voices from being heard. We are truly living in extraordinary times. And sometimes I do think there are black and white, good versus evil dynamics going on, but certainly not in the way that the legacy media reports.
That is who he is. I said that for years. Part of the reason he worked so hard against me is because he didn't think that he wanted me in the White House. So, you know, the Russians have...
They're really, really happy with this. The reason that Putin is so bad is because I'm so good. And his badness makes my goodness all the more obvious. And then Jen Psaki, yes, that's reality. And we can all agree on that. Don't look out of your window, though. Don't look online. Don't ask any questions, because you're going to see a very different reality.
Have proved themselves to be quite adept at interfering, and if he has a chance, he'll do it again.
So there you go. There's one version of reality that I'm not entirely comfortable with. Yeah. Let's have a look at another stream of propaganda that apparently presents questions that are difficult to ask and even more difficult to answer. You will perhaps recall that at the height of the pandemic, one of the greatest concerns about proposed medications was whether or not they had been tested on breastfeeding or pregnant women, because one might imagine that pregnant and breastfeeding women are not particularly likely to put themselves forward to clinical trial, although in many cases 8 or 9 mice will usually suffice. I don't know if these mice were pregnant mice or not. So did the US government and CDC have enough scientific evidence before recommending mRNA vaccines to pregnant and breastfeeding women? Here's the news. No. Here's the effing news.
Sorry? Yeah, well, usually first thing, that last thing is what we always set it
for
to.
breastfeeding women before recommending them. And did Facebook censor accurate information questioning that ethic? Look, why are you asking so many questions? Why don't you follow the science? Not that science, that science. Now, during the pandemic and at its height, many people were questioning the efficacy of vaccines and the plausibility of them being safe for breastfeeding and indeed pregnant women, because how would you ever accurately clinically trial that? Now, at the time, it was very difficult to have those conversations because of online censorship of true information, because of experts who had concerns and questions being censored, shut down, deplatformed, ignored. Extraordinary things went on during that period. It's only a couple of years ago. Let's not forget how that went down. Now, new evidence has emerged that suggests that we were right to have those lines of inquiry. Let's have a look at the story now with a little more detail and see whether or not due process was undertaken by the CDC America for recommending mRNA vaccines, and whether or not Facebook did indeed censor legitimate, truthful, and helpful information.
Today, the CDC urged all pregnant women to get vaccinated.
Tonight, there's new guidance, the strongest yet, from the CDC urging women who are pregnant or plan to become pregnant to get the vaccine.
Some official
recommendation from the CDC.
A continuation, because last week we heard the Society of Maternal Fetal Medicine and ACOG issue their strong recommendations. Now we're hearing from the CDC about the importance of this vulnerable population, recommending vaccination. This is based on new data.
So no increased risks to be vaccinated while pregnant.
It is crystal clear why we're hearing all our professional organizations recommend imploring women in all 3 trimesters who are considering being pregnant or breastfeeding, get vaccinated.
It couldn't be more clear.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
The
Dr.
first one is the
Couldn't
green, so there's something not right about this. It's got to have an uppercase, lowercase number, and a symbol. Kind of like the example on the wall here.
And propose it as science.
Here it says employee login. Here it
Let's
says
have a look at some
password.
additional
Capital P for
information that
temp,
might
1,
help
2,
us
3,
to
then an
review the level
exclamation
of
point.
certainty and confidence we
Something
just
similar to
witnessed
that.
from the legacy media. It is safe for pregnant and breastfeeding
That
women
box
to
will
get
turn green
vaccinated
when it's
against
an acceptable
COVID-19,
password.
according to the
Oh, you're
Centers
fine
for
with the
Disease
username.
Control. In fact, according to the
Backed up
CDC,
too much.
vaccination during pregnancy benefits
So
the baby, and reports have shown that breastfeeding people who have received
There you go.
mRNA COVID-19 vaccines have antibodies in their breast
What?
milk, which could
What are you
help
doing?
protect their babies. So not only is it not dangerous, it's actually
No.
beneficial, with the
I
vaccine
said the
trickling down
password.
through the generations.
Your
like
the
economic
username was fine.
opportunity in an
That's why it was
indefatigable
green.
capitalist
No.
system. The CDC
No.
wasn't alone. The American College of
Yeah, it's okay.
Obstetrics
First
and
name, dot, last
Gynecology
name.
repeatedly urged pregnant and breastfeeding women to get vaccinated. There was no reason to worry, experts said, because injected mRNA stays in the arm and does not travel around the body. Oh dear, it doesn't find its way to the
No,
heart
whole
at
name.
all.
First
It
name,
is
dot, last
unlikely
name.
that the
EAU,
vaccine
and then-
lipid would enter the bloodstream
There you
and
go.
reach breast tissue.
Now I have
The
one
Academy of Breastfeeding Medicine
cap
assured
and
mothers
then one
in a statement on the
lowercase.
14th
See,
of
the
December
rules are right there. See,
Thus,
where it
it's
says
even less
password
likely
tip.
that either the intact nanoparticle or mRNA transfer into milk. But now a pivotal new study reveals that this was always a lie. Isn't it curious how sometimes
Okay,
your
it's still not-
intuition,
whatever you have
your
here is
memory,
not
and your
an
perception and
acceptable. Hang on.
understanding
It's not
of
acceptable.
reality
See how it's
already
red?
kind of
You have
informed
to have an
you that
uppercase,
there
a
would be
lowercase, a
risks
number,
when
and
a
a symbol.
novel, to some degree,
Let's use the template for
experimental
now.
type of
Let's just
vaccine
use
was
the
being
template for
used
now.
across a
That way we can pass
population, that there would be
In fact,
perhaps
here,
additional
let me type for you
complexity
for
when
a
it came to breastfeeding mothers or pregnant women that perhaps required further scrutiny. In the same way that we've subsequently learned that conversations around natural immunity were repressed, or vitamin B, or
Well, I
potential
just did-
resolutions
that way I don't
and
have to be hovering
solutions
over you
to
while I'm trying to help
COVID-19
you.
that did not follow the prescribed course. We now know that some of those conversations were pressed and were
There you go.
controlled. Now it seems that
Don't worry
this,
about
one
the
of the
resume,
most
just
sensitive
address there.
aspects, one of the areas where the vulnerability is much
No,
more
go ahead.
costly,
I don't
is
know your- I don't know your
also
address,
being
so.
reviewed. The study, Biodistribution of mRNA COVID-19 Vaccines in Human Breast Milk, found that trace amounts of mRNA were detected in 10 out of 13 lactating women in a 45-hour period after vaccination. Our findings demonstrate that the COVID-19 vaccine mRNA is not confined to the injection site, but spreads systematically, the authors wrote. The study confirms previous results published in the Journal of the American Medical Association Pediatrics last year. The 2022 paper, Detection of RNA COVID-19 Vaccines in Human Breast Milk, found trace mRNA amounts in 7 samples from 11 lactating women. Crucially, the new Lancet study concedes that mRNA vaccines do not stay in the arm. Initially, it was thought that the vaccine mRNA encapsulated in the NLPs, lipid nanoparticles, would remain localized at the injection site and quickly degrade, write the authors. However, several reports suggest that the NLPs mRNA can enter the bloodstream and accumulate in distant tissue.
Let me see,
The
one second.
authors further explain how vaccine mRNA is carried to mammary glands. For lactating mothers receiving the vaccine, our results
You're
suggest
all
that
down.
the vaccine NLPs will reach the breast tissue,
There
they
you go.
write. Despite being excluded from the main vaccine trials, many pregnant and breastfeeding women were mandated to get vaccinated in accordance with CDC guidance. Does it not seem extraordinary to you that CDC guidance, as well as the media parroting this consistent message, did not have access to, and indeed the trials were not even undertaken, that could demonstrate the possible dangers or inconsistencies with that messaging?
Okay.
Does it not seem troubling to you that at that time, just a few short years ago, conversation was literally closed down, that there was uniform messaging, both in legacy media and on certain social media sites, where censorship was routinely undertaken, where deep state officials with direct contacts to some of these agencies were willing to censor, control, shut down, and purge true information simply because it was inconvenient? Does this single story not demonstrate the necessity of absolutely questioning this type of information?
Okay, yeah, let's,
obvious
we're
intention
just
to
actually gonna
cleanse,
skip this.
control, and
Do we need this
dominate the
part right
media
now?
space in order to prevent reasonable conversations from taking place, experts with valid opinions being heard. It seems
There
to
you go.
me extraordinary. This is just a couple of years ago. And what we're talking about now, symbolically, significantly, are mothers. The sort of symbol, really, of the continuation of our species, the, in a sense, epicenter of many of our value systems. It seems casually unconscious that such a thing would be disregarded in this manner, but not at all surprising when we look at how the media has behaved regarding this issue and many others. The Lancet study demonstrates just how irresponsible and reckless the CDC's recommendations were. CDC encourages all pregnant people or people who are thinking about becoming pregnant and those breastfeeding to get vaccinated to protect themselves from COVID-19, said former CDC Director Dr.
Sorry?
Rochelle
No, these are
Walensky
your
in August
general-
2021. Walensky made
You
a
know,
recommendation
generally, what are
based
you
on
available
science,
for?
not
That's
faith alone. Oh my God, that's so
Not
extraordinary,
just
isn't it? When you think
specifically
how
for this
malign
job,
and
for
neglected
any-
faith is, when
what's
you
your
think how
availability
God or a belief in
basically?
values and principles is regarded as sort of some kind of hokey crackpot superstition, and faith-based decisions were being made on the basis, or pretense at least, of science. Continually, people just chatting to their mates, what are you going to do? Or we'll do the same thing then.
Are you going to let them have professional football? Nope. And she's like, okay, neither are we, neither are we.
Science just operated, I believe, for much of this period as a kind of new orthodoxy to shut down opposition. It functioned in the same way that a medieval use of theology might have done. If you question this, you are a heretic. If you oppose these views, there's something morally wrong with you. It just seems astonishing to me that this information continues to leak out like breast milk. At that time, Pfizer and Moderna had not completed trials on pregnant women. Behind the scenes, in 2021, reports journalist Marianne Damasi, Pfizer was scrambling to conduct a clinical trial of its vaccine in pregnant women. To this day, Pfizer data on pregnant and breastfeeding women is still incomplete and has yet to appear in a peer-reviewed journal or preprint, and has not been submitted to the FDA for evaluation. Moderna's trial is also ongoing, and the company has not released its data. So as of today, there is no clinical trial data available. So what was this we were watching on the mainstream news? Absolutely, it's crystal clear. Every single channel saying the same thing. Opposition censored, no clinical trial data. And what was the refrain? What was the rhetoric? Follow the science, follow the science. Follow the science. What science? It was essentially wishful thinking, authoritarianism, preferences, politicized. It was at odds with science at almost every step. And the people that questioned that were regarded as kind of crackpots, heretics, and, as you know, conspiracy theorists. Damasi reports that Pfizer's trial had major design flaws that would corrupt
Why are you
the
trying to
data.
leave?
Peculiarly,
Cancel.
Damasi, Pfizer planned to vaccinate all
well,
mothers in the
maybe
placebo
hit back or
group
something. I
1
don't know.
month after
It's
giving
okay.
birth to their babies, effectively getting rid of their control group. Well, that doesn't seem very controlled. Well, it does seem controlled. It seems contrived. It seems like eliminating the possibility that there would be a group available to show a lack of complexity. I mean, why would you do that? That seems like an odd anomaly. I don't want to come across as a conspiracy theorist, but one might sense nefarious intention in such an action. Regulators also allowed Pfizer to significantly reduce the number of women in the trial. For this reason, we may never know the true results of the company's study on pregnant women. Certainly, if we do find out, it will be an accident. It certainly won't be because of transparency, clarity, honesty, and integrity. It will be freedom of information requests. It will be people knocking on the door demanding, can we have access to that data? Oh, give us 75 years, will you? Also, we're not sure what happened to JFK yet, but this bullet sure got around. Proponents of vaccine mandates may argue that none of this matters because there have not been adverse events in breastfeeding children. But one of Pfizer's own post-marketing surveillance reports contradicts this assertion. Due to legal action, the FDA was forced to release the report last year. It showed that in 133 cases of breastfeeding babies tracked down by the company, 17 experienced clinical adverse events, and 3 of these events were reported to be serious. So that's some more information that challenges the legacy media narrative. Another Pfizer document released by the FDA under court order found that there were 215 cases of exposure via breast milk, maternal exposure during breastfeeding, reported to Pfizer's voluntary pharmacovigilance database. Of these, 41 infants experienced adverse events and 6 experienced serious adverse events. Rather troubling. Many may correctly point out that none of this data is complete or conclusive, but that is precisely the problem. Yes, it's difficult, isn't it? Because there is no precise or conclusive information being offered because conversation keeps being shut down. Dissenting voices keep being censored. Legitimate experts who are offering alternative views are being shut down, silenced, shadow banned, whatever resources are available. That does not inspire a great deal of confidence, does it? Let me know in the chat. Millions of women were compelled to get multiple doses of the mRNA vaccines under threat of losing their jobs, and in some cities like San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York City, being excluded from public life through vaccine passports. Other women who willingly got vaccinated were told they would have no effect on pregnancy and breastfeeding, but experts did not actually have the data to assert this was the case, and they still don't have it. Mandating pregnant and breastfeeding women to take an experimental medical product that had not completed clinical trials in their cohort undermined the bedrock principle of medical ethics, informed consent. Now, we can't continue to bring you this content without your support and without the support of our sponsors. We are so grateful for your ongoing support, and we're grateful for the support of our sponsors. Now, do you know that the IRS October 15th
Just put your best guess, though.
deadline
It doesn't really
around the corner?
it's just something that I won't accept it.
Estimated payments, expense write-offs, and messy deductions. I've got a recommendation for you from our commercial partners, the attorneys at Tax Network USA. They've been absolute lifesavers for many, and their team has successfully saved clients over $1 billion in tax debts. So whether you're in the hole for $10,000 or staring at a $10 million debt, they're ready to help you. And hey, no judgment. Even if you haven't filed in 1 to 5 years, or
released from
equipped to secure the best
probation, whatever. If you're still on
when
it.
the tax clock runs out, give taxnetworkusa.com/brand a shout. Okay, let's get back to this complicated story. The disregard for informed consent was not exclusive to mothers. It affected all women of childbearing age because regulators, doctors, and officials were equally dismissive of women's concerns about menstruation. In 2021, many women noticed changes in their menstrual cycles after getting vaccinated, but health experts claimed that vaccines were not responsible. In May 2021, Dr. Paula Hillard, a pediatric and adolescent gynecologist of Stanford Children's Health, told the San Francisco Chronicle that it was biologically impossible for the vaccine to impact menstrual cycles. The virus, she claimed, was far more likely to change women's cycles. I've noticed many times that coronavirus conveniently appears to offer up the symptoms and effects that a potentially malign vaccine or offer up. You know what COVID does now? It's myocarditis, and it makes your breast milk taste the chemicals. So far, there's no data linking the vaccines to changes in menstruation. It does seem based on the certainty of the mainstream media when it was relevant to encourage people to get vaccines that there's potentially a bit of an agenda here, and certainly some questions that appear to require answering. And beyond questions, trials, clinical trials that need to be undertaken in order to deduce what the truth of the situation might be. The next year, a large study in the journal Science Advances found that reports of changing cycles were far from anecdotal.
Are you under 40? You said yes.
A survey of
Like giving
39,000
red.
reported that their
That's
menstrual
okay.
cycle was heavier after vaccination. In October 2022, the European
Oh,
Union
no,
drug
sorry.
regulator recommended adding heavy
Well, I'm here to
periods
help.
as a side effect of mRNA COVID-19 vaccines. So after an initial denial, it was demonstrably true that the denial was a little previous and ultimately untrue. It seems what determines the narratives we're given is an agenda. This is what we would prefer. We would prefer that it didn't affect breastfeeding women, so it doesn't. We would prefer it didn't affect menstruation, so it doesn't. We would prefer that there wasn't any debate, let alone clinical trials, to oppose this agenda, so there aren't going to be any. Experts and once reputable institutions made reassurances about menstruation with zero clinical data at hand, shredding their credibility as scientific authorities. And when women first raised concerns about noticeable side effects, they were gaslit, ignored, and censored. The link between the mRNA vaccines and menstrual changes or fertility
all
is
for
yet to be
different
thoroughly
things.
investigated. This question remains relevant as the FDA and CDC recommend another new COVID shot.
We're
this
upgrading
fall,
our whole
especially
system
since
next
this
month,
booster has
so
been
hopefully
approved
it's going
without
to streamline this a
human
little bit.
clinical trials. They're still doing it. Nevertheless, the self-proclaimed advocates for women's health and women's bodily autonomy are conspicuously absent from the conversation.
Gotta have
It seems
slashes
that as
between
long
the
as
dates.
big pharma and legacy media are able to effectively control the conversation, there can be no dissent, there can be no opposition, there can be no reasonable conversation in a territory and area where you would imagine that ordinarily there would be outcry and outrage about the protection of vulnerable people, and indeed who isn't
I'm gonna load some
vulnerable when it
forms and we're
comes
gonna
to a
get you logged back
potentially
in here.
intoxicating and
I'm gonna
according
load
to
some forms into there and we're gonna
untried
log you back in
The
one more
Lancet
time.
breast milk study highlights the major flaws of the COVID-19 vaccine rollout and the ensuing mandates. Government officials, esteemed medical organizations,
Second.
doctors from prestigious universities, and experienced journalists told pregnant and nursing women that they should all get vaccinated and that that there was no cause for worry. Only malign disinformation agents, they said, would suggest that there could be any problem. Dissent is akin to disinformation. Those two terms are becoming the same. Legislation is being passed to make it impossible to discern the difference between misinformation, malinformation, and just opposing views and dissent. This is yet another example of it. You can't have a conversation about, which we've seen earlier in the show, about Putin and whether or not Putin dabbled in previous elections. It's just passed off as a fact. Can't have a conversation about how we found ourselves supporting a proxy war between Russia and Ukraine and whether or not there were opportunities of peace that have been passed up. All of this is regarded as enabling or apologizing. And the same with this issue. There is no issue where that template won't be applied. If you
after a few checks, hopefully you'll be able to get some transportation. I said after a few checks, hopefully you'll be able to.
About whether or not there are reliable clinical trials will cause you to be called a conspiracy theorist when, under ordinary circumstances, a lack of clinical evidence to support breastfeeding mothers or be taking a medicine will be regarded as a significant piece of information. Fact checkers insisted that breast milk from vaccinated mothers was safe and that breastfeeding newborns never had reactions to the vaccines through their mothers. Even now, Facebook labels claims that breast milk from vaccinated people is harmful to babies, children as misinformation.
No, because you're starting at 5:30 and ending at, or 5 a.m. and ending at 3:30.
Practices. This seems to
It's
me
all been
to be
factored.
an extraordinary degree of cooperation in an area where inquiry, expertise, scientific trials, questioning, and integrity would be very, very welcome. Let me know if you agree. The sweeping censorship on social media often prevented people from discussing the adverse events they experienced after vaccination, as
Depends on
Facebook
how
in
you file
particular
your
removed
taxes
such
and stuff, yeah.
discussions. Without the ability to hear about and openly discuss side effects, many people get vaccinated without true informed consent, which is only possible when patients know the actual risks and benefits of a product. The Lancet study did not reveal evidence of severe harm to mothers or infants. It's possible that many breastfeeding women would still choose to get vaccinated, even knowing the results of the study. But those women had a right to know before getting vaccinated, not after. The CDC, the FDA, and the media actively misled these women, and there have been no repercussions, resignations, or apologies. Making scientific errors may be understandable, but the attempt to manipulate, deceive, and gaslight is not. The effort to convince pregnant and nursing women to get vaccinated was a well-orchestrated disinformation campaign. That it was paired with a government-sponsored censorship program makes it all the more inexcusable. For a moment, just hold in your mind the certainty of those legacy media reports. Take the jab, get the jab, take the medicine, and then align that with new emergent information about a lack of study. The media, in conjunction with the state, in conjunction with Big Pharma, their biggest advertisers, were willing to convey a message that they just hoped was true and prevented opposing or dissenting voices from being in the conversation. Some social media sites, notably Facebook, continue to censor true information simply because it's inconvenient to that narrative. This appears to be the media landscape, the state landscape, the corporate landscape within which we continue to exist. How can that be called democracy? How can that be called liberty or freedom? How can that be regarded as judicious and open? How can that information be
Direct deposit or a pay card. I can give you a pay card
when there's
too.
clearly not
You
only
already have
conversation to be
a
had,
bank
but
or something like that.
clinical
I'll just give you a
trials
pay
to
card.
be undertaken? How
Hmm?
can we have any trust
Okay.
in these government agencies, in this legacy media, when it makes claims like these, which are still absolutely unproven? But that's just what I think. Why don't you let me know what you think in the chat? See you in a few seconds.
So,
There you are, another story where it seems that a little circumspection
Christine got
and
last name, and
analysis
then I'm gonna
might
type it out and I'll
have
show it to
been
you.
helpful
I'll write
before
it down for you as
blithely
well.
believing in what was called science, but in retrospect looks more like orthodoxy and an attempt to profit and control. Well, that's what I think. Let me know what you think in the comments in the
just for
chat.
now,
And
I
if you
mean,
want to
you can change
support
it
our
anytime
content,
you want.
please press the red
I've
button.
answered those
We
two
need it now
questions.
more than ever. What an honor it is to introduce Glenn Greenwald, the Pulitzer Prize winning journalist. We'll know why he won that. He's the host of System Update live on Rumble, weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern. Glenn, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely, Russell. I'm glad to be with you. I know it's not been an easy time, to put that mildly, over the last week, but I'm happy to be with you.
Jay is right in the middle, right in the middle of the keyboard.
Well, yes, thank you very much for offering me that opportunity. I wonder, to start, Glenn, what your views are on the potential for the establishment to cooperate and collaborate when it comes to the stigmatization and outlawing of dissenting voices. Is that something that's possible, plausible? Is it something that definitely happens? Is it something that in particular in your career as a journalist you've witnessed and experienced? And can you give us examples of how that has happened, if indeed you believe it does?
I think the systemic attempt to stigmatize dissent, to outlaw it, to suppress it, has become, for me at least, the leading issue on which I most focus, because I think it's the most threatening one. I think it's the most significant one. I've been thinking about this a lot in terms of the work I did that you referenced at the start with Edward Snowden and Laura Poitras and The Guardian in 2013, where the story was essentially that the internet, which was this innovation that had the potential to be uniquely liberatory and emancipating, and the idea was we were going to be able to organize and communicate with one another freely without the interference of state and corporate authorities controlling and monitoring what we're doing, had instead been degraded into the exact opposite, namely this technological machine that permitted a level of surveillance and monitoring and spying that had been previously unthinkable. I remember during the reporting that we did, when we revealed a lot of the capabilities, not just the ones that were imagined aspirationally, but the ones that had been in fact achieved by the NSA and its partners in the UK, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada, in very concrete ways that former members of the Stasi, the notorious East German spy agency, were expressing envy. Wow, this is something we only dreamed of, this level of ubiquitous surveillance, but only with the internet.
Your address.
Is it now really possible, not just to open the mail of, say, one out of
It's ready. It's already blinking in the square for you. I already did your name.
The ability to watch it and analyze and monitor it. And the reason that story resonated so much, the reason it was so significant, was because it reflected this successful attempt to take the internet and to turn it into the opposite of what it was supposed to be, from this liberatory technology into the greatest sorts of monitoring and coercion and control and surveillance ever created in history. And I think what you're seeing, especially after 2016, with the dual traumas of Brexit and then the election of Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton's expense, was the conclusion on the part of the Western elite class that it wasn't just enough to use the internet any longer to mass surveil everybody, but that what was too dangerous was to allow free expression to flourish on the internet, that we couldn't afford any longer to allow people to communicate.
You don't need to do the
freely,
dashes,
to
just the
speak their
number.
mind, to challenge authority, because that was too dangerous. And they've said this explicitly. You know, they obviously don't admit they have malignant motives. They'll say things like,
and then you already put the email in, so we're not going to make
information circulates, and that's really
Phone number.
dangerous, by which of course they mean any views that deviate from their official decrees. There's a whole well-financed industry now to label that disinformation.
You were born in the US?
And not only do we have to alert people to its dangers, but we have to act to remove it from the internet, to censor it, to suppress it, to demand that big tech platforms remove it, and that they now become punished in the event.
No worry, I'm going to give you a
written
written copy of all this anyway. So
our wishes. That's the purpose
that's
of
what
this
we'll
new
do
law in
next.
the UK, the Online
Some of these I
Safety
gotta
Act,
actually have
which
you
is
do
essentially
because-
designed to say if big tech companies or tech platforms don't remove material we regard as dangerous, we
You file
meaning Western
some
elites,
single-
they will be found to be in violation of the
No
law,
claiming on but
to
yourself.
being in all sorts of ways guilty of huge fines, liable for huge fines, and even criminal offenses. And all of this is about, of course, dissent is always something that power centers seek to stigmatize. That's the thing that you expect. If you're a dissident, you're going to be attacked, you're going to be maligned. What we're seeing, though, now is something way beyond that, which is a formalized attempt to ensure that dissent is formally banned from the internet. I remember the first time it was really tried on in a concrete way was the collusive depersoning of Milo Yiannopoulos and Alex Jones by Facebook and Google
I don't
and all the
expect to ever
internet
get
giants.
it.
Some people at the time stood up and
By the
said,
time
this is
we're
really
eligible,
dangerous. If we're going to start with
I
Milo
don't even think we'll
Yiannopoulos
be
and Alex
solvent
Jones,
anymore.
very shortly it's going to move to other people.
It'll be
people aren't willing
bankrupt.
to defend Milo Yiannopoulos and Alex Jones. They purposely
Baby
select
boomers
the people
killed us with
most
that.
kind of alienating.
All right, Sam,
And the system was allowed to take hold. And now, of course, it's expanded well beyond those people. And we're constantly seeing even senators and members of Congress having their videos removed or having their speech curtailed on the grounds that what they're saying is not permitted. And we have this censorship regime now, this whole industry that has been financed in order to justify it, and now government attempts to codify it in law, that really is about policing and controlling speech on the internet in a way that I think is incomparably dangerous.
It seems that what's required is an evolving set of systems and principles that might
be enshrined in law that reflects these new capacities and their dangers. And yet what's actually happening is the reverse of that, the unraveling of presumed ideas within judiciary, presumed processes that necessarily protect people from being unpersoned. It seems that the momentum is exactly the opposite direction. You've already mentioned the UK Online Safety Act and the previous events and you know, the brilliant examples that you gave of people that have previously been silenced and shut down. I remember thinking in earlier incarnations of mass media, print and television, that it was astonishing the capacity that they had to form public opinion, direct public opinion, to generally speaking get people to, as the famous saying goes, vote against their own interests. Now we have this sort of almost chrome sphere that can entirely encapsulate a human's attention, can measure, manage, manipulate, and direct attention and opinion in ways that are unprecedented. It seems that what's required is the opposite of what's happening. How can independent media voices even continue to exist in such a hostile environment? Isn't it likely that we're just going to see more and more erosion of voices that exist in that space, and that with something like the Online Safety Act, is not even just individuals, but potentially entire platforms that might find themselves unable to operate? Both of us work on Rumble, and Rumble certainly receives a particular kind of assessment and attention within mainstream media circles. I wonder what you think the threats are to platforms that are unwilling to abide by and with this type of legislation, and how this tendency is likely to increase unless there is opposition, and eventually in the form of legislation.
I think the ability to maintain, preserve, and fortify independent media is the single greatest challenge. This is the battle, the war that I think is paramount in terms of whether we have basic liberties going forward. And by basic liberties, I mean the ability to contest official propaganda that is constantly rained down upon us and bombarding entire populations using the internet. This is the entire point of the battle that we are currently undertaking, which is, it is so ironic. And obviously we've been doing a lot of reporting on your case, Russell, but not just your case in terms of the importance of due process and the refusal to believe accusations that are currently nothing more than just
you got the front and back on those pages.
assertions by
Okay,
anonymous
give me a second. I'm
people
gonna
in the
switch.
media
I'm
who
gonna
haven't
switch
even
out.
gone to the police. And even if they do go to the police and there's
Juggling
eventually
some things
charges,
here.
we're supposed to understand that charges are just allegations, and we don't assume the person is guilty
Worked for
until
a staffing company for
actual evidence is presented in a fair judicial
11
proceeding,
years.
and there's a finding of guilt or innocence one way or the
Hey,
other. This is something
you want me to call
so
it?
important
See?
to battle for, and obviously you've
Or
been
you can just
advocating
call
that
it.
a great deal,
There
not
should be
just
no-
in your
there should
defense,
be
but in
no
defense of the principle itself that protects
voicemail.
all of us. But I think even the more disturbing part of this has been, as you know, Rumble has, in this case, basically very flamboyantly expressed its defiance to attempts by these absurd people in the British government to use and abuse their power, including
If it's not in culture, I mean, there are a voicemail
voicemail
box there. If you log into the dashboard on culture, it shows you.
executives to arrest if they try and enter the UK, things that have appeared in the British media, obviously as intimidations and threats, all to punish Rumble and make an example of it by,
I mean, if you're not checking it, why?
a platform that doesn't bow down to and obey the commands of this censorship
Yeah, I mean,
regime,
you would have to
we're going
literally
to
be logged
destroy
into
you.
culture
We
all the time
will
and check it.
not just
you know,
destroy
I
your
mean,
reputation, but we will also use legal power now to prevent you from being in our country.
Yeah.
Rumble, as you might know, is unavailable in France.
Did you say
because
something
the
to him
French government
today?
ordered Rumble
Did you yell at him?
to cease providing a
Off the side?
platform to Russian media. And Rumble's view was, if we have
Let me hang on
adults
real quick. Let
who
me log
use our
into culture.
platform
Let me
who
see.
want to hear what RT and other Russian media is saying, we're not going to
There's a
take
DL
orders
box
from
of them
the
on
French
top of
government
the
about
right
who
there.
we are allowed to air and who we're not allowed to air. And as a result, Rumble is unavailable in France because France was threatening to cut Rumble off at the IP level. So essentially saying you either obey our censorship commands as the state about who you can allow to be heard and who you're not, or we will ban your platform. We will control the internet more aggressively than the Chinese do to ensure that views that we find threatening can never be heard. That's what this battle is ultimately about. And I think the point that is so critical is, you know, the minute Rumble
Yeah,
and
I
the
mean,
space defied these censorship
there's a bunch
orders,
here,
issued this statement about
but
this
the
man
last
who sits on this
voicemail was
committee
July
saying we're not
7th.
going to obey your commands to demonetize a
That's when
creator
it- that's
based
when it
solely on
filled up.
unproven accusations, and we're not going to take orders from you about what
Just
information
new
we have to
facts and
turn
voice
over, and we're not going to
messages.
sit in
But
judgment.
do you want me to just delete everything here and
our creators and the
not that you're
behavior
going to
they
be checking it,
supposedly
though, right?
allegedly engaged in off the platform, as though we're now competent to judge guilt and innocence. The minute that happened,
I
there
mean,
was
see how Josh
attempt
and
in one instance
Michael
to say,
react.
well, Rumble is this
They're cool with it.
despicable,
They're not going to be cool with
untrustworthy
this thing. They're going
vector
to
of
say you
hate
need to
speech
start
and
checking it.
disinformation. Instantly,
You know what
there
they're gonna say.
appeared an article in the Associated Press and then a kind of resulting effort to say it's in violation of the Online Safety Act because it's allowing exactly the kind of content the Online Safety Act is designed to prohibit. And of course, the Online Safety Act, the chief sponsor of it, was the same Baroness, this Dame Dinage, who is
Voicemail
the one
settings,
writing
yeah.
these letters,
You
not
see.
just to Rumble, but TikTok and media outlets. Demanding
It says it's
that
enabled
you
that
be
you're supposed to
punished
get
before
a
there's any finding of
email
guilt
with
or even any
voicemail
formal
file and
accusation.
attachment.
This is the level
in
of
your email.
despotism that is driving these kinds of processes. And I think the
For you and
important,
Nate.
crucial thing to understand here is that it's so ironic for media outlets like the Associated Press to accuse others
Disabled.
of circulating disinformation and
So the
conspiracy
one is
theories,
you, right?
when these are the same media outlets that
Actually, let me just put
told
you
the
down for
world
both
that
the numbers.
Saddam
Let's keep
Hussein
it
had
enabled.
weapons of mass destruction and was in an alliance with Osama bin Laden to justify
You don't have
the
that.
invasion
It's
and
Nate
destruction
coming
of Iraq. I don't recall
It's
any
all
rebel
backed up.
creators doing that. I recall the New York Times and the Associated Press doing that. Or these are the same media
Nate's
outlets
email.
that
Okay, so I've
spent
got
years
your
telling the
email
public
down
that
for
Vladimir
both. So,
Putin had taken over
and I'm going
control
to
of the
delete these.
U.S. levers of power because he
That
had
way,
secret
when they
sex
do call
tapes
you,
that
you
he
know
was
they're going to.
exploiting
You
to
can say
blackmail
he fixed
Donald
it.
Trump with. Or that right before the 2020 election, that
Won't be an issue
these are
anymore.
those media outlets that told the public that the Hunter Biden laptop and the documents on it were
Delete. Are you
fraudulent
sure you want to delete all
byproducts
those
of Russian
messages? Yeah,
disinformation
July.
rather than what they were, which was authentic. So these media outlets use disinformation
you more.
campaigns and deceitful lies to manipulate public opinion all the time. That's what they exist
Yeah,
to do,
there's
these
tons
large
of
media
them.
corporations. And what they're saying essentially is that
5 pages.
we know the public no longer trusts us because we've gotten caught so many times now telling lies and spreading disinformation. The public no longer listens to us and no longer believes what we're saying. So the only solution is for us forcibly to try and take any platforms that allow people who dissent from what we're saying, or who challenge what we're saying, or who offer alternative views and ban them. So that it's not just that we're banning dissent, it's that we win the power to disseminate propaganda, our propaganda on behalf of the Western intelligence agencies.
So what
the
you're gonna get the ones,
media
the voicemails
corporations
that they leave
without
for
challenge. And if they succeed in
text
that,
phone too,
Russell, in
probably.
excluding independent platforms and free media,
Which is fine. You can literally
independent
just say,
media
"Nope,
that's
not for me,"
beholden
and just
to
forward
any
it to
platforms,
the
from
tech
being able
email,
to
you know?
exist, from being able to find an audience. The reason that's so dangerous
Right.
is because
Okay.
we
They're all
succeed in
deleted.
creating a closed information system
Now it's set up for both
that exists
extensions to
only
go
of
to
their
your
propaganda,
an
and only
attachment,
their
voice attachment to go to your
disinformation
email.
that is cleansed of all dissent and
Right.
all dissidence.
Love you.
And that is absolutely their objective. That is exactly what this entire campaign is
My
about.
wife
about
is the
cleansing
director
the
of
internet of
admissions at
hate
the same
speech and
place I do IT
disinformation.
work for.
What they mean by that is we need to cleanse the internet of
He gets to work from
anybody
home
who
2 days a
challenges
week,
what
though.
we're saying, so that
Which
our
is the
propaganda
whole
remains unchallenged. And if that doesn't scare you, I don't know what would.
It's very curious that the rhetoric that underwrites this terrifying ideology that you've just described is so ensconced in the language of freedom and competition, that there's competition for who will be the provider of the best information, which network, which platform will provide the most truth or the most appealing narratives. And yet it's oddly gravitated towards a kind of totalitarianism and monopolization that bypasses, as you earlier referred to, anything that a monolithic Eastern communist centralized modality could ever conjure up.
I recognize that, if we were talking about nutrition, if you had the monopolization of food, that would, generally speaking, lower the standard of food because there is no competition, there is no alternative, there is no viable option. You're simply going to eat the food that you've been given. I wonder if you are familiar with and what your thoughts are of the Trusted News Initiative, something I recently learned about, which appears to be a set of relationships between big tech platforms and some legacy media outlets that have a kind of agreement that they are no longer competing with one another for eyeballs or views or attention, but they are essentially competing with digital platforms and independent media. It's something that's been made explicit and overt. And the monopolization of information, particularly now that we have platforms like Google and Facebook with the control that they are able to assert, means that in a way this is almost ideologically beyond the control of resources that you might have seen in the monopolies of a century ago, and into a sphere that's almost impossible to imagine, because it's consciousness, reality is being controlled and curated.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at just those two companies, Google and Facebook, and you might even throw Apple in there, there's no doubt that we're talking about the richest and most powerful corporate entities ever to exist in human history. Way more lucrative, way more powerful than even the kind of antitrust barons of the late 19th century and early 20th century, these trusts that ended up being broken up because they got too powerful. These are more powerful than most nation states, and in many senses, they are more powerful than almost every nation state, and that has been proven over and over by the unsuccessful attempts to try and break them down or weaken them or bring them under control. And I think two things are so crucial about this. Number one is, unlike, say, railroad trusts or oil monopolies, we're talking about just the distribution of concrete material goods that obviously puts a huge amount of power in the hands of whoever controls it. What we're really talking here is about data and information about pretty much everybody, enormous amounts of it. Just think about how much you do online and how much that reveals about yourself, and how centralized the information is, that everything you do is being stored. What you choose to read, with whom you choose to speak, what you choose to look at, the kinds of things that you pursue, what you buy, what you're interested in. That puts an incredibly comprehensive picture of who you are, not just as a person, but as a medical entity, in the hands of these tiny number of corporations that are able to. The reason why artificial intelligence is now happening is because we've turned over so much data to these companies for so long about how our brains function and the things we respond to and the things that we look for, that they've been able to study the human brain and the ways in which it works to such an effective degree that they're able to actually not just replicate it, but in some sense surpass it with technology that predicts everything that we want to say. We've all had that experience of pulling up an email, and before we know it, Google has basically written the email for us and what it actually suggests. So you're talking about a kind of information and insight into how our brains function and the corresponding ability to control and manipulate that, unlike anything ever seen before. And I think what we're now seeing is that for a long time, you kind of had these alarmingly powerful actors over here, Google and Facebook and Apple, operating as their own power centers, this kind of counterweight against the states. Oftentimes they work in partnership with the states on national security issues and on economic issues. So a lot of times there's a lot of kind of cooperation, which makes the state and these corporations immensely even more powerful when they work hand in hand, which they often do. But at least sometimes there's some separation, as we see, for example, with the obsession now with governments to try and commandeer big tech's censorship power, to put it under their control, to say, you're permitting this information to be heard and we don't want that. And so what
for allergen, it's green.
To do, Russell, and they're taking place in every country, not just the UK. There's one in Ireland. There's one in Brazil. They're all throughout Western Europe. They're proliferating everywhere. They've already been in the Middle East.
We said, if you can't find it, just last thing. I'm going to tell you, but I want to make sure you understand why.
They're designed to take.
I'm not going to just tell you that.
On the part of these monopolistic
No,
giants,
that'd be false, right?
Transfer that power from.
Why would you have different color scoops then?
These giant corporations into the hands of the state, to essentially say, technically, you're going to keep the delete button and the ban button, and the content moderation buttons, but the ones who are actually going to have power over when it gets pressed is us. And that's what we're now seeing is this kind of frightening union using the force of law, whereby the states commandeer this power and put it into their hands. And it's a kind of despotism, a kind of authoritarianism that we've been trained for so long to believe only exists in the bad countries, in China and in Iran and in Russia or wherever you think the bad countries are, that I think there's a natural tendency to believe, well, the words despotism and authoritarianism can never really apply to Western democracies. We don't actually aren't capable of those sorts of characteristics. But if you look at the laws that are being enacted and the ways that they're being abused right now, not in the future, it's hard to use any terms other than those to describe what is taking place.
It's extraordinary to see how this aggregation, that as it accrues, accumulates, and grows, is usually presented as a tool of greater convenience, is creating, as you say, an unprecedented alliance and union and unprecedented power to manage information, to control dissent. It's astonishing to appreciate that. It also seems to me evident that concomitant with that, it has to be the provision and endless stoking of cultural division.
Hey, yeah, I don't remember ever going over that during the
observable, I think, to a significant number of people that you can't trust the legacy media. I believe there are numerous polls that point out that trust in UK media and US media is at an all-time low. Nobody has significant trust in the government of either parties. There are new populist voices, I think, coming from what would once have been regarded as both sides. That, in a sense, are more popular and transcendent of the ordinary rhetoric and parameters of the political groups that they've emerged out of.
I'm sure there's a way to do it on both, though. I mean, that's I don't
now.
I mean, the whole point of this is
parties
get us away from using multiple programs.
If there is so much
I mean, I understand for the back
in
office
institutions
stuff
like
that,
government,
you know,
like the media, like the judiciary,
for what we have to do,
like the
I guess
corporate world, when something as significant and as vast as the pandemic can take
we would
place,
only have to do it if they actually don't,
elicit such a cynical response. When there, in a sense, is no longer one public, when there are numerous publics, when you can have sort of interviews with someone making astonishing allegations about, for example, Barack Obama, and that will only exist in one particular media sphere.
Right. I mean, and I get it. And
likely
you know,
that we're going
a lot of times what I tell folks, if I'm out, whenever I'm out of cards and they want one, I literally say, hey, man,
call them demagogic or populist
download the
figures
Chime app,
from
download
across the political spectrum. And do you see a connection between something like Trump's popularity and the sort of earlier inclinations of populism in Europe, like through Syriza and Podemos and stuff? And do you think that there will be more of a demand for this kind of populism,
when everybody has to have an email
possibility for this type of populism be maintained
I get a lot of folks
the
that don't have
levers
emails, or they just they're like,
control
no, I don't want to give
plainly
you
now,
I get
as
it.
you've
You know,
just described, migrate into the state.
I have
from
I have
these
certain
big tech
emails that are just for that type of crap.
First of all, I do think that
and it's not my personal one that I email back and
foundational
forth and stuff all
in
connected to my
politics,
bills and stuff. But
in
it's
culture,
a separate one, but
in
I get it.
society, when you talk about the West, is the
certain age, a lot of folks
intense,
just don't want to deal
widespread,
with it.
and growing distrust of
Especially the
institutions
people
of
we hire.
authority across demographic groups. It is really remarkable,
later.
Russell, if you think about it, that it was the case not all that long ago, like maybe 5-10 years ago even, that if you were a major political figure preparing to run in a campaign and you were accused of a serious crime, let alone indicted as a felon, you would instantly drop out of the race. You would drop out of politics. You would have no chance to win. Of course, nobody would ever vote for somebody who has been accused of serious crimes by media outlets and then by legal authorities. They wouldn't even wait for the trial because the mere fact that there would be enough smoke to justify those kinds of allegations would be enough to destroy the reputation of that politician, because people had a basic trust in the legitimacy of legal institutions that no such accusation would emerge unless there was some foundation for it. We've now just watched Donald Trump be indicted 4 separate times in 2 separate federal courts, in 2 separate state courts, on dozens of felony charges of every different conceivable kind. One's involving his conduct after the
Pretty good,
2020
actually.
election.
All right.
One's involving
So we're
his
shooting for Monday then, you
record-keeping
said?
and bookkeeping
Okay.
and Trump
Let me know if
organization,
anything
the
changes.
payments he made to
Oh, let
a
me feel your
porn
part.
star. Others involving
What were you
his
saying?
alleged mishandling of classified information. They've thrown every conceivable
Let me just
accusation
scan your ID
criminally
with
that
the
they
paper.
can, and he's facing jail time in multiple jurisdictions. And all that has happened since then is that his polling has increased, not just among Republicans, where his standing is at historical highs. I mean, they've never seen a contested primary with one candidate with such a gigantic lead that just doesn't waver. And that lead has grown ever since these indictments. But even when he's polling against Joe Biden among independents and even Democrats or people who are unaffiliated with the Trump movement, the level of contempt and distrust that people have for legal institutions is so high, and for media institutions, that it's almost like the more they accuse him of being a criminal, the more faith and trust they put in him. Because there's almost no favor you can do better for somebody than for these media institutions that are so hated and these governmental and legal institutions that are so despised.
If you have any questions you might have forgot, just shoot a text to the, take the handbook with you too. You got it?
That back, there's unbelievably
shoot me a
intense
message.
hatred for institutions of authority.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Obviously, any politician or right
Okay.
that is able to stand up and say,
Yeah, hey, don't forget to send me a picture of that social or birth certificate
the
too.
contempt and
The
distrust
social
that you
or the birth
have
certificate
is completely
Just
valid.
text me a picture. Yeah, just take a picture of it.
What I'm gonna do is get to Washington or Berlin or London or Paris or Athens or wherever, and I'm going to go to war against these institutions, and not just against them, but their
right, have a good one.
that has destroyed your lives for so long. Of course, there's a gigantic opening for that kind of populist politics, and I'm glad that there is. There should be that kind of an opening because Western institutions are that corroded. They deserve all the hatred and the distrust that they've earned and more. And yes, there are going to be times when demagogues or people who are dangerous end up exploiting that anti-establishment sentiment. But at the same time, I think these establishments themselves have proven to be very dangerous and very toxic and very destructive as well. And so in general, my metric for understanding politics and where people fit on the political spectrum has become a lot less about left-wing versus right-wing or conservative versus liberal, and much more about the central question of, do you trust institutions of authority or do you distrust them? I think if you're somebody who distrusts them, if you have an anti-authoritarian politics, you're going to end up having a lot more in common with other people who share contempt for those institutions than you are going to have with people who continue to believe these institutions are fundamentally good. And that, to me, is the key dichotomy in our politics now.
If that dichotomy becomes instantiated at scale, if Brexit and Trump and some of the other examples that are outside of Anglophonic countries become not outliers or anomalies, but actually a trend, it sounds like what you are describing, in spite of the attempts to control the public space, in spite of the attempts to shut down dissent, in spite of the new abilities suggested through legislature to absolutely control and shut down dissidents, something that's tantamount to revolution. When there is that degree of, as you say, disdain, hatred, total mistrust for the media, that is a very, very powerful emotion. Because when I think of some of the resources that are used, I mean, sort of, and I know this is not really a territory that I want to direct you to. You're such a diligent and brilliant man, and I hate to sort of shepherd you towards woo-wooism. But when you think of like the sort of, this puritanical, rootless, traditionless ugliness that sometimes is used as a ersatz ideology in the dominant culture, if these sort of feelings of deep antipathy, of fierce independence, of longing for control, indeed, as expressed so many times in the maxims of these movements to take your country back or make America great, this kind of rhetorical power and what it refers to, this is a very strong resource. And I again see the significance of keeping people divided along cultural lines, you know, all of the cultural lines that are obvious and the ones that are plainly used, exacerbated and amplified. If this was ever to become unleashed, it's a force that could reverberate throughout the entire political sphere, couldn't it, Glenn?
Yeah, and I think it's very important to recognize that as brilliant as we both are, it's not as though we're the only ones who see this. People who occupy positions of power, who depend upon the continuation of establishment authority and doctrine for their own self-interest, they see it just as clearly as we do. They understand that populations are turning against them in very intense and radical ways, and that they no longer can command trust and faith or anything else. And they see that as exactly as alarming and threatening to them as they should. And if you look at history, what happens with power centers and establishment forces is that when the population, the more out of control they get, the more rebellious they get, the more revolutionary they get, the more hostile they get, the more authoritarian these institutions of power will become in order to cling hold to their power and control and constrain this anger. So if, for example, we're manifesting in more physical ways in, say, traditional street protests, and there have been a lot of street protests in a lot of these countries, leave aside the 2021 in the United States, because that was kind of a different nature, talking about in Greece, in Spain, in places where you haven't seen, obviously in France, this level of kind of protest and just out in the street rage and anger that's not even that specific or about any particular cause. It's just more this kind of this directed but kind of ambiguous hatred toward people in power. They're going to crack down more and more. They're going to use police forces and military forces to crush any attempt to protest against them. You saw that with the Occupy Wall Street movement. The minute it got ground, the minute it got a little bit of a hold, they went to court. The mayors got orders ordering them dismantled. They sent the police in and just physically crushed them or legally crushed them the minute that it got a little too threatening. That's what power centers do. In this case, it's not really manifesting so much as physical protest, because so much of what we do now is on the internet and online, and this is the way we organize and protest. It's manifesting as sentiment. And what they want to do is kind of go to the root of what is generating this anti-establishment rage, which are people who are standing up and saying they're liars, they're corrupt, they're fundamentally against your interests. The things that they want you to believe are in fact totally false. And they want to be able to crush the ability to criticize them, to generate this kind of anti-establishment sentiment, to awaken people, to open their eyes. And that is what this war is about, this idea that we now have this well-financed industry that identifies disinformation and agents of disinformation, and laws that are now in place that are designed to empower governments to remove that from the internet in the name of keeping everybody safe. I mean, remember, the title of this bullshit law in the UK is the Online Safety Act. And the Baroness who sponsored it went around exploiting disgustingly this case of this 14-year-old girl who killed herself because of material to which she was exposed online, and said, we want to turn the UK into the safest online experience of any country in the world, using the language of paternalism and talking about how children need to be kept safe, even though the first time they get their hands on this law, the minute that it's actually about to become enacted, they don't go and use it to protect children. They go and use it to demand that Rumble be banned from the UK because of its refusal to remove you from the airwaves and remove you from being able to be heard. So that's what all of this is about, these kind of things that are dressed up under these benevolent sounding campaigns of protecting us from disinformation and hate speech and keeping us safe, is in fact about the realization that they have that there is this kind of quasi-revolutionary hatred toward them, and this attempt to try and crush it by preventing those who are fueling it, people like you and me and many others, from being heard, by implementing censorship laws, by banning the platforms that are allowing us to speak freely, and not only to speak freely, but to reach millions of people. That's what all of this is about.
I don't see
Glenn,
why not. We can't
how
take
is it
both.
possible that Julian Assange is still awaiting potential extradition? How likely is it that that will be avoided? what type of power can oppose these, 17 Espionage Act charges, and what does it tell us? God, sorry, this is probably quite a big question. Given in a sense that yours is a parallel journey to his in some respects, what does it tell us that he's in the situation he is in, and the fact that it's sort of broadly speaking seems it's somewhat like a lost cause?
Yeah, I think it was really interesting in Julian Assange's case. I've had obviously occasions to think about this over the last week or so as I thought about your case as well, that when it came time to discredit Julian Assange because of his groundbreaking historical leaks that he published and reported on that enabled the exposure of war crimes and all kinds of deceit on the part of the US and its key allies around the world, there was an obvious need to destroy his reputation. And the very first tactic they used was the emergence of rape charges, ones that ended up never actually being proven, ones that he sought asylum and protection from in the Ecuadorian embassy, saying, I want to go to Sweden and contest them, and I'll do so tomorrow as long as the Swedish government just promises they're not going to use my presence on Swedish soil, turn me over to the US government. And he was called at the time paranoid. The US government wasn't trying to get a hold of him, and obviously it turns out that they are. But it reminded me a lot, when I was young, I used to have this kind of obsession with the Pentagon Papers case, and Danny Ellsberg, as a result, became one of my childhood heroes. And in my naivete, the thing that really never made any sense to me was for Danny Ellsberg, the only reason why he ended up not going to prison for his whole life, he was on trial for espionage crimes. The judge had already ruled that the defenses he wanted to offer, which was that, look, I discovered proof that the US government was lying about the Vietnam War, telling the public they were on the verge of winning when they knew they could never win. And it was my moral obligation to make this known to the public, that the judge had ruled that that kind of a defense is not even allowed to be raised in an Espionage Act case, that if you facilitated the leak of classified material, you are automatically guilty, and there's no defense like that available, which is why they've used it against Julian Assange and Edward Snowden, and even now against Donald Trump, because it's a law from 1917 that was designed at the time to basically imprison dissidents. They used it against socialists or against World War I and Woodrow Wilson's participation in it, like Eugene Debs. It's a very repressive law. And Dan Ellsberg was on his way to prison and would have spent decades, if not his life, there for this heroic act that we all now regard as heroic, which is the Pentagon Papers leak. And the only reason he was saved from that was because the Nixon administration decided to break into the office of his psychoanalyst with the intention of stealing the psychoanalyst notes and files so that it could make public all kinds of secrets about Daniel Ellsberg's psychosexual desires and fantasies and practices. And in my naivete, that never made sense to me. Like, Daniel Ellsberg proved the government was systematically lying about the Vietnam War. How would it be responsive to say, well, Daniel Ellsberg is like a pervert in his fantasies? And the reason I have come to understand is that there's nothing like sex scandals to destroy the reputation of any dissident, because even if it's true, even if it's not true, it just makes the person, we kind of are uncomfortable with sex. We don't like talking about it. We don't like thinking about it. And if you can force people to imagine the person in that context, in some sort of context of a sex scandal, it makes people just want to run away. And that was why the Nixon administration knew that being able to expose Daniel Ellsberg's sexual secrets would be the most effective way to destroy his reputation and distract attention from the revelations. And only because that was discovered and the judge ruled that was such an abuse and dismissed his case, that's the only reason he ended up going to prison. So you see this kind of through line in how he's being treated, how Julian Assange is being treated, the kind of allegations that are raised against you. It's a very common tactic. And I think when it comes to Julian Assange, between that kind of effort to destroy his reputation, combined with this paranoia about Russia that they successfully manufactured in 2016, where they blamed everything on Russia. Justin Trudeau just got caught humiliatingly having a standing ovation for President Zelensky for an actual Nazi SS soldier. And in his remarks about it, he said he started babbling about Russian disinformation and somehow tried to blame Russia. It's an all-purpose way to just blame everything, use as a villainizer, everything having to do with Moscow. They turned Julian Assange in the minds of most American liberals into a Russian agent. and therefore everybody is content in the United States with watching him waste away in prison. And I think the one optimistic development is that the Australian government, responding to Australian public opinion, which is now overwhelmingly demanding that Australia finally protect its citizen, combined with a lot of international activism, President Wu in Brazil and President AMLO in Mexico have made Assange's case one of their priorities. There's a lot of international pressure being brought to bear now on the United States by countries that it needs to end this persecution, that I think there may end up finally being some sort of attempt to offer Assange a compromise and to finally have a way out of this, but only because they succeeded in their real mission, which was not ever proving that he committed any crime, but destroying him physically and emotionally and psychologically and disabling and crippling WikiLeaks to such an extent that, connected to everything that we've been discussing, it kind of took off the chessboard one of their most effective opponents and dissidents.
Whoa, Jesus, Glenn. Thanks, man. That was a lot of truth that you put into that time frame.
You had a lot of in your question, so I had to pack a lot into my answer. I'm going to blame you for that.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for making time. Thanks for your support. I sincerely appreciate it, Glenn. And I'm grateful to you once more for your time, for your brilliance, for validating broadly my perspective on reality, which sometimes for me feels incredibly biased and instinctual and spontaneous and intuitive rather than journalistic and with great research and integrity and a basis and an understanding of history. And when I feel that, oh no, I'm more or less on track, even though I don't have as many receipts to show as you, it's certainly reassuring in a time when reassurance is what I need more than anything. So thank you, Glenn.
Yeah, and you have a lot of support in everything that you're going through, and I am among those supporters. I think you deserve and are entitled to all the rights that are trying to be denied to you, and so I'm going to continue to advocate for those rights, not just because you deserve them, but because we all do. And the attempt to erode them is very dangerous. So a lot of solidarity with you, and thanks for having me on your show.
Thank you. Thank you again. You can catch Glenn Greenwald on System Update weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Rumble. So coming up on the show soon, can you believe it? We've got Stella Assange, we've got Lee Fang, we've got Tim Pool, we've got Tucker Carlson, we've got some fantastic guests joining us. You're not going to want to miss them. It is clear that we need your support now more than ever. Please press the red button, become an awakened wonder, join what now has to be called the resistance, the rejection of a system that wants you tyrannized plainly and is well on its way to achieving that, unless we become activated and awakened immediately. Welcome to some of the new members like Mish 0403, Miss Pepper Electric, Steve 1, Erudite, Passive Spud, Lisa Burnett, Look and Sigh. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. I can't express to you my gratitude. Join us tomorrow, all of you, not for more of the same, but for more of the different. Until then, if you can, stay free.
Okay. Let's go to Jeremy. All right. We'll go to the beginning of his stream. How's everybody doing today? He had a nice rant yesterday. Holy crap.
I'm a commentator, I guess. I'm a Midwestern dude who you know,
yeah.
We're just going to do our job. We're going to stay professional. Yeah, Rumble keeps saying it's down, but I keep getting video. Yeah, I think it's okay.
You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
Look how happy he was. All nine of his chins. It's funny if you watch his face. If you watch his face, you can see the moment in which he knows he's going to get off his joke.
You're ducking.
Watch. Okay, so he's serious here now. Ready? He's like, I'm going to get it. I'm going to fire off this genius joke.
These things.
Wait,
And
right?
let me tell you what's going to
Right there. He starts to smile, right? He's thinking, oh my God, I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him.
happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
All right.
You're not.
There was like 7 applause. And by the way, immediately after this, Porky Pig was trending on Twitter. Oh my God, the flop sweat. The flop sweat at the RNC debate last night, the race for second place, maybe one of the cringiest moments I've ever seen. I just don't see myself watching the third debate. I can't handle it with these losers. There's just like too many. Hold on a sec. There's just too many. Like, they all look pathetic. And they were all screaming, yelling and spurging out, trying to get like their moment in the sun or whatever the case was. It was very bad. Very, very bad. It was one of the least interesting things I've maybe ever seen. And that's exactly why you're seeing headlines like this. Donald Trump declared winner of second Republican debate in Daily Mail poll, even though he stayed away. Now, I do think that, like, I was initially on the fence about like whether or not I thought he was any good for skipping it. I thought, well, like, but now I get it. Now I get it. Now I understand why he stayed away. Because if he was up there, it would just be 7 people spurging out and like angrily trying to degrade him to hurt his presidential chances. So there's like really no reason. There's really no reason at all for him to show up. At first, now as a consumer of the cringe, it sure would have been nice to see. It sure would have been nice to see. It would have been interesting. I don't know if anyone out there can see me. Chat seems to be down, but I'm just going on with my show as normal. I think what we're probably going to do is look at some of the individual topics. So let's talk about chaos at Twitter. Elon Musk now eradicating another entire team or a large portion of a team. This time, more moderators. Details are scant. We don't really know exactly why he did it. And look, I've been critical of Elon, and I'm getting more critical of him because, you know, I've talked about him playing favorites on Twitter. I've talked about what was essentially a pretty salty response to Russell Brand endorsing Rumble as opposed to just backing Russell and saying, hey, X is here. He actually claimed that X has done more to protect free speech than anybody else, which is hilarious. I mean, yes, X is a slightly better than it was before under Twitter. But to be totally honest, people are still getting banned every day. People are still getting shadow banned every day. We've got another video today about like some of his, biggest Twitter supporters turning on him, revealing there's some new levels of shadow banning and demonetization going on Twitter because Twitter wants the best of both worlds. They want to pretend that they're free speech, but it's really just not that. It's not that easy. But I feel like Elon wants to do the right thing, but doesn't really have the time to continue. I think he bailed too soon on Twitter. I understand why he did. He's getting a lot of pressure from Tesla investors, but now he has eradicated the election integrity team ahead of the 2024 elections. By the way, this video sponsored by, that's right, Field of Greens. The shredded lettuce in a double-double and the fruit filling in a donut are awesome, but they don't count against the 5 servings of fruits and vegetables you need a day. I won't nag you about your diet. Clearly, it's something I need to work on. I don't always eat healthy easier either. But I will share that the Mayo Clinic says that if you want to help prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables a day. I don't, and you probably won't. That's why I'm looking into Field of Greens. Unlike others, each fruit and each vegetable in Field of Greens was medically selected by doctors to support your vital organs, heart, lungs, kidneys, and immune system. Flu season is here. Trust Field of Greens to help you stay healthy. And it works fast. You'll feel better with more energy, and you'll notice your skin, hair, and even nails look healthier too. Let me get you started on your first order with 15% off. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code THEQUARTERING. That's promo code THEQUARTERING at fieldofgreens.com to save. Twitter fires election integrity team. Aaron Roderick's co-lead of the department was targeted in a right-wing harassment campaign after trying to hire new employees to combat, quote, political misinformation. Now, this is, of course, from the leftoid Rolling Stone magazine. Right. Next year, we'll see dozens of elections around the globe, but X, formerly Twitter, has seemingly abdicated responsibility for protecting users from misinformation during the democratic process. Now, of course, these media outlets never talk about the difference. We have misinformation, which does exist, and then there's information that they don't like or inconvenient information, which they also lump in with that. They also never seem to have a problem with, social media like Facebook and other places, changing their algorithm to push Democratic talking points, having an unfair playing field. Google's currently getting sued for that. Several European staffers working on threat disruption team on the social media platform, including senior manager Aaron Roderick, have been fired this week, according to a report in the tech publication The Informant that cited anonymous sources familiar with the matter. Site owner Elon Musk confirmed the termination of the team members on Wednesday. Last month, Roderick's, a Canadian senior manager based in Ireland, posted on LinkedIn that he was looking to hire 8 staffers ahead of the more than 70 elections worldwide in 2024 to work on combating material that could undermine democracy. Quote, if you have a passion for protecting the integrity of elections and civic events, X is certainly at the center of the conversation. The new employees would work at one of several U.S. offices or in Toronto, Dublin, or Singapore. X's safety team likewise announced that they were expanding our safety to election teams to focus on combating manipulation, surfacing inauthentic accounts, and closely monitoring the platform for emerging threats. Now, we know that Twitter is, basically full of baloney. X is full of baloney in terms of, still not shadow banning people, still not promoting, certain accounts over other accounts. We know this is all still happening. But Roderick, whose law firm did not respond to multiple requests for comment on his apparent termination by X, never got the chance to build his team. The hiring notice attracted the notice of right-wing influencers, libs of TikTok, and Mike Benz, a former State Department official who at one point was angling for access to the so-called Twitter files, internal communications that conservatives believe demonstrated collusion between the company and the U.S. government to censor conservative views and media. Well, a doy, it's not a conservative thing. Any moron can look at that. Any moron could look at the Twitter files and know that they were directly interfering with American citizens' First Amendment rights. I mean, Elvis Chan of the FBI did that on paper. It is undeniable. quote, is Yoel Roth going to be hired to run this? Rychik asked. An expanded election integrity team mentioned an ex-safety update. Roth is a former head of trust and safety on Twitter who resigned last November. In a quote tweet, Benz replied to Rychik's sarcastic question, no, it's being run by Yoel Roth's former colleague who still somehow works at X, despite appearing to think Musk is a effing dip-S. His name is Aaron Roderick's. In the post, Ben shared screenshots of his many recent criticisms of Roderick's on the platform. In those tweets, Benz called Roderick's one of CEO Linda Yaccarino's censorship shills. I noted that Roderick's had apparently liked another user's tweet using the aforementioned epithet to describe Elon Musk. If we look back at this tweet, which is almost a month old now, you can see that. This is how self-sabotaging Linda's new corp of censorship shills are of their own company. Aaron Roderick, who's hiring the new censorship squad at X, promotes his account on Blue Sky, quote, the Twitter ender, made by Dorsey after Musk took over, in his own bio. Hey, by the way, he's, free to promote it. But I mean, again, Twitter's election censorship recruiter, Aaron Roderick, basically hates you. The ginger-bearded guy whining about welfare queens and high taxes, he means, ain't got a dollar. Oh, he means, why can't I think of his name? He's already fallen out of the news cycle. The singer, the daily, and calls it Daily Wire freaks, meaning Ben Shapiro. Yeah, his new censorship hires will be neutral. So basically, it was revealed that these censorship people, the censorship weirdos in
no, I think it's
inside Twitter,
let me look.
were of course politically not just left leaning. That's the thing. It's never just like left leaning.
Yeah, no,
it's that these people are full on leftoids.
Nope,
Here he
zeros.
likes a tweet saying he's just such an effing dip ass, talking about Elon, and he liked it. I mean, why would you have this guy on your team? And we all know that like Elon is very, he makes a lot of emotional decisions. We know that his ego, perhaps some believe is well earned. But his ego does drive a good amount of the decisions that he makes. But then you have The Hill writing, Elon Musk makes cuts to X election integrity team. You see, yeah, they're gone. Musk fires election integrity team at X amid disinformation concerns. My guess is it didn't actually have any problem with that. He probably fired them because they were making fun of him, or they publicly undermined him. That's the real reason Elon probably fired. I've been following his kind of like business decisions. He doesn't really rock with people openly, dissing him, which I understand, but also, sometimes it isn't always the best decision. This one says, X has reportedly cut half the election integrity team. Despite this, X has recently reiterated its plans to hire more staff in the area ahead of major international elections in 2024. Elon writes, oh, you mean, quote, election integrity team that was undermining election integrity? Yeah, they're gone. So he admits that he had, it's not like a revelation, but he says that, bro, actually, these are people that were already interfering. They were already trying to tip the scales. And that's why they're fired. That's why these people got fired. Overnight, Musk appeared to offer his initial reaction to EU's assertion that X had the highest ratio of disinformation among major social media platforms. He posted an image featuring 3 penguins representing Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, saluting another penguin bearing the X logo.
And it's the Icelandic Philological Museum. Here, I'll drop the link to it. I just happened to come across it. I was like, oh, okay. Here. Shit's hilarious.
These are what the reason these reports, these firings, these articles, the reason all this stuff happens is because they want to cripple the platform financially. It's the same reason, you see people going after sponsors, for Russell Brand or anybody who accidentally gets too big. X is not, in my opinion, it is not really any better than it was. It's only marginally better than it was when Jack Dorsey ran it. Somehow, like literally every single employee, I think Elon probably fired a bunch of people and thought maybe some people like hid their bias from him. But it really seems like literally everybody at Twitter is some leftoid lunatic. And he probably thought he got them all. And here they were. They revealed their slimy ways. Like you can believe whatever you want, politically, and still do your job in an unbiased manner. But it just seems like a lot of people can't do that. It's extremely unlikely. And that's what's very interesting about this. It's going to be, this election year is going to be the Super Bowl of free speech battles. And wherever you watch me, I'm glad that you're tuning in, and I hope that you'll subscribe or follow. It's absolutely free, but at least it'll help you find the videos. I think that, interesting. The whole thing is pretty interesting. The whole thing. Steve, you're 100% right. Steve Bachinski, probably mispronounced that. Right. So the fact that Mario Nafal is still not permabanned says everything about X. 100%. I 100% agree with you. Like, legitimately, I 100% agree with you. The fact that, Elon Musk in a full-throated way told us that charging us $8 a month was going to stop, the only way he could stop bots, and then he was going to get rid of bots. Then we reveal that literally his buddy is using bots, and he I know he saw it. You know what I mean? Like, I know he saw it. So Alex, why didn't he get? That should have been grounds for permanent ban. Not only did he not get permanent ban, he didn't get demonetized. He didn't get any kind of penalty when it was, in my opinion, basically proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he was using bots and buying bots. The freaking text messages were right there. Anybody could see them, including Elon, but he didn't care because he cares. I understand it. You got to pay the bills. I understand it. Now, here is some really sobering news for young men around the world, or at least in America, but I assume this translates to around the world, and probably it probably explains the rise in kind of this modern red pill content, where sure, some of it is helpful, some of it is accurate, but the most popular stuff is the mostly inflammatory stuff, where they use terminologies like calling women 304s and all the responsibility of promiscuity falls on women, not all the guys they're sleeping with, all this kind of stuff, where it gets really borderline on like hating.
It was Google Maps. I was trying to pull random addresses to put into our new personal software that I'm
we have some explanation
I was like, oh,
of why that is, and I think it's pretty rough.
So I'm like, oh, a museum. I'll just use that address. Zoom didn't have it.
I don't really.
I'm like,
here's the data, and you might want to grab a cup of coffee over from coffeebrandcoffee.com before we go through this. We just rolled out our fall flavors again. People don't all know this, but like, we roast our own beans, we fulfill our own orders, we control the process from the beginning to the end, and we put, and I personally dial in every single roast, every single flavor. You have a high quality coffee, tea, and cocoa available. We just launched our fall flavors. Promo code TheQuartering to save. You got to try butterscotch toffee or pumpkin pie spiked chocolate. Right. I really think you should probably get all three. They're seasonal. Get them before they're gone. Now, this is an interesting report put out from Alexander or Date Psych. Now, interesting, it could be anecdotal, but it's interesting.
Really zoomed in on Ricky.
Why are so many young men single? Are they excluded from a brutal mating market by society? Probably not. Some of this is actually kind of a white pill. 45% of men aged 18 to 25 have never approached a woman in person. Let me say that again. 45% of men have never approached a woman in person, according to this data. Now, there are a lot of reasons for that. Think about Me Too. Think about the way society treats men, the way that, men are villainized for essentially shooting their shot. You try to there are a lot of reasons. I believe one of the biggest reasons for this is the ease of access and the prevalence of spicy videos. That's what I think. I think that the generation of young men, 18 to 25 now, have never had more access to parasocial relationships and prawn than ever before. And that's probably what this is. Now, if you look at some of this, rare approachers, now approaching means the way the data is also like OnlyFans, things of that nature. This is like, have you ever walked up to a girl and like said, introduce yourself, tried to, start a conversation? Again, 45% of men 18 to 25 have never even tried talking to a woman in person.
Oh, credit card application. Yeah.
That's insane. A sizable
addresses are
minority
so
of
weird, too,
men
though. You see how it's
are
like-
not approaching women at all.
That's weird.
In this entire data set, 29% of men
It's
said they
not
have
same as
never
ours.
approached a woman ever before.
Canada's like that too.
27%
least they
said it
got
had been
words
more than a year.
with letters in them.
This was larger in men in the age of 18 to 25, where 45% of them had never approached a woman in person.
More than 200 penises and
This is
penile
again
parts
consistent with the hypothesis of a generational risk aversion
representing
trend in
almost all
Zoomers.
Icelandic land and sea mammals.
17% of them had not approached a woman in more than a year. Never and more than 1 year are discrete groups. This means that about half of all single men in this data set are effectively not approaching women for dates in person ever. This is a crisis. You want to talk about how like Elon's always talking about birth rates and and all this stuff. This is a generation of men destroyed. And it's my opinion that it's from the easy access of parasocial relationships and those self-satisfaction videos. That's what it is. Gen Z doesn't even remember Me Too, right? Let's be clear about that. Gen Z wasn't even, they were like in diapers during Me Too. You might think, how is it a crisis? Bro, 50% of young men are self-selecting out of the dating pool. What do you think that does to birth rates? What do you think that does to the long-term happiness? What do you think that does to the nuclear family? This is what the government wants, by the way. This is what these globalists want. They want everyone divided and dependent on the system. And and I don't even want to go down that road, but you can see where that's going. Just plug into the AI girlfriend and then work all day long. Just plug into your AI banana washer. These men are significantly more risk averse than those men who do approach women. Well, that does not really surprise me. That would track,
Dude, some
right?
of these reviews are hilarious.
He writes, this is actually a white pill. It isn't the powerful forces of society.
Yeah, some of these reviews are hilarious. Been playing with the volume. I think I turned off echo today too, so it was too loud yesterday. I was blasting. Yeah. But yeah.
Society at large that explain young male singledom. It's much more mundane. Young men are simply not trying. Wrong. I actually big disagree with that. I huge disagree with this. Young men are not trying because they're getting 95% of the satisfaction they want from their digital girlfriends. And they're becoming more risk adverse because of evil women and modern feminism. It's not just a single reason. It's not just prawn. It's not just Me Too. It's not just OnlyFans girls and parasocial relationships. But it's when you are spending your days and you're taking care of yourself, you're getting the poison out every day, it kills your drive.
Dude, this review, this was so cool. It's incredible how much content they packed into such a small space.
To find a mate. You can sit and you can be in denial and try to blame women and blame this on women. Sure, women aren't pursuing men. Okay, well, how about Gretzky's is that Gretzky's quote? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Now, maybe these men are perfectly happy. We don't really know that. But in my experience, taking care of yourself isn't exactly that satisfying. The also will bring out too, as you may be seeing, the widespread legalization of herbal supplements out there. Also, I believe, is not awesome for young generation. Now, I'm someone who has always partook in that, and I never had any disinterest from those getting at those sweet walls. So maybe I'm an outlier. I don't know, but there are some correlations there. What about the men that do approach? Here's the thing: most are successful to some extent. 68% reported making at least one successful romantic connection, meaning that if you shoot your shot, you're not gonna, every woman you talk to is not going to be your life mate or your, whatever, they might be Mrs. Tonight. I don't know. You might not vibe at all, but you'll never know if you don't shoot your shot. In a recent survey, we were asked about the locus of control in dating difficulties. Locus of control describes a degree to which you feel you have agency and control over your own life. Internal locus, high agency, high control. External is low agency. Things just happen to you. So if you have an internal locus of control, you think, hey, I'm single because of the things that I'm doing, or I'm fat because of the things that I'm doing. If you have an external one, you think, oh, I'm fat because of all the, the garbage that they put in today's foods, even though I choose to put them in my own mouth. I'm fat because I don't have time to work out. I'm single because all women are 304s. You control that, and it's not an easy pill to swallow. And I'm never gonna, are there terrible women out there? Of course. Are there terrible men? Yes. It's never gonna be my message. And I know that I have a non-insignificant portion of my viewers that strongly disagree with me, and that's okay. Like, I don't want you to go anywhere. I'm hoping that I'll convince you over time. Maybe you'll convince me over time, but I'm never going to be that guy.
Dude, if I ever go to Iceland, I'm going here. They got artisan coffee, craft beer, peanuts, waffles. I mean, what else could you ask for?
And that's like, you're single because women suck. Dude, there are great women everywhere. Get off the dating apps, get a hobby, join some clubs, join a cornhole league, a darts league, a bowling league, pickup soccer leagues, beer league, baseball. There's a zillion ways you can meet women that don't involve swiping right. And I think that most people be far more likely to do that. Across all the dating difficulty items, people with a higher external locus of control report more difficult dating. No kidding. Right? There's a lot out of your control, but at the end of the day, one thing is clear. If you're afraid to talk to women, you're not going to meet many women. Women are not going to fall into your lap. Before we look into systemic roots of modern dating woes, we should look at individual behavior. The amount of men who simply are not trying, who believe everything is out of their control, seems to explain a lot of it. I agree. Sorry if that makes you hate, I agree. Look, I have plenty of videos dunking on, angry feminists and gross blobs, but these are the outliers. Get out there and you can meet.
And I'm not even doing the training anymore. I'm just like,
this idea of like sitting at home and watching guys who are secretly gay pretend to be alpha male on the internet, dunking on OnlyFans girls, promoting these women on their own channels while pretending they don't like them, secretly behind the scenes sleeping with them. Just so you know that, fellas, all these red pillars who are living the clean life, they're sleeping with all these OnlyFans girls that they bring on their show. You know that, right? Like, that half of these dudes are secretly gay, right? You didn't know that? Like, I think that there is a lot of value in teaching men to be careful, to keep your, keep it in your pants, take control. But this data is sad. Quote, men are afraid of losing their job, Me Too, legal consequences, just for talking to a woman. 1, most men cited fear of rejection. Okay, that's normal. That's normal. That doesn't surprise me. 2, this is risk aversion. You live in the same environment as everyone else. You're afraid to approach other men or not.
No, what's up?
So you see, why do you not approach? Fear of rejection is totally normal, and that's not something that, you just gotta get over it. And then you have the black pill people. Like there's people are just black pilled on it.
Okay.
This is not a good look.
Maybe I can work right
this
here.
is not good for men out there, and I will continue to
I
try.
don't know if the climb would be cool. I know last time it didn't.
Taking it internally, spending time on yourself, joining clubs to meet people.
I mean,
don't go out
I
looking to meet
will
women.
send them
Go
over
out looking to
and
meet
see what they
people.
say.
And then when you meet people you get along with, eventually some of them are going to be women.
Yeah, just when
that's
you text,
how it
just
really
text
works.
the office number.
Sure, people do use dating apps and stuff like that. I'm more of a traditionalist, but I'm also 40 and I haven't been in this dating game in a long time.
Yeah,
right? I'm not
in fact, my newer
to know
cards
what
aren't
dating
even
is
gonna have
like
my
in
personal
2023. But I will tell you that for the last 200 years,
I get you.
Okay, basically since the beginning of time, even further back, courting between humans has basically been exactly the same. Okay, so take it internal, work on yourself, and you got to shoot your shot, boys. You got to shoot your shot. The worst thing she can say is no. Trust me, the first no is the worst. It just makes it easier. And it's not, don't take it personal. Take that no, be like, cool. Don't be like, oh, you bitch. No. Okay, it's fine. It's whatever. Move on to the next one. Be afraid to fail. Have some balls. This is sad data. And also turn off the prawn, boys. See, this is the shit. This stuff makes me so sad. So I Am Warwolf says, well, if you heard Jeremy, it's totally worth having your life ruined for a used pussy. I mean, dude, I don't want to like be arguing with my viewers, but I would strongly suspect you've never had sex ever. Or you hate women. Like, what are you talking about? Don't be like that. That's cringe, man. Like, I'm not trying to foster an environment here where people who have had bad luck with women just come here and bitch and say like, oh, it's all women's fault and blah blah blah. By the way, having sex with a virgin ain't that great. I don't want that kind of energy. I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to feel embarrassed. But bro, I mean, come on. That kind of talk is like, it's like, man, all women suck ass. Why am I single? Think about it. Think fucking about why you're single when you talk like that about women. Think about it. Think about when you find yourself, out loud, constantly bitching about women or calling them whores, then wonder maybe for a fucking second why you're single, bro. I say this with love. Maybe you already left, okay? But I'm seriously saying this with love. It's all about mindset. Work on yourself. Get good at hobbies. Get good at, I don't know, shooting darts, play whatever the kids are doing nowadays. Okay, I don't know. Go fishing. Try, something. But if your mindset is that, fucking women are whores, and this is such a annoying take for me. It's like, every one of those dudes slept with that girl too, right? Like, oh, this girl's 304. What about all the guys that slept with her? Are they kings? Are they based chads? Because they fucked some girl with a daddy issue? They have no responsibility whatsoever in that body count number. I don't want you guys who might think that way to grow up that way, because you're going to be so sad. I promise you that my advice will lead to happiness far more times than some of these red pill retards that are like, think that women are the whores because they've had sex with a bunch of guys. Like, the guys are there too, right? Those guys are just as fucked. Those guys are just as pathetic. Meaningless sex with women you don't love makes you garbage, man or woman. Okay? Are there whores? Yeah, but guess what? If you're a guy and you slept with 20 women, why is that cool? I mean, fine. I happen to not care. I'm not like a what's your body count guy. But I'm saying like, guys, I don't want to. I see those comments in the chats all the time when I talk about stuff. It makes me so sad. You're never going to get laid. You're never going to find a woman who loves and respects you when your core tenet about women is that they suck. And if that's okay, that's fine. But VR porn, those banana washer things, all that stuff, you can get a auto blow and fine. And that's fine. But it's not women's fault. That Rumple says, throwing out there as a staffer for an anime convention, it's a great way to meet women. Yes, true. We have staff meetings one Saturday a month to plan a convention. Are awesome. Get involved. Yeah, get involved in areas that you're into. Bill is awesome. Red Bill retards. Yeah, thank you. CJP says, thanks for saying this. As a woman, I feel like all the responsibility falls on us. It's nice to hear a man speak the opposite side of the coin. Yeah, I agree. Trying to do a men's club live streams for dudes to ask things. I mean, I just don't understand that the body count thing. A woman's body count is somehow different than all the dudes who also had sex with her. It's cringe and dumb. It's like a 14-year-old mindset. Ew, 7 penises were in there. All right, good luck finding a version. I'll be your dad, Tenacious Teacup. I'm now accepting sons, surrogate sons. If a lock can be opened by many keys, that's a shitty lock. But if a key can open many locks, that's a really good key. Yeah, I mean, yes, I know, but you get what I'm saying too, Girls get looser with more sex. That's just incorrect. That's just, I mean, do we have to talk about that? Women have babies that travel through their birth canal and out of their vagina and their body snaps back. Are you still offering amnesty and a spot in your garage to Canadian applicants? No, I think I've had family members store one of their collector cars out there, so now that's it. That Rumble says, joining staff for conventions is by far the best experience in the world because you're working together to create something massive that 5,000 people attend a year. Yeah, yeah. The body count is basically about how easy women can get sex versus how hard men have to work for it. Okay, I understand the negative connotation around it, but here's what I would, if I could offer some, rebuttal to that. If it is your goal to marry a virgin, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Maybe you have religious reasons for that or whatever the case is, I hope you're still in high school, because by the time a woman's in her 30s, the percentage of them that have not had sex is probably, I don't know what the graph probably looks like, but it's probably, you know what I'm saying? It's like, this is what I say to my friends in their 30s who are still single and don't want a woman with kids. I respect that and understand that, but you're kind of too late, homie. You're not going to find a lot of women in their late 30s who are not divorced at minimum or not with a kid. It's close to zero.
Okay,
Waiting
cool.
too long.
You didn't want to hear it?
If you're in your 30s and you're looking for a freaking 30-year-old virgin girl, good luck.
See ya,
In
bitch.
Japan, maybe. I'm not saying they don't exist, right? So my lady's 40, no kids. I mean,
But you
so
like,
fine.
look
I'm
at
saying,
the link for
you know what I'm
penises
saying.
that might be more up here.
By the time you're like, you're dating in your 30s and your 40s, I mean, women have been dating other guys since they were 14 years old. If you're not finding no girl by the way, also, if she's in her late 30s and never been married, and she's maybe like there's something going on there. Maybe. Don't you think women look at a guy who's in his late 30s and never been married as somebody? Why do you think? Remember that study where like guys who had wedding rings on would get hit on more often at bars, or at least like the tan line where they would normally have a wedding ring? Because women need to know that you're willing to commit. All right, I'll stop. I just get so mad. Okay, friends, like, let me just say this as an end cap, and we'll keep going. I just get so mad because I feel like that I lose some of my audience to. There are good lessons in the red pill space, okay, and that's fine. But I lose some people to like the black pill and outright hating women. And it's so sad. It's so frustrating because I know they'll just never be happy. I think, and I just, that's why I get so passionate about, that's why I get so passionate about when people are like, women are hers. That kind of stuff. Maverick, yes. If you don't find a good woman by 23, the answer is not to give the fuck up. As you get older, you have to adjust what you're looking for. I found one in my early 30s. 100%. I mean, look, to be honest, when you're young, you're 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, what do people date for? Most people are looking for a dick or a hot dude. That's why so many marriages fail. They get married young early. They get married early for lust, not love. And then their marriages fall apart. When you get older, you kind of know who you are and you kind of know what you want. But along with that means that you have a much smaller pool, and you're not going to find her, sitting in the same small town pub. I mean, I know some of my friends watch my videos, and I'm not saying anything I wouldn't tell you to your face.
Yeah, only make a quick.
But I mean, I've got lots of bar friends that are in their mid 30s, single, sad, and in that bar 6 days a week. A shitty like dive bar, when usually the oldest woman in there is in her 60s. It's like, what do you think? You're not meeting any women in here. Usually that bar, if I go into the bar at like 6 o'clock, there's like 25 people and 23 of them are men. And the other 2 are people's wives. And it's been that way for 10 years. So it's like, I try to tell them, but they don't want to hear that from me. And I understand it.
I take suggestions too, David, if you're.
I understand it.
Still here.
My best friend married his best female friend from high school. Real love, not less. Me too. I married the girl. We started dating in high school.
All the players to be
But you know, every situation is different, of course. All right, every situation is different. It's just I don't want you guys to get blackpilled, and I want men to not, blame everything on whores if things aren't going right in their dating life. Ask yourself how much you're jerking off to porn. How much porn are you watching? Because that shit reprograms your brain. You work a lot less hard to meet women when you can get that instant satisfaction.
Live streams with supporters only, and you pick the topic. Maybe it's streaming like dogs, maybe it's short video game stuff.
How much porn is too much porn? I'm not a radical about it. Okay. I don't care. I mean, people have been jacking off since the beginning of time. By the way, women watch porn too. Okay. But I think, if it's more than once a week, it's probably too much. I'm not, I don't know. Some people, it's a moral thing and any porn is bad. But for me, it's like, if you're, you got to get the poison out once a week, fine. But if you're doing it every day or every other day or every third day, that's too much. By the way, fellas, it also will ruin your actual relationships with your wife or girlfriend. This is just fact. You work a lot less hard subliminally to please your wife if you can just go upstairs and jerk off on your giant ultra wide screen monitor.
Yes.
Hi, I was
Mary Jones was about a guy that gave a football career to marry the woman
Okay,
he
you're
impregnated.
right.
I'm trying to. That's not
You're
true.
right.
Because I don't think
right.
Peggy was pregnant in high school, was she?
sorry.
What they do imply was a shotgun wedding.
I'm looking for a job.
Okay. When would you be available
Why
to
do
come
you
in
became
to
a
do
thing
the
when we were
interviews?
told to go have sex with whoever you want? I agree.
Do you have your ID and stuff with you? ID and social?
Yep.
Too much according to who? I'm not talking about how many ropes you can shoot. I'm talking about just the mental commitment
My
to
shelter
pornography.
ID and my temporary ID.
Okay. You have a
Anyway,
social-
let's get on. King of Biltong says, "Good
Yeah.
afternoon from Anton's
I
Roanoke,
just
Texas.
either
Everything
or,
gets better when
social's
you use
easier to
Biltong."
scan.
True. Free shipping with code the Q on landofbiltong.com. Anton
You have,
USA.
steel-toe
New
boots?
Anton USA website coming soon. Cheers. Yeah, go check it out. Shout out to Biltong.
Are you on probation?
It's daily supporter of the show.
I just know
Really
a
appreciate
connection
that.
to the probation department.
I'm pre-trial.
Okay.
I'm a 30-year-old virgin who's never dated,
Stand
but
up
I'm
and right
not
back to you.
attracted to men. So, well, maybe try dating.
I need to start as soon as possible.
Okay. Well, the thing is that you do need to have.
All right.
That's one of the requirements.
Do you think you can help?
We're getting a lot of panic out of
Because the
Disney,
whole
whether
issue-
it's
Well, the shelter might be.
pushing back films,
That's actually on my list.
reducing budgets. They've lost huge money, huge money on their last, I think 8 of their last 10 films. We've seen the Marvels, which has the biggest budget of the modern era of Marvel movies, which is setting itself up for spectacular financial failure. Although it could, you never really know. Marvel movies, they're not that the talk of the town anymore, but now that the strike's over, maybe they can do more to promote it. I don't know. Snow White, we know, nobody wants to see that movie. Nobody wanted to see it anyway. The main star is well hated. However, I don't know. To me, every time they've done a live action remake, I'm like, what the heck is this? Who wanted this? And then, I think like Aladdin made $1 billion. The Lion King made like $1 billion. So, outside of just the race swapped Little Mermaid, their live action remakes, people still go see them in the theater. Well, we know that Disney Plus is struggling. Not that long ago, we can look at, by the way, Disney stock over the past 5 days, even the past month, past 6 months. It's done nothing but go down because really, Disney Plus was a big bet that is losing a ton of money. We go back even, I believe there's been yet another price increase. What people don't know, Disney Plus owns, Disney also owns Hulu. This was back in August, I think. Yeah, late August. Disney Plus and Hulu are about to get even more expensive.
Yeah,
The economy is getting tough. People are reporting seeing $5, $6, $7 per gallon on gasoline. Groceries are more expensive than ever. People are, I think that they're going to continue to push people to the point where they've had enough. Wall Street seems to like when these, when Netflix crack down on password sharing. Disney, we're going to talk about cracking down on password sharing. I don't know about you. I maintain a subscription to these for work, but if I didn't have one, I couldn't tell you the last time. I couldn't tell you the last time I logged into Disney Plus, and I don't know what it is a month, $10, $12 a month. people sit down when people are going to start to look, the average person has almost 3 streaming services. They're sitting down, they're looking at, I'm spending $80, $90, $100 a month on streaming services and I haven't even opened them. And the idea that we just talked about Amazon the other day. So Amazon Prime is now rolling out a $2 price increase to what you're already paying, or you have to see ads. Remember when you paid for a streaming service and there were just no ads in anything? I mean, that wasn't that long ago. Now Disney Plus password crackdown is starting. They're pushing it up sooner than expected. Disney Plus has already admitted they'll be clamping down on user sharing passwords. Now the first stage of the crackdown has
Terry
arrived.
over at Michigan Works, the phone numbers on the
As first noticed in an unofficial fan site, what's on Disney Plus? Disney Plus has
can
just
help.
updated its
Usually you
subscriber
have to
agreement
be-
to prohibit password sharing. Now I've always, to
Need
be
to refer-
fair, I have always,
Sorry, I'm in the Zoom
I
right
have
now, too.
always
So
understood
what's
why
that?
they don't allow password sharing. It'd be like back in the good old days before always online DRM in video games.
Usually you have to
you would
be,
share your
referred
CD key with
your
someone
probation
else,
officer. But if
and
you're
they
in
can install
pretrial,
the game, play the
you have one
game.
assigned to you, they may be able to send a
That's not
referral.
intended. Like, there's no I bought the game. That doesn't mean I get to give it to someone else to also own the game. Now, it does get hairy when, for example, when you bought cartridges. I grew up in the Nintendo era. So, trading games, borrowing games from friends
Spectrum?
was what everyone did. Very few people could afford to just keep buying $50, $60 Nintendo games, especially when it was such a gamble back then. There were no reviews of video games for the most part. And drop my mic there. And you had to, look at a single still image in a JCPenney catalog.
If you have perfect attendance, it's an extra $1 as well.
I mean, it's been a wild kind of crackdown cat and mouse game. I understand that, when I pay for Disney Plus, I never intended for that also to give rights to my mom to use my password. Now, if they're going to allow it, people are going to do it. And I also don't judge people for that. The thing is, with the economy tightening up, with everything the way it is out there now, this is just going to be yet another bill, yet another bill for people that, who are already tight on their budget. If you're on the receiving end, you have Disney Plus because it makes financial sense, because you can share it with 3 people, whatever the case is. Maybe people have a little Plex server or something like that. They don't even, I know a lot of my audience probably doesn't even rock with Disney Plus or any of these streaming services. If you're even a little bit savvy, not that I'm endorsing it, if you're even just a little bit savvy, you can pretty much watch whatever you want. I mean, heck, even YouTube has folders, shows uploaded. You can watch, if you really want to watch shows, they're out there. Anyway, the new subscriber agreement, which has been sent to users in a lengthy email, reads, unless otherwise permitted by your service plan, you may not share your subscription outside your household. Household means a collection of devices associated with your primary personal residence that are used by the individuals who reside therein. So if you have a kid in college, you're traveling, military, all this kind of stuff, you can no longer use it. We may analyze the use of your account to determine compliance with this agreement. If we determine that you have violated this agreement, we may limit or terminate access to the service and or take other steps permitted by the agreement. It's unclear exactly how password sharing ban on Disney Plus will work. Mail online is contact the company for more information. Rather than just getting people to agree to a new subscriber agreement, there could be additional steps taken to
a couple of
prevent
recovered
password
boots, but
sharing
nothing
with
your
Netflix has done.
size.
Netflix tracks the IP addresses and device IDs to determine the location of devices that are using a Netflix profile and make sure they're all in a single household. By the way, I kind of always assumed that's what they were doing.
Because I have decent.
What size do you
I just always assumed
I would normally wear a size.
that's what they were doing. This lets Netflix know whether an account is being used on a quote trusted device, or in other words, if they're in the same location as the other devices that are using the account. Then they shut them down. Alternatively, Netflix users who want to share an account with people in a different home sign up to a paid sharing at a cost of an extra $8 a month, ultimately driving the company's profits. And it worked. I mean, it worked.
There's 7.
During the firm's quarterly earnings call, the CEO of Disney Plus said it will roll out tactics to drive monetization sometimes in 2024, suggesting that even more measures to enforce the ban are indeed on their way. At the time, Disney Plus also revealed that it would be rolling out advertisements for users in the UK and other European countries on November 1st, following a rollout in the US users in December of 2022. Cool. Ads on top of paying for a service. Isn't that neat? Again, the platform seems to be taking its lead from Netflix, which introduced ads in November 2022. As it happens, Amazon Prime Video announced last week it would also introduce ads to users in early 2024. I mean, streaming is collapsing.
Let's make this happen then.
Outside of Netflix, none of these people are making money. Now they're making you watch ads and or increasing the price.
So I can keep
They're saying oh, well, if you're not going to
Yeah,
watch ads,
otherwise you
then
show up to work.
you could pay us
I know
another
that's
$2,
only
$3 a
happened
month.
because I need the
Currently,
job.
there's
and
only
I
one
need to
price
pay.
set for Disney Plus in the UK, but the entertainment
But
giant is
I'm-
copying Netflix.
until I get
introduced
Can you
TV.
start Monday?
I mean, it's
I can
crazy
start
that you would be
tomorrow.
paying for a
Well,
service
it's-
and still have ads.
Somebody. I mean, it's a little bit
That's
labor.
wild to me.
You want to work in this building or over on the Telegraph? You're closer to this
And
building.
by the way, limiting to only 2 concurrent streams is also garbage. That's muff cabbage. If you have 3 people in a house, that's just a mom, a dad, and a kid. It's entirely likely that they would all be watching something different.
We got to go through the process, though. Let's get through that.
Now, it's less likely of maybe on a service like Disney Plus,
I'll
but
put
certainly
the
on
boots on
Hulu,
because
you know,
they
you
feel
could
better
dad
on
could be watching live.
I understand
sports,
that.
mom could be
But
watching
they don't
some
want you wearing
TV
your
show,
boots
and the
to
kids
and
watching
from
a
work.
different TV show.
Oh,
For
only here.
So you're
contamination
paying,
reasons,
you know, you have to take their premium package just for, I mean, all this is getting insane.
Good. I'm glad.
And this is,
Look
and
how
for
lucky
everybody, you
we
know,
just cleared
it's
out.
totally, you know, the other
Bunch of
interesting comparison that is very, very true is
All right,
this
let's
is
get you,
how
on
cable
the
TV used to
computer
be.
over there.
You pay us, that's why you pay for
We're-
cable.
we're
You get
kind of
more
on a time
TV
crunch.
channels and you
Normally I
have no
don't take
commercials.
this
Oops,
late
just
in
kidding.
the day.
Oops, just kidding.
Nope.
Just kidding. Ha.
Computer's kind of a dinosaur.
Actually, they're ads. It's nuts. The whole streaming system is going to collapse and has to consolidate. And what'll be funny is it'll just be just like regular cable was again. It's more expensive. If you want all of it, you're paying, you know, $150 a month. So what the heck is it? Why did you ever even leave cable? We had cable and DVRs, so you could DVR your show and watch it whenever you wanted anyway. They told us that this was better, that this was choice, that this was going to be, you know, on demand. There's literally nothing on TV that I need to watch right now.
I want to open up your.
It's going to be an interesting year, you know, with the economy.
Yeah,
all these streaming services asking for more and more money. I don't know. It's weird to me that they would, you know, at our worst possible financial time, you know, these people are demanding more money from us. There's nothing on TV I have to see.
Okay.
That's
Before
just
you
the truth.
Can you stop for a second?
Cable had 300 channels subsidizing for the 10 good ones. Yeah, that's true. Well, that's why they couldn't last. That's really why they couldn't last.
Would it be the Monroe County?
Yes, Monroe. Yes, H. Monroe.
I wanted to cover this too. I don't know if you've been following the news in terms
you don't
of
want the browser to
Hollywood
save your
and
info.
what they're doing. But there's 3 factions, essentially. Well, 2 factions that were on strike before. It was the Writers Guild, so the people that write the propaganda, the woke garbage that we don't like. And then there is people that perform in the woke propaganda garbage. And those are the actors. Now, when you look at media in general as a tool to influence the masses, to spread your propaganda, to spread your the message. Over the past few years, we've seen video games get co-opted to push overtly political messaging. We've seen it in, you know, remember The Last of Us 2, you know, oh my God, it's so stunning and brave. This character's trans, this character's non-binary, this character's, and it is a zombie game, right? Certainly, you know, with video games, it's one of those things where it's like, hey, you can make whatever game you want. Yeah, I'm not against that. You make whatever game you want. That's totally cool. You want to make a game about a trans cat, you can do that. But increasingly, the big studios, Ubisoft, you know, Activision, you know, Naughty Dog in the PlayStation world, they have taken to spreading the message. And it starts insidiously, smallly, with like Starfield. You got to choose your pronouns. I remember Ubisoft, The Division 2. I think it was in The Division 2. Might have been the first time I had seen it. Probably maybe not the first time they'd ever done it. You were no longer selecting male or female operator. You were
you can pick anything. It's used to be a requirement.
This is an example
just pick anything.
of how pernicious, how, you know, these woke weirdos. You could choosing a boy or a man or a woman in a video game has been fine for the past 50 years. But suddenly now it's like, whoa, we don't say man
Yep.
or woman. This is the kind of, propaganda that gets spread. Well, the writer's strike ended yesterday, and then now it's going to be video games, because who can, outside of like 2 or 3 kind of like legendary video game voice actors, who the hell are these people even? Go ahead and strike. I have a backlog that I won't even live long enough to play through. I don't care. On Monday, union members voted 98.32% in favor of strike authorization against 10 major
This is
video
what,
game
what
companies,
you in general would be
with
looking for, not just
34,700 members casting ballots, representing nearly 30% of eligible voters.
No, it's
The
here. so
result
it's-
allows
Oaks is
SAG
only
and
about a
AFTRA
mile-
negotiators to
mile
call
away
for a
at the most,
strike
and we said-
for new interactive media agreement if necessary, but it does not guarantee a work stoppage will take place. I hope it does.
Let me see.
Hope it does. Yeah, you could do another great example is in the Far Cry 5 game. Of course, there were Trump references in it. Little nuggets from
Yeah.
these woke weirdos working at these games, right? Quote, it's time for video game companies to stop playing games and get serious about reaching an agreement on this contract. The SAG after President Fran Drescher in the statement said, the result of this vote shows our membership understands the existential nature of these negotiations and that the time is now for these companies, which are making billions of dollars and paying their CEOs lavishly. Who is this even? Who is striking? Video game companies facing a potential strike, including Activision, Blindlight LLC, Disney Character Voices, Electronic Arts Productions, Formosa Interactive, Insomniac, Epic Games, Take-Two Productions. I mean, that's, Take-Two Productions is, Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead Redemption, all NBA 2K games, VoiceWorks Productions, and WB Games. Negotiations began in October 2022. According to the union, the companies have refused, quote, acceptable terms and wages that keep up with inflation, protections around exploitative and uses of artificial intelligence, and basic safety precautions. I mean, we're already living in an era where you get for in many cases, you're getting half of the game for $60 to $70. What's going to happen after this is the games will be $100, and they'll say, well, we had to do it. I don't remember what the exact example was. Maybe it was GTA 6, but people were talking about there being like a $150 version of the game. There's already step up and step up and step up to buy the game. And then most games also have additional monetization built into their games. Now I'm fine. Yeah, I know. Obviously it's Rolling Stone, but I have other sources, after 5 rounds of bargaining, it has become abundantly clear that the video game companies aren't willing to meaningfully engage in the critical issues. That's because, I'm sorry, this might be a hot take. I don't know. I guess the comments will let me know. I don't think having Keanu Reeves in Cyberpunk made it any better or any worse.
Let me see where you're at. Hold on a second.
I don't
Yeah, you
think
don't
that
need
having Mads Mikkelsen, who I love Keanu, I don't think having Hollywood actors in video games make them any better or any worse to me. There have always been, now this is going to be more about your bog standard voice actors and stuff like that. But for some people, it's a big deal. I thought, the Keanu walking out on the stage doing what did he say? You're breathtaking. Like, I think that was an awesome moment. But
You
like,
need flashes between the
I don't
days.
need Hollywood weirdos in my video games. In fact, for me, I got to be honest, maybe there's other people out there like this, or maybe it's just, weird for me, but it's immersion breaking. Like, honestly, it's completely immersion breaking for me to have
All right, now I'm gonna load some forms.
like a real life thing in my video game. So,
Now that you're in the system.
I just don't care if these people want to strike. You want to shut down modern video games? Cool. I mean, what do we even have out there? Look at the state of the games. And like, dude, people also. I mean, how many people? It always cracks me up every year when everyone complains about Call of Duty and then buys it anyway. I just feel like, the society as consumers be better about, just accepting the dreck. I mean, this day one patch crap, or it's like when I got Cyberpunk, I was really excited for it. I played it for an hour and I was like, this is not done. I still haven't played it. I'm still excited to buy it, but I could have bought it now for a third of the price. I always talk about how I'm really glad I paid $4.99 to buy Far Cry 5 on sale right before the new Far Cry extension came out or whatever, expansion, because I felt like, wow, this game's actually done and I had a lot of fun and the price was right. More people need to do that. You know, I just don't like, I don't care about, you see video game performers prepared to strike for more pay and protections. This is not about pay. And by the way, I want to make it clear, I'm very excited to play the new Cyberpunk game. I meant to install it. I might even stream it. But you know, I just, this is not about money. This is about AI. They know that AI voice generation is already pretty good. It's already pretty good. And that in the next 2 to 3 years, it's going to be great. You're not going to need to hire anybody to do voice acting.
Okay. Click
This
on
is the
employee
reality.
login,
Even
then log
with
in using the user ID and password.
even with the
created.
deal that Hollywood writers signed with Hollywood, it's only for 3 years. Hollywood knows that in 3, 4, 5 years, AI will be able to generate 80% of scripts. You know, there's a million games. I still haven't played Final Fantasy 16. I have Dark Souls somewhere in a package sealed still. I probably own 20 games that I still haven't played. So let them strike. We know that, and you know, and again, they need to get back to work so they can continue spreading the message. So for me, I don't care. Let them strike. I think most people in the video game industry, you know, the consumer of video games, don't care.
These rules
and this is all about them knowing that they're
box
going to be
on the top
replaced
and
by
bottom.
AI. And
I'm gonna
yes,
give you a
there are
written
some
copy of
beloved
these
voice
rules,
actors
too.
out there, but I don't care about Keanu Reeves being in any video game, and I love Keanu. I don't care about any Hollywood weirdos getting cast in video games. I mean, did you see Megan Fox's voice acting? And she probably got paid more than anyone else. I mean, Vanilla WoW even has an AI voiceover add-on already. So, you know, I think that go ahead. Remember Saints Row, you know, how, you know, their new woke version, the entire studio shut down. So I think we need less people making video games. Big corporations anyway, not more. So I'm fine with them striking. Somebody just texted me and asked if I want to buy a box of Revised. Thank God we're done with dating advice. That was like a half hour ago, homie. Kat Dennings has better boobs than Megan Fox anyway. Well, one of them are real. One of those is God's gift, and the other one's doctor's gift. Bill Entire said, I don't know about you, Jeremy, but low-key think AI has been creating some of our culture, or at least pop culture. Yeah, it sure seems like it.
One initial.
Maybe it's just like the not necessarily AI, but like
we'll just use the first
because
one
they're so like degenerate, like NPCs that they all think
Under
alike.
other names,
and
but
it appears
N/A. Also
like
for an
AI.
apartment number, do the same. Yep. The same thing
Voice
for
actors are so
apartment number. For
unneeded
some reason,
nowadays.
those
People in
blanks
the game
have
would
to be
just
filled in
usually
this
voice the
form.
characters. Yeah, I was fine with text on screen, by the way. By the way, this stream, really happy to have you all here. I know it was kind of bumpy in the beginning. I'm not sure, you know, what was going on there. I guess something with Rumble. I guess something with, you know, potentially some issues. I don't know. But I'm glad that you're all here. I'm glad that we're hanging out together. It's Thursday. Tomorrow we have, I'm not done yet, but I like to tell people what to look forward to during the week. And we've got the Epic Meal Times guy, Harley Morenstein, tomorrow. I think he agreed to it a long time ago, and I haven't heard from him since. I've tried to like
use a translator.
You know, I've tried to.
I do the bottom.
I've
So
tried
you're
to
good.
reach out, so hopefully he'll get back to me. Godborn, sorry, I was driving really slow. I couldn't rant. Women are all whores. The good ones make you pay the most with a ring and a lifetime. By the way, this stream is sponsored by Field of Greens. That's right. Shout out Field of Greens. The shredded lettuce and a double and fruit filling in a donut are awesome, but they don't count against the 5 servings of fruits and vegetables a day that you need. I won't nag you about your diet, because Lord knows I don't eat healthy either. But I will share that the Mayo Clinic says to help prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, 5 servings of fruits and veggies a day. I don't hit that. You probably won't. That's why you need to look at Field of Greens. Unlike others, each fruit, each vegetable in Field of Greens was medically selected by doctors to support your vital organs like heart, lungs, kidneys, and immune
You
system.
don't claim anyone else
Flu
besides
season's
yourself.
here,
There's nothing
and
really
Field of
you gotta do
Greens
here. You
can
just
help you stay
right
healthy.
there.
Field of Greens works fast. You'll feel better with more energy. You'll notice your skin, hair, and nails look
The
healthier
rest is
too.
just a worksheet. It doesn't
If
do
you don't
anything.
always eat right and exercise, Join me and take Field of Greens. Let me get you started with 15%
This is
off your
State Tax
first
Farm.
order.
You don't need
Visit
your license number.
fieldofgreens.com.
This
Use
is, are you
promo
new
code
employee?
Quartering.
You will
Use
put
promo
yes,
code Quartering
and it won't let
at
you put a future date, so just put
fieldofgreens.com.
today's
Give it a
date
try.
there.
Let me know how you feel when you try it out.
Oops.
Heather Lynn. I don't know who Heather Lynn is. Is that the gun bunny? Strawberry lemonade. I have strawberry lemonade, but I have this, just the regular flavor stuff now. It's only 10 calories, 3 carbs.
And if you want to just claim yourself, you'll put a
Independent
1
streamers are
there.
getting better guests than mainstream media. Yeah, I mean, I
Just
have
box 9.
I had Roseanne on, for crying out loud. I had the biggest OnlyFans star in the world on in the same day.
And finish.
People aren't really pumped about
Cool. The ones that
going
stay
on
pending
TV.
review,
Why
it
would
just
you?
means
No
I have
one's
to do
watching
my
it.
portion of those forms, so you're good. All right, slide over to the gray table. Do the paper portion, and we'll be done. Front and back, I'm
What's a
gonna
shelf
do-
life of Field of Greens? It's got to be a long time. It's just a powder.
No.
This says
My wife will kill me.
Best by 2026. And I've had this bottle for a couple of months. So it looks like a couple of years. Couple of years.
Now, did you want to use a pay card?
I'm gonna do direct deposit.
Cover that.
You have your own
Today's kind of
info?
a slow day for
CashApp.
Okay.
news.
What I'm going
Oh,
to do
I
is
got
I'm going to
this.
send you an email. We'll have 2 links in it. One will be for the
Can you snort it?
the
I
direct
don't know. I
deposit,
wouldn't
and one will
recommend
be
it.
for the insurance.
I
If
mean,
you're not
the
interested
serving
in the
size
insurance, you
is a
just opt
scoop.
out.
You'd have to do some fat lines. Any plan to interview any VTubers? I mean, if they'd come on, sure. Tells men to get off porn, then has Amaranth on as guest. Well, as long as I make money off of it. I didn't make any money off that, by the way. Double barrel. Yeah, you'd have to. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I would. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
ID number on here. 'Cause I don't have a driver's license. I
So
have a
some
state
interesting,
That's the same
some
number.
interesting new shenanigans.
You don't have to
Shenanigans
put it on
over
that
at
phone. I already
Twitter
got a
/
copy of
X.
it, so.
As looks like some people have discovered a secret list of words that will monetize creators. Now, just like YouTube and probably most platforms, they don't tell creators what these words actually are, because if they tell us, then we dance around them. You really have to learn the hard way. You have to repeatedly figure out, hey, this word's no good, that word's no good. So you say, the bad guys from WW2, or you say the 11th day of this month, or you say whatever the workaround is, because it generally doesn't hurt the message or the point you're trying to make, but it does stop it from being suppressed. Part of the thing with part of what's been revealed over the years, I mean, I don't think there's anybody in the game better than me at dancing around the no words. Like I think I'm the best there is. And part of, it is, I understand why these systems are in place, because I also have a background in internet marketing. I had a search marketing agency for 10 plus years. I know in depth the Google AdWords backend and what certain, advertisers get as default options and type of videos that they don't want their ads to show on, because I managed tens of millions of dollars of AdWords spend every month for years.
Let me bring you the last part. I'll come get it.
The big problem for these type of no words are that they also suppress your post in most cases. At least that's the case on YouTube. Now, I don't know if that's also true on on Twitter, but it looks like it's, again, news to Elon. So the woman behind the Libs of TikTok account has been on a bit of a rampage, saying that, confirming, hey, these words will make sure that there's no ads on your tweet. And I assume thus also it will be shadow banned, because that's generally how it says that, how that generally works. So here we go. I'll say some of them. D-queen, prawn, grooming words, anything that has trans in it, any LGBTQ stuff, anything related to police, anything related to non-binary, apparently the word ugly, the word amen. I mean, the word, if you say amen in your post, they demonetize it.
basic
I
hand
think
line,
that's pretty odd.
and then just the rules.
Police obviously seems pretty broad.
Okay, keep that. Now you'll use that.
I mean, amen.
This year we keep on.
And the way that she tested it was pretty simple. She just would tweet a word and then see whether or not ads would appear on it.
I'm going over. Signature register. So
and then of course she used her Liz account to get to that. I mean, again, this is Linda Yaccarino at play here. She posts LGBTQ. You see no ads in the thread. Now, what's interesting is if you leverage it, this is how you got rid of the this is how you got the Supreme Court ruling that you leverage the LGBTQ community. You say, oh my God, Twitter's demonetizing LGBTQ content. You guys should probably riot against this. And then you'll get things done. YouTube did this. There was a massive backlash to YouTube when they did this. YouTube had demonetized all their weird, creepy content for a long time. Now, what's interesting is confirmed the word police is also demonetized. Only the censored version has ads. I never even see ads on my own posts. I don't care. I don't live for ads on YouTube. I've said this, or on Twitter. I've said this in a tweet today, and I'll say it again. I hope you follow me on X and Twitter, but I'm also on Gab, Truth, Minds. I'm everywhere. The average pay, just so this puts people in perspective, puts things in perspective, is less than $1 per 100,000 impressions. Okay, 100 million impressions in a month would net you $1,000.
Probably won't hear from them again.
100 million.
Push it to subs only.
There are accounts that have 10 million, 20 million followers that can't do that. Yet every freaking post on Twitter is, oh, would you ride a roller coaster with Elon Musk? Oh, here's an old race baiting video. What do you think? Would you share a rocket ship with Elon? And it's like, it's all engagement bait. And for nothing, for pennies. And Elon tricked everyone into dedicating their lives to chase it. It's insane to me. Like, it's insane how I see people, like, you would be better. You would spend your time better walking along the freeway and picking up cans and taking them to the recycling center.
You can have a seat up here and we'll just go over
spending all day on Twitter trying to go, quote unquote, go viral for most people. And a lot of the accounts I used to follow are now muted by me because I can't handle it. They're posting like 1,000 times a day, and it's like, what do you think? So then Elon finally replies to it after the word police gets picked up with his typical double exclamation points. I'm not exactly sure what that means.
Okay.
Again,
So
this is the definition
in the Zoom meeting here.
This is the definition. Oh, some garlic. So here's an ad showing on one with police. So maybe that's changed. That looks like a questionable picture, but it's not. So it looks like police is showing an ad, but like it's still a long list, obviously. And you would get the reason these lists exist for advertisers is they have to group them all together because they don't know. So like an average normie advertiser doesn't know what controversial terms are, and they pop up all the time. So that's why platforms will group them together and say any post that includes these terms are likely to possibly have some issues, to have some inflammatory content. Check this box to ban to not do it, and that's exactly what this is. And I do find it, I find it interesting that it's like finally Elon's little crew of people are calling it out. Elon Musk just 5 days ago, or was it last week, literally said, nobody's done more to protect free speech than Twitter/X. Yet they still shadow ban people. People are still permabanned. There are dozens, hundreds, thousands of creators that are still permabanned even after he said everyone would have ban amnesty. They admit openly that they still shadow ban accounts. They rolled out in a new feature this week. And in that feature, they're finally telling you if your account is shadow banned or not and how to appeal it. Wouldn't it be a lot easier? I know this is crazy, but just turn off the shadow bans. Like if you just turn off shadow bans altogether, wouldn't that be easier than building a whole system around telling us why we're shadow banned? It's because they still want a shadow ban. You know what I mean? It's because they're still shadow banned. Here's Alex, he's in Elon's crew. Elon Musk saying he's looking into trimming the list of terms labeled not safe for advertising on an X space with Ben Shapiro and reference this exchange with Chaya Raichik. He's looking into it. You know, the thing is, how often are we going to keep, like, the idea is that, oh, you know, this is probably Elon probably didn't know. Elon probably wasn't aware. How often, you know, forever, we've been giving him this benefit of the doubt. I just don't know. I mean, he hired a WF CEO. He's caved almost 80% of government requests for censorship. I legitimately am beginning to think more that he just bought Twitter to unban Babylon Bee. He's that crazy. Because nobody believes that he's pro free speech, because he's not. His actions don't show that. Not even a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. By the way, people asked, did anybody take me up on the offer? Very few, and it was very sad to see. I saw some people, somebody put out a video, some people responded to it in my call for people to support new or alt tech, and it was all the same. Oh, I'm worried about the money, even though I debunked that. I debunked that you don't lose money by doing this. And nobody cares. They're all afraid about losing a little bit of money. And you know what? I can stand tall and call that out because I was on Rumble long before I ever got a deal. I had 100,000 subscribers on Rumble before I ever even knew anyone who worked there. So I have the cachet to call people out on this. It's all about money. I knew it was. And even the people that whine and complain about demonetization are still whining and complaining. Oh, I don't get any discovery. I'll go to Rumble when I get a deal. Then you don't care about free speech. You don't care. And I'm not going to quote tweet you and retweet you and make videos about when you get demonetized, because I told you where to go. I was here. I was on Odyssey. I was on BitChute when I was making $0 on any of those platforms from day one. Why do you think, and this is one of the things I try to tell people, like, why do you think I got a deal? Why do you think I did? It's because they knew that I would rock with them. Because I had already been doing it. I am the great debunker. Yeah. When they all get banned and shadow banned and, when they come running for new tech, I'm just, don't say I didn't tell them so. That's all I said. Don't say I didn't tell them so. I have supported every single new tech platform. Freaking VidMe, Storyfire, all these ones that are now debunked. Odyssey, BitChute. I've been on all these platforms from day one, and it's never hurt my pocketbook. And they'll say, well, that's easy to say. You have X million, 1.1 million subscribers or whatever. Yeah, okay, but listen, I was saying it when I didn't. I was saying it when I had 70,000 or 100,000 subscribers. I've been saying it since Jump Street, long before I had, a little extra room. Me and Sticks Hexenhammer are like, Sticks has a stronger commitment than even I do. But we were on it the minute these websites opened. We were there. Tim doesn't stream on Rumble because Starlink won't work. That's 100% bullshit. But we won't go into that. Do you think Rumble is doing enough to try and bring lefty influencers over? I think long-term success is having equal voice from both sides on the platform, not just catering to TPUSA. I mean, I think that Rumble should not bring in really anybody anymore. They have 50 million users. Either come here or don't. 70 million users, or whatever it is. And to be honest with you, I mean, they brought in Destiny, I think a couple other left-wing people. I mean, they signed some of these people and they all bailed. Destiny bailed the first chance he could get. Sydney Watson doesn't bring her videos over. And I keep telling her, I can only, what can I do? I'm literally leading them to water and putting it in their mouth, and they're not giving a shit. Tim at least posts his videos here. That's all I ask. And not just here, but everywhere. That's one big thing. Like, people were like reacted, like I was saying, to stop uploading to YouTube. It's like, no, all I'm saying is take I did it in 4 minutes and 20 seconds. I created 3 alt tech platforms and synced them to my channel. I did it. I showed it. I uploaded a video to my channel to prove it could be done. I subscribe to you on Twitter. Is it better to subscribe here? No, they're both good. They're both good. I've tried, and I will continue to try. The whole my technology won't support it excuse is bullshit. The whole I don't know how to do it is bullshit because I just showed everyone how to do it. So anytime someone tells you that, call them a liar. All right, I'm going to log off for today. I've got 4 or 5 standalone videos ready to rock. We've got to get those uploaded, and then I've got to get on the treadmill. And by the way, if you're here, if you want to sign up for my locals, that would be awesome. You don't have to. It's not required. But I'll say this much. If you're here and you're new, please make sure you click that follow button right below the video. If it's green, that means you're not following. So click that. We're running a sale this week, a free speech sale on the members section. It's like Patreon, where we'll do members-only streams once a month. Once we get enough people there, we'll do it every other week, maybe weekly once we get enough people. You can join that by clicking the join button, then clicking support. And there's 2 promo codes now. It's $5 a month, price for less than the price of a cup of coffee. If you use promo code support free speech 1, the number 1, it's the first month is free. So you can get in for free for a month, see if you like it. If you go annual, you get 3 months free.
Yeah, nobody
with
cares.
Promo code support free speech, one word. And I would definitely really appreciate your support here. I'm fully committed to Rumble. It's a different kind of monetization strategy. You've got to work. You've got to work harder to get your supporters, your viewers to support you. But it is far better long term if you can convince people to do that. So I'm going to leave a link in the chat. It's just thequartering.locals.com where you can click that link. Really, really appreciate all of you. We'll see you tomorrow with Harley Morenstein has committed to the show tomorrow. So we'll be here for that.
We are aware of a video involving one of our officers that has circulated on social media. We are committed to providing every citizen with respect and will always hold our own accountable for their actions in and out of uniform. We appreciate your patience and understanding to allow the appropriate amount of time that is necessary to investigate this unique and concerning incident.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's James Freeman, and today's video is coming to us out of Oklahoma, where a Broken Arrow police officer off duty at his house tased, beat, and maced his neighbor's dog for safety. And to make matters worse, the attorney for the officer sent a cease and desist letter to the person that recorded the officer abusing the dog, allegedly, in what appeared to be a bullying attempt to get the video scrubbed from the internet. The original video went viral on social media about 2 weeks ago. At the time, nothing was done to the officer, but due to public outcry, the officer has finally been charged with felony animal abuse. That's right, guys. When you speak your mind, calling these people, emailing them, posting on their social media accounts, it does have an effect.
Your kids will not be out here at 7. Just leave them alone. Yeah, Mr. Golden.
The person who recorded the video does give some more context. She claims that the dog was sitting in the driver's side of the cop's car because the cop leaves the door open while he's getting ready for work in the morning. She alleges that the cop went around to the passenger side, opened the door, and started tasing the dog from the passenger side while the dog was in the driver's side. The husband of the woman that was recording went out and actually picked up the dog and removed him from the cop car and then went back inside. But the dog didn't leave the area. The dog continued to walk around the cop car, so the cop allegedly then maced the dog. So the couple went and told the cop to leave the dog alone, at which point they alleged that the officer drew his gun and pointed it at the dog. So Scott Wood is the lawyer for the police officer. He claims that, yes, the officer did tase and mace the dog, but there's missing context here.
His 2 little daughters, who are 2 and 3, had run out to give him a hug goodbye. Mom's waiting on the porch, and as they turn around and are heading back up towards the front door, a dog runs into their yard.
So the lawyer wanted you to know that at some point the officer's children were outside. But what he didn't want you to know is that at no point did the dog show any aggression towards anyone. As a father of young children myself, 2, 4, and 6 years old, I can tell you for dang sure if your dog attacks my kids, I will use any amount of force necessary to make it stop. But based on the demeanor of the dog that we do see in the video, I don't believe this was about protecting his children at all. I believe this was about him being a sadistic piece of shit. So there was no question about whether or not the narrative was true. The officer and his attorney admitted to the actions. They just believed that he was actually justified in doing what he did. And if you or I did something like this, we would have been arrested and charged immediately, and rightfully so. But 2 weeks ago, the Broken Arrow Police Department gave a bunch of stupid lip service and told us that we need to be patient while they try to figure out if it was okay for this officer to abuse an animal or not.
Hello, I'm Police Chief Brandon Bearhill. As law enforcement professionals, our officers are sworn to preserve and protect life while upholding the standards and values of the Broken Arrow Police Department. As we have previously stated, we are aware of a video involving one of our officers that has circulated on social media.
No shit.
I view these actions of the officer depicted in the video as serious, and I have impressed upon my staff the importance and expectation of a thorough and transparent investigation. Our Office of Professional Standards has been conducting an internal investigation on the matter since August 28th, the day of the encounter between the officer and the dog outside the city limits. During this process, the officer was placed on administrative leave in accordance with department policy. Furthermore, Widener County Sheriff's Office has been leading a criminal investigation, and Broken Arrow Police has fully cooperated. The conclusion of the criminal investigation has resulted in the case being presented to the Widener County District Attorney's Office for review. The Office of Professional Standards is considering these findings as they continue their internal investigation. Ultimately, the findings of the internal investigation will be submitted to my office and the city manager for review. We appreciate your patience and understanding to allow the appropriate amount of time that is necessary to investigate this unique and concerning incident. We are committed to providing every citizen with respect and will always hold our own accountable for their actions in and out of uniform. We value the support and trust of our community, and we promise to continue to uphold our core values of professionalism, integrity, courage, compassion, and accountability. In closing, the Broken Arrow Police Department and myself share your concern and sympathy towards the members of our community that have been impacted by this incident. Thank you.
Finally, almost a month later, on August 22nd, 2023, William Golden, the Broken Arrow police officer, was arrested on 2 charges. 1 felony animal cruelty charge and a misdemeanor reckless handling of a firearm. Thank you to Deanna Westbrook, who recorded this incident. Thank you to her husband, who tried to protect the dog from the animal. Thank you to all of you who have reached out to the police department and the prosecutor's office. I don't believe for 1 second that this cop would have been properly charged and held accountable if it weren't for the public outcry. Deanna Westbrook's video of this incident showed the actual demeanor of the dog, which was able to debunk the narrative of the officer and his dog attorney that he was just protecting his family. Always record the police. I really believe that if there hadn't been video of the dog's actual demeanor while Officer Golden was abusing the dog, that this could have gone differently. In that case, it would have been his word against the neighbor, him saying that the dog was aggressive, the neighbor saying that it wasn't.
Okay. Oh, thumb up there. Thumb up it. Thumb up it. Where's this one?
An atheist, a vegan, and a CrossFit trainer walk into a bar. How does everybody know? Because they tell you in the first 10 seconds. And Denise is from Chicago. I don't know if you guys know this, but coupled with her, hey, I'm Denise Lynn from Chicago.
Shut up.
That coupled with I'm from Chicago.
Don't be a hater.
I'm not being a hater. I'm not judging, I'm just reporting.
Once in a while, you encounter someone truly extraordinary, someone selfless and compassionate, always putting others before themselves. Denise Lynn was precisely that kind of person. I crossed paths with Denise on YouTube back in 2018 when I first started my channel, where she served as a moderator for almost every channel at the time. However, she was driven by a desire to make an even greater impact. Originally from Chicago, Denise was married to what she described as a dirty cop in the inner city of Chicago. She felt compelled to break free from that dark chapter in her life and shine a light on the hidden truths within police departments nationwide. Denise made her way out to Los Angeles, where she stayed with me and Mrs. 50 for several weeks, an initiation that tested her resolve. Undaunted, she quickly found her stride and set out on her mission. Denise collaborated with many members of the Chicago crew, carving out a name for herself in the process. Even in 2018, she battled significant health challenges, including autoimmune disorders and debilitating rheumatoid arthritis. Sadly, her condition deteriorated, leading to kidney failure and other ailments that ultimately claimed her life. Denise's unparalleled love for the homeless was evident to anyone who knew her, particularly those that followed her YouTube channel. She often filled her friend Malcolm, who lived on the corner of Tom Zebra Street in the South Bay of Los Angeles. Denise had been my roommate for several years until about 2 years ago, and her health took a steady downturn from there. Denise joined Belle and I on countless occasions for cop watches, demonstrating her unwavering dedication to activism in the community she served. She will be deeply missed by those who had the privilege of knowing her and by those who are just now discovering her remarkable story. In the spirit of Denise, I challenge you to make a positive impact on the life of an unhoused person today. Not merely by offering a few dollars from your car window, but by embarking on a mini shopping spree, spending around $20 on essential items like warm socks, a rain poncho, flashlight, Ziploc bags, gloves, bandages, wet wipes. Let's continue Denise's legacy of compassion and generosity, one small act of kindness at a time. Here are a few video clips with Denise out with me and Belle. Please enjoy. I'll end this tribute video with about an hour plus live stream that Denise and I did way back in May of 2018. Thanks so much for watching. I am a richer man having met you.
I need a ponytail. Oh, thank you. Walk around with me the rest of the day then.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas.
I love your outfit.
Thank you. Do you have a single one of the fireballs? Yes, we do. Please.
You can throw that in there.
Wow. Is that an expensive bottle right there? Hennessy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hennessy is not cheap. It's $89.99. There you go.
Okay. Next time.
Oops, wrong one.
You sell hair ties?
I'm looking for my ponytail holder broke, and I'm trying to just pull this thing out.
Oh, look at that. That's the girl code. The girl code. Bam!
I love you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
She's been after one for 2 hours here.
I've been rushing through everything. Right? Yeah. Yeah, my head was hurting sometimes. I just took it off. I know how that goes.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're adorable. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You darling, good to see you. Oh, well, that must be the one right there, guys. I knew no Fresno. How are you welcoming? Thank you, babe. Thank you so much. Oh, here we go, boys and girls. Here it comes. Trigger, trigger. Can you move your hand?
I'm going to take it and break it.
You take it and break it, you're going to be in trouble.
Then you'll arrest.
Then you can let go of my phone. Excuse me.
But you cannot do that. You know, get the cop, fucker. I'm a fucker? Yeah. Come here. Come here, you motherfucker. Come here.
TI alert.
Some people are rude, but hey,
That's assault.
officer, you gonna do anything? What happened?
You saw him spit.
I didn't see it.
You just saw him spit right at him. I got it on camera. I've got it on camera, so does he. The guy just came up and spit at him after he grabbed my hand and my camera. Get the fuck out of here.
I could be wrong, but I think this was the first time that Denise Lynn was published here in Los Angeles during the Breonna Taylor protests, where a black dually ran into the crowd.
So the black truck was trying to get through that crowd in traffic and struck one of the protesters. We were able to track down and detain that vehicle and its driver. And essentially, there's two versions of events here. He says he was attacked by the protesters and was trying to escape.
It happened on Sunset Boulevard. The person who was struck was hit with enough force to cause them to skid along the pavement.
God, that guy looks
think
like
so.
a real estate agent. Doesn't he?
He does.
Ross Kahn came in the stream the other day and was mentioning her too. And she passed away. Oh my God. That's right. Let's all go home.
No. Oh no, we need to go over now.
That guy looks like he's in a band or a priest.
He does.
That's like an actor headshot.
It is.
All sorts.
What's that?
All sorts. What's going on with you?
Nothing. What are you guys doing?
We're filming. Is that cool? Cool. All right.
Why?
There's lots of questions of why in the universe.
I'm just asking a simple question. You don't want to answer it, that's fine.
We're just.
See you later. Have a good night.
Wow. That escalated quickly. What?
Friendly man.
Man, there's our tax dollars at work. Holy Christ.
Officer here.
He's got no sense of humor. Yeah, you can see all of them. You can see all of them behind the glass. Yeah. You can see all the computer monitors through the two-way glass or the one-way glass. Nothing looks more like spyglass than spyglass. Smells like expired pine sol too. There's a difference. I don't know.
That's what they're good for.
All right, well, I'm glad you guys
Cool.
going home.
Glad you guys are safe, man. We're just
Yeah, stay safe, guys.
always record, man. Film everything, dude. Tom Zebra's got to go hit the can.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's that.
That looked like that kind of a wild. Oh, did you see?
What?
Fireworks in the sky. Pretty. I'm meeting his friends too.
Shocker.
I know. I love them.
Denise Lynn meets
friends everywhere.
everywhere.
Ah, that's me.
Everywhere.
Uniform.
4 o'clock in the morning on Hollywood Boulevard. Remember? People drunk off their ass. Hi, I'm Denise Lynn. I'm from Chicago. Would you like to be my friend?
Would you be my friend, please? I have none.
Down there, where it says gate underneath United Airlines field.
Yeah, I see it right there.
Yeah, that's the Trojan. That's the Trojan. That's the USC Trojans.
Oh,
So
I
this
bet
is
they-
where.
So they're not selling pens.
No, and there's no Trojan horse either. So, but this is where USC holds its football games. But I think I could be wrong. I think they're going to be moving it over to this location here.
Well, they have different color lots. I see yellow lot. Does that mean different things?
Yeah. See, it says managed by the State of California Office of Exposition Park Management.
I do.
I don't know.
I don't know
It's
what the
kind
pink
of.
lot is. Is that like for ladies only?
Hello. So let's just continue our conversation amongst ourselves.
he has to take up space in there. So I say that we do it on Thursday. Well, I think we're gonna need to do it in separate pots. Well, listen, it would make a lot more sense in one as far as the time to cook, but I'm not.
Potatoes take longer than anything else. I mean, longer than.
Not really.
What brings you guys
Not
out
really.
here today?
No, because if everything cooks, because it's about an hour per pound.
Okay.
So
That's for the meat. So.
yeah. Well, but the point being is we need to figure out what the cook time's going to be on.
So what brings you guys out here?
Potatoes versus the carrots, because I'm sure that they're on different times.
Yeah.
You know.
You guys don't want to
So,
talk? You guys don't talk, you just film?
But I think, what else do we want to put in there?
Well, carrots, of course, right? You
Or
like.
do we want to put like celery in there too, or because it comes with its own seasoning?
It does.
I love it too.
Which adds a little bit of a punch.
Yeah.
So which is nice. So
I'll get some green.
Especially ones that love to cover their
Yeah.
faces.
yeah, sir, don't touch my camera, sir.
Oh, did I touch it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're touching my camera.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, you do. I
So
didn't know if you could hear me or not.
shut the fuck up.
I'll get some green beer too. I know you.
Yeah.
don't drink it, but-
Yeah, sir, don't touch my camera, sir.
Oh, did I touch it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're touching my camera.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, you do.
I'll get some green beer too. I know you won't drink it, but.
Yeah. Sir, don't touch my camera, sir.
Oh, did I touch it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're touching.
Listen again. This jerk off has to make contact with me.
Drink it, but.
Yeah. Sir, don't touch my camera, sir.
Oh, did I touch it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're touching.
What brings you guys out here?
So the question is whether or not, when we want to, sir, you want to back up? You want to give me 6 feet?
I'm not touching
Seriously,
it.
you want to give me 6 feet? Give me 6 feet, car.
I have a
Car,
It's at this point I realize this officer has mental problems.
give me 6 feet. I don't give a shit. Move back. Car,
Can I
move
ask what
back.
you're doing here today?
Move back. There you go. Good servant. Good servant.
Can I ask what you're doing
Good
out here?
servant. So the question is whether or not when we want to, sir, you want to back up? You want to give me 6 feet?
I'm not touching
Seriously,
it.
you want to give me 6 feet? Give me 6 feet.
My hand right here. Oh. Oh, not touching. Can't get mad. Not touching. Can't get mad. Not touching. Can't get mad.
Do we want to start
I
in
don't
the
like
morning
cloves.
though?
I don't like cloves though. There's no-
Well, I think that's part of the I think that's part of the seasoning though. You know, I don't think we really have. I think it's part of the pack.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, maybe I can pick them up.
Yeah. And I don't think we really have. I think it's part of
They
the.
haven't stepped foot inside, but they have been turn around and film into me and making them feel really uncomfortable.
So I'm just going to leave this here. I've zoomed in on her eyeballs, and her eyes are all over the place, darting left, right, up, down. If you and I acted this way on a scene, we would get a field sobriety test. Look at her eyes. There's something going on here. Leave a
Adderall.
comment. Tell me what you think's going on.
It's Adderall.
So
Maybe just not all of them.
yeah,
Well, we can just stand here and make sure they're not
yeah.
filming anything they shouldn't. If they want to film us, that's great.
Okay, Val, I just saw that, so thank you. Yeah, but they have these little creepy little.
What is that?
I don't know. Kind of weird. They're kind of weird. They're kind of.
Is
I think it's like a mall. I think it's like a mall cop.
Okay.
I think it's like a hair above a mall cop. I think. You know, I think they're sworn peace officers, but they're. I mean, they're not. They're not real police. You know what I mean? Like they carry a gun, but they're. You know.
SCOTUS? I mean, are they?
Oh.
You know. So.
So then who pays their salary?
Oh, we do.
But I'm saying would it come from like the
I don't know. I don't know where. I don't know where. I don't know where it's. I don't know where it's from. So.
It's not a city, right? It's not a.
Make it hot.
I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's a state thing. I think it's something to do with the state. So I could be wrong, but you know.
Be happy to answer a question if you were curious about it.
So. But they really have no. They've got no authority. No, they don't. Yeah, yeah. They think they walk around like they do. But yeah, I've dealt with them a bunch in the past, and they're just they're fairly ridiculous.
Yeah, no shit.
But
I want to do it by October 9th, I believe, is when my
just the vegetable
pension ends.
Is that the totality of the? Are we going to have bread? Are we going to have? No, I know, but are we going to have bread? Are we going to have? Okay, what kind of bread? Are we going to get French bread? We got French bread in the freezer.
My strike ends, not suspension, but my strike has to be cleared before I can. Long Island just dropped another video too.
No, they're like the state police, but but apparently, in a de facto situation like this, when
I need 22
there's not
or
enough mall cops,
27.
They'll call CHP.
More subs.
They cover everything within. They have a jurisdiction over everything within the state. So. Absolutely. Well, and I guarantee you, both of these guys are making $2.25 a year at least of our money. So, what's your name, ma'am?
Channel banner icon.
What's your name?
My name is Dr. Elliot.
Elliot. What's a badge or serial number or ID number?
21671.
Great, thanks.
What's
So
your
we'll
name?
look up.
Viewers will soon
we'll
have the
look up
option to
first
take
salary
that.
on Transparent California. Give me 6 feet. Give me 6 feet, Elliot. Elliot, give me 6 feet. Give me.
And this bizarre gesticulation just tells me that maybe both of these
October
security
9th, yeah.
officers are unstable. Here's your proof.
Yeah, buffer zone.
6 feet.
You know you are making people
Feel
very
rejected.
uncomfortable.
October 9th.
To be able to introduce for the first time ever anywhere the
People have their private patient information,
You know
and
what
I
we're
am
gonna
getting
do?
some complaints
What we need to do is
from the supervisor saying you're making
we need to get some teddy bears.
patients
We need to get some teddy bears
and
for the TIs,
workers
right?
very uncomfortable.
No.
I would hope if I were making 200 grand a year, I'd know a little bit more about what I was talking about before I opened my fucking mouth.
Absolutely.
So,
pacifiers.
That's what you
and
guys
teddy
are
bears.
doing here. Please explain to me
Pacifiers.
if that's not what you guys are doing here.
Pacifiers and teddy bears.
How do I insert the pacifier into my stuffed animals?
And we're going to start passing out maybe a blankie.
Binkies and a blankie.
Yeah. Definitely. 6 feet.
I just asked that you guys
6
film
feet.
that way.
Nope. No, you can ask all you want.
Okay. Well, you guys can keep moving. I'm gonna.
No. I'm parked here on my tripod. You can give me 6 feet. You approached us. Don't give me that bullshit. Kick rocks. Get out of here. You guys have no jurisdiction here. Bye.
We do.
Bye.
Actually.
No, you don't. Are you a betting woman? I got $50 that I don't ID, and you guys leave the scene. How does that sound? You want to take that bet?
What's the bet?
Elliot sure doesn't have a whole lot to say now, does she? Because she knows she's in the wrong.
Car, what's your serial number or ID number?
14732.
Great, thanks. Guaranteed they're both making $250 a year. We'll look it up on Transparent California.
316, but who's counting?
And this is where our tax dollar. These are the children that we employ, and they respond to childlike phone calls from children on a scene who don't understand the basics of HIPAA. They think they do. They're medical professionals, allegedly.
Absolutely.
Right? They're volunteers here, but they think they understand HIPAA laws.
Nobody understands.
No. No.
They think they can charge us.
Yeah. Did you guys have HIPAA training for your CHP? You sure did, right?
Yep.
Okay. You guys understand that I cannot be charged with a HIPAA violation for filming from a public sidewalk? They did. That's why you guys are here. So
People have their private patient information,
You know
and
what
I
we're
am
gonna
getting
do?
some complaints.
They call because they're concerned because they don't understand what you guys do.
we're filming here. Have we not made ourselves obvious of what we're here doing?
They don't know why you're filming.
Okay. Do we need to know what? Is this Russia? This isn't Russia. Is this Russia?
Is this Russia? This isn't Russia, is it?
No.
Okay. All right. Great. Well, they don't need to know.
Okay, so if you had a business, if you
No,
had
no, 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 no.
something
This
you-
isn't a business. This isn't a business. Jesus Christ.
Come on, we're talking
For
about
two, this is what we get for two. This
if
is
you
what we
had a
get for
place of
$250 a year.
Right?
If you had a place of employment,
Oh my God! Right, right. Exactly, exactly. They get the they get the same. They get the same amount of money whether they get the weather right or not. So they get paid the same amount of money whether they come on an unfounded call or not. So this call is completely unfounded. But they're gonna milk the clock here right now. They haven't left.
250K.
We've
I
told them
work
what
3
we're
jobs.
doing. They
make
still
100.
haven't left the scene. We have Cunty Mall cop back there. He hasn't made contact with us yet. So, but apparently some feelings were injured on scene. So maybe, you know what's cool? We could get the life flight chopper to land in one of these lots right here. That would be amazing. We got plenty of room for the life flight chopper
The yellow lot.
to land. Plenty of room, and we can exfil them to probably County USC Hospital for injured feelings.
You could do
They
that.
could get them a whoopee, a teddy bear, a pacifier, you know, stuff all for injured feelings. So that's perfect.
whose feelings got injured?
Perfect. What we need to do is
From the supervisor saying you're making
we need to get some teddy bears.
patients
We need to get some teddy bears
and
for the TIs,
workers
right?
very uncomfortable.
No,
I wasn't
you
aware
know,
of that.
so
Like I said, I've never seen.
I love Johnny.
yeah, it's a weird.
Hilarious.
That's a weird jurisdiction.
I remember all
here,
these too.
The car and the white though. I mean, they're just
When
they're
Rothcon
in
brought,
sort of this
brought up her
gray
name, for some
area,
reason I was drawing a blank. I think it might have been a little bit.
I mean, like I said, it's just like a more. I'm not even gonna look at
When you read it.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a ficus. I mean, you don't need to well take care. They're a fucking weed. They grow. I mean, they will grow. I mean, I'm telling you, you don't even need to water them. Just the little bit of rainwater that they get, and they grow like a weed. So. So, feelings police. Woo! This is for us. Oh no, engine 26. Oh my God. We got a volunteer down. Feelings police. Beep. Pull over, feelings police. You have injured feelings. That is a felony in the California Penal Code. I don't even know if that place is open. But I'd be curious if USC football plays there or not. I'm guessing that they would.
This is awesome.
Because the original USC is, I think it was Northridge quake that did some damage to it. I mean, it's pretty old, so it's.
What was that? 90s,
80. Well, no, that was Loma Prieta. That was 89. Northridge was January 17th of 94.
Yeah, I was going to let that dude take them boots with him, even though they fit him. I don't think he's going to show up Monday.
This is a test site, so there's no
He does.
no
They're here.
vaccines being given here.
But I'm not letting them keep them over the weekend.
They're worried about patient privacy, which is laughable. So
when people think they can charge us with
no, I know that's
they can't do
yeah,
shit about that.
it is laughable, but you know, if they, I guess it's under the guise of if you speak with conviction, you can get CHP out here. You know what I mean? And a mall cop. Well, it's a false police report. It's a false 911 call is what it is. It's a false call for service, but those are rarely ever prosecuted. So
do you think that's not a complete hoax? Look at this vehicle sanitation is starting at $39.99. Now, if they're not taking advantage of COVID, how is that? So sad. Just like
I want to know why the tent is.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Do they have some little people volunteering on site, or are all the police, all the law enforcement personnel 4'8" and under? I mean, look at it. It's kind of Maybe they didn't. Maybe they got a deal and they didn't get the extension legs. So
Maybe it's for shade.
that could be
Clearance?
going.
Maybe it's in the clearance section?
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, it looks like it's been out in the sun a lot. It's all sun bleached. Exposition Department of Public Safety, Exposition Park. So.
Common sense answer would
Oh,
probably
wow.
be for
So,
shade.
yeah, we're not talking to you.
Oh no, I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking
National
out loud.
Park Service. Interesting. So yeah, still here milking the clock at what, $100 an hour, $50 an hour, 75? I mean, somewhere around there. So yeah, still here. Still no actual sign, call for service.
Yeah.
Sir, what's your name and your badge number?
Officer Island, sure, number 0137.
Sir, Island?
Yes.
Okay. What is our offense?
Nothing.
There isn't one. So this was a false call.
I don't know, sir.
It's interesting because I've been here before. They've made plenty of false calls for service. You're doing a great job, man. I don't care what anybody else says. All right, CHP is we're gonna watch. All right, we're gonna set the timer to see how long CHP milks the clock. And go. There we go. Yep. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Good servants. Good servants. You guys, great job, you guys.
I didn't even have time to set
I'll
the
take
timer.
nothing burger for 800, Alex.
Right?
Great job, you guys.
Didn't even have time to set the timer.
Great
They were
job.
on their way.
Hey, you lost your bet, lady. We're trained AV professionals. There we go.
80s.
AV, not 80s. Well,
Well, somebody said I looked like I was from the 80s. So
okay. Well, we're all from the 80s, really. I mean, pop out chat, dark mode on, even though Denise is wearing white pants.
Even though.
Okay. How's that, kids? Is that better? I am going to make one more adjustment. Trust me, I'm not going to fuck it up as far as you guys know. And here it comes. That way we're not looking off to the side like retards. Oh. Oh. It's okay. You have another knee.
Yeah, maybe.
All right. Is that better, kids? Costco kettle corn.
He already told me that he doesn't share, so.
Yeah. No, you.
Too late.
It's kettle
now.
corn.
You just.
It's kettle corn. You said you didn't want any.
You said that you don't share. I asked you if I can have crackers, and you said no.
You can.
Tell them.
That's all you get to eat today. But I mean, okay. I think where we. I was trying to find out the
They
juice
already
content.
answered this. They already answered.
Did they? Okay. Fuck me.
That's right.
How many? What? 0?
I sure.
Is it 0% juice in the
Zero.
Monster Juice?
Just go 0.
I say 0. This is 50. My wife's here. That's kind of creepy. We traced the calls coming from within the house. She doesn't know we're up here. I'm up here with another woman. Doing stuff. Okay, so you're able to read that, okay? Yes.
Again, I just saw a post. He said hi, Denise.
Posting ID. That's a funny guy. Very funny guy.
He is funny.
Very.
Look at Mrs. 50 said she's watching me. Thank you.
Mrs. 50 is watching me in the creepiest way. I mean, she out creeps me, and I'm a creeper, and she out creeps me. So.
I should be worried myself.
You should be. I mean, we're actually up in the attic.
A little bit.
So, it's like Hotel California. Denise
I need to figure out why.
She is new to. She's gotten out there a couple of times in the past, but she has gone on the full-on blitz out here in sunny Southern California. It hit about 90 degrees today. But it is May already, so it's not like the rest of the country's that jealous.
And it's like tornado season too. So got a buddy of mine who's a storm chaser.
That would be fun, I think.
Yeah, he's going out for
I
like
think that would be fun.
for like a week or two. He's got like
I
this
like-
custom made. He's got this custom made truck. So, yeah. So, Paul Marsh, 80 in the UK, 80s. Holy shit, 80 Celsius. I mean, that's like almost. I mean, 100 is boiling water. So you do the math on 80 Celsius. Man. So. Big boy. So, Denise had her baptism by fire. There were a few live streams with streaming silence, Blue Ghost Media. Who else? Who else was here? Toxic was here. Toxic News, Toxic Dog.
Yes.
Yeah, and we had some pretty good. We'll try to look up there when we're not looking here. That's me more than you. I'm looking at the popcorn. We had some okay experiences. She had way better ones with Furry than she did with us. So I think we're just
we had some good ones though. We did.
Yeah, we were out till 6 a.m.
This morning. Yes.
This morning. So I don't even know what day it is. I still think it's Sunday.
I don't know days. I don't know times. I have to look to see even.
And we did get recognized, which was weird. So, but I think the Hollywood Boulevard one that was a lot of fun on Cinco de Mayo. So that was cool. And I think about that might be something that I might do maybe once a week, once every other week, or something like that. Walk down Hollywood Boulevard, walk down Sunset Boulevard. You guys have questions for Denise, or you want to?
A lot of questions about Boys Town. Did we get to Boys Town?
We get to Boys Town. Briefly, we got to Boys Town. Does anybody want to explain to Denise what Boys Town means? There go those glasses again. Those glasses. Or did you drop your monster?
I dropped my phone.
Oh, okay. I thought you dropped your glasses.
Oh, those two.
Denise has dropped her glasses about 400 times already so far. So hold on, wait till she gets back into the chat. Will somebody explain to Denise what Boys Town is?
Isn't it past your bedtime? Special place Boys Town is.
Where men can be men. You get the idea.
It is, but that's not quite how you were initially.
I don't understand. I didn't really understand. No, Boys Town in West Hollywood. I don't really know how to. I just thought that the term Boys Town was sort of a universal thing for where men can be men.
I love old movies, and when you said Boys Town,
Oh, fuck me. I don't even.
You don't want to even know. Do you?
No, I don't want to know. Just stop. Just quit while you're behind. Looks like Jets versus Sharks. Is that your idea of gang violence too?
I'm not saying a word.
We did go briefly into Boy. Well, actually, we were trying to find her some guy hookers, not for women guy hookers for guy hookers dressed as women for guys or gals. And so that was further over in East Hollywood, over on Santa Monica Boulevard. The proper city limits of the city of West Hollywood are roughly La Cienega Boulevard to Doheny, which is where Beverly Hills, over by the Troubadour, for those that are familiar with the City of Angels. So blah, 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 south side of Chicago, blah, 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 gun violence, blah, blah, liberal shithole, blah, blah. Whoopsie, inside voice. So we didn't necessarily take her to where all the bars and the clubs are in Boys Town, because there's quite a bar scene there on Santa Monica Boulevard in West Hollywood. But we were over, that was like what, 3-4 in the morning or something. I still don't even remember. And we did get a guy out of jail. So I want to, from going to jail, not out of jail. As long as we We went El Chapo and we tunneled underneath the men's central jail in downtown Los Angeles. We found the pod where he was, and we sprung that motherfucker. And nobody else wanted to come. It was just the one guy.
And it came up on the other side of the Scientology building.
Right.
Did you see how
I
that
mean,
came up
it
up
was
there?
just completely wacky. I don't even know the timing, but like, you know, we popped our heads up, and there were like 18 guys in the pod, and only one wanted to leave, and it was yeah. I don't even know the corn. So for those of you that watched the Cinco de Mayo tour de force outside of Boner's restaurant, or John Bonham, donor, like organ donor. That, like, listen, I walked out of there a while back. I've heard stories of people walking out of there, like getting a little bit tipsy, and you look down and there's fucking stitches, and they took a kidney.
You know, you walk into a place called Donor.
Yeah, you walk. You take
take your own. You know,
it's
your
like
chances.
yeah, it's like
own.
which is or if it is Donner, then it's Donner the Donner Pass, which is out by the Interstate 80 up by Reno. That's where a lot of people were killed with the weather. So either way, Donner or Donor, you're kind of fucked. So. And that is that an umlaut? Is that the double dots over the O? I don't know if that's an umlaut. I don't know what exactly the proper punctuation is for that, or how that's pronounced exactly. But we did prevent that guy from going to jail, which was cool, and it was also interesting because. And then his wife started mouthing off to the cops after her husband was released from handcuffs. At which point I was like, wait, I didn't think you guys, because they said you guys were drunk, and I was like, no, they're not drunk. And when I saw the wife arguing with the cop, the female cop, I was like, oh yeah, they just went from the yellow into the red, and you did pull her away, and then I walked up to them and I said, walk away now. Walk away. You have your freedom. Walk away. But we did have a little mini call flood to Donor King, and got him educated and up to speed on public photography. And he was not cool with our filming from the public sidewalk into his. I mean, this entire restaurant was a glass front on it, so. And a mob front, but a glass front, and so he was it's Hollywood Boulevard. A lot can happen.
A lot did happen.
Yeah, sorry for that. So we did a little mini. Stay with us. Stay with us. She's like a 10-year-old. She's like a 10-year-old with her first fucking phone, and she's on the family plan. You know what I mean? And she's the reason that we have fucking unlimited data and unlimited texts and calls.
You're just
because up until then we were fucking fine on like a 6 gig plan of data and a couple hundred texts a month, but it's just like I mean all day every day, all night. I mean, I think there are some texting Olympics that we could get Denise Lynn into. So there was a mini call flood to Donor Restaurant, Donor, and he withdrew the charges, and our perp was released.
Yes, he was.
So there we are.
We made a difference.
We made a difference that night to one person.
Well, no,
And-
we made sure that we were.
Well, to 2 people. I mean, his
No.
wife, and if they have kids, and
Yeah, but we look at how many people we reminded to record the police all night.
absolutely, yeah. And there was a lot of people that ran into us. Everybody thought that we were TMZ, so of course I said yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course we are. Yeah. Hello, pay me, motherfucker. We're gonna e-bag, dude. We e-bagged out on the street. That wasn't even e-bag. We just flat
That
out.
was an e-bag. Now it's
Well,
flat
all
out
right.
begging.
Listen, I don't know what the statute of limitations is on fucking rolling a motherfucker, but we rolled a few drunk people. I wasn't sure if they were like plants from like undercover cops that were like pretending to be drunk, but we got lucky.
Took the chance.
We got lucky.
$20. $20.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, $20 is $20, and I mean, roll the dice, man. You only live once. So
Although the corn was never located.
right, no, there actually was no corn. And we kept saying corn, 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 corn. You call it maize. And we weren't sure if it was creamed corn, freeze-dried corn, sweet corn, corn on the cob, niblets,
All right, what do we got here?
giblets, or any other kind of concoction of corn that there might be. Because that's what she said. Repeated over and over, which is why now that she failed the field sobriety test on being able to ID what exactly was even fucking stolen. So in hindsight, we shouldn't have even have intervened and just let the fucker go to jail. I mean, that was, and they had video evidence. Monkey said they had videos of him stealing a cone.
Ice cream cone.
A cone, an ice cream cone. So it went from stealing corn, to stealing porn, to a cone.
True.
So, but if with an accent, because the guy, he'd only been in the country for 5 years, he said, well, he stole a cone. And if you're from the South, it could be the cone of silence, you know, get smart. It could be that cone. So, yeah. So, it was a cone, an ice cream cone. But my question is, was the cone packed with gelato? Because it was not just ice cream, it was gelato, which is...
Well, remember, she did show me the code and was going through the pockets to show me there was no corn.
Right.
Which means cone.
Which meant there was no,
so there was no
cone
ice cream
either. So,
gelato.
So I don't know if it was just a lone cone, like with nothing in it, which... I mean, come on,
I played it earlier.
Gonna press charges over a fucking, like, dude, I'll go to Ralph's and
Dom,
do like a 6-pack.
exercising,
That's what toxic
or
was
new
like,
one.
I'll go in and pay for the corn and get this guy off. And I was like, yeah, I'm not really
Yeah,
sure.
I played it on the way into work. Well, I didn't play it on the stream. I played it on my drive stream on the way in.
And hats off to her for doing that.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
he threw it at the owner. So wait,
Yeah.
Is that really theft? So he took the cone and then threw it at the owner? I mean, I guess that's, yeah, I mean, destruction of property and I don't know.
Of a cone.
Of a cone. Dude, everybody raise the bar. Raise the bar. I mean, I don't know. Assault by gelato.
It was very good gelato, though.
Well, it was like an Italian. It was like in a different language. So it was like a Pavarotti.
And there was no corn gelato.
No, there was corn. Yeah, there was a corn flavored gelato in a cone with a side of kidney beans and a kidney. Not my kidney.
Setting up another new
somebody else's kidney.
laptop for
enough
another admissions
me,
coordinator that they just
Denise
my wife
has to
desired.
give- yeah,
So
why don't you tell us a funny story that happened.
moving the
this week
garbage from
to
it.
Make sure it's about me. No pressure.
Well,
No, tell us. You want to tell us about your detainment? Can you
sure.
tell us?
I'll tell you about her
Okay.
entertainment.
Okay. So there's the camera up
There's
there.
the camera up there. Yes, I remember my first time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was last weekend.
Furry and I.
It wasn't?
It was. I don't think that it all blends, Johnny.
Okay.
This whole week just blended.
Okay.
Anyway, Furry and I went out. We went to a couple different places, and we decided that we were going to go to Laverne.
Laverne and Shirley.
Yeah, it was
Schlemiel,
Laverne.
Schlemazel.
Air Force Base. So she is very wise. She's very wise.
No, it's Laverne Airport. There's no air. Is there an Air Force base?
No, it
or
wasn't a base. It was just a small airport.
Same thing.
Same thing. And there was planes. They went up in the air.
Wait,
you know, and
they made
landed.
noise?
They made noise.
Sometimes they crash.
I didn't see that, but
Well, I mean, in general. I mean, not those planes, but planes in general.
You know, I don't like to talk about plane crashes, Johnny.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was part of her contract through her agent, but you know, we're not in Central Time Zone, so
It doesn't matter.
that was the fine print that I put in.
That's right.
Yeah,
Thank
that you didn't read.
I did not read
Ha,
that.
ha, ha.
Make sure any
Ha,
contract
ha.
you have with both Mr.
Oh, and on a side ADD note, hats off to Flowtog.
Oh, yes.
Product placement.
So-
Speaking of product placement,
There we go.
I mean, she's like the Ginger Vanna White.
Here we go.
Right? Look at that face. Look at that face.
If I go, please go up there, put that off his head. I can't take him seriously like that.
Not supposed to be. Okay, we're back.
You shouldn't be. You should be charging for this. Better than Netflix. Look at look like I'm.
Oh, I thought that was Mrs. 50 saying that. That was Bell for Freedom.
It was Bell
Kerr.
for Freedom.
Fuck is she? All right, so we were at Laverne Airport.
Oh yeah.
It's cutting off the circulation in my head. There you go, Belle. It's all for you, Belle. Okay, sorry.
No, I was just waiting until you.
Yeah, Belle. Yeah, we're waiting until Belle stopped fucking trying to get the spotlight.
Well,
Right? Yeah, you give her a wrench and she's all fucking up in our grill and shit. Like we can't get rid of her.
You know what?
Impact on plumbing road speaking. I can help you.
Well, yeah. Well,
You know,
yeah.
we all do every now and then, right?
Hey.
Yes.
Okay, so going back, Furry said, "Watch this." Took the binoculars out.
Famous last words.
Yes. Watch this.
You fell for that.
No, I understand that. It's just I'm sure Carrie. I think Carrie spoke to you about it. You just don't do that, dude. You don't tell your employer that you're missing work
She said, "Point to your phone
because
to the
you're
tower."
applying. I mean, I'm all about making yourself better and doing something better. It's just
we saw
they
it.
ask me why you miss days, and I have to be honest with you with what you
Hey,
with them
we
what
were
they
quite
what
sure.
you
There
say.
were some,
It's
there was some questionable activities.
that's not something
going
you
on
tell
there,
them.
so
Okay,
you never know.
that's all that was.
And so anyway, we started walking down, and
No. I mean, just you could say you could say I'm.
wanted to ask what we were
I mean,
doing,
it's just
and we were
I understand
playing the
that.
silent game, and
It's just not
then
done.
of course Furry decided to not play the silent game and got tired of it and decided to walk in front of the truck and get his.
Well, yeah,
license
I
plate.
mean,
Beardy got a little bit pissed off at
on the
that
side
point.
obtain that
Yeah, a
position,
little
and
bit
then you
mad
give
and
notice.
left.
Was it a personal plate or was
generally
it
how you
like
do
a
it? You
truck
don't
or a
you don't
work truck?
tell us
You know,
that
to
you're
tell you the
seeking. You know,
truth, I
it just
believe it was a personal plate.
I just
it was a
I mean,
Everybody gets to be a fucking hero. Post
I'm just
9/11,
in general. I'm
hero.
not upset with you. I'm not mad at you.
See something, say something.
Continue showing up
So
until you have something. But
he pulled off, and we decided to walk the other direction.
yeah, in general, you don't
That's what
want
we
to just
did.
you don't put that out there.
No,
You
finally,
just,
finally.
it's just
Took a while.
yeah, it's okay. And that's like I said, I'm not mad at you, and that's why I
as we were
asked
going
Carrie
by,
to just let you know.
we were wondering if anything was going to be done with that, so we kind of looked.
No. I'm always down for someone trying to improve themselves. You know, and if you think you've hit a wall where you're at, then
we
yeah,
decided
for sure.
that we were just going to start walking back towards the car, and as soon as we did, a squad pulled up and stopped in the street and told us to cross the street, and I said, "No, I'm good here." And
fire vixen,
right? But it's just it's generally they want to know why you missed, and if you're telling me honestly, I'm not telling you not to be honest with you. I'm just telling you that
Everybody's gonna get you for jaywalking.
generally
yeah, well, that's what I kind of thought.
you just don't
it's
generally
all
tell
the
your
book.
employer that
And
I'm
that's why I
missing
didn't want
work
to
today
cross.
because I'm
That's
trying
where
to
I said, "Go ahead,
find
listen."
another job.
So,
You know,
of course,
just
she was
say
taking
just
her lead
personal
to
reasons
learn from everybody.
is good enough answer.
I did cross,
You know,
and we did talk.
personal
to this
personal reasons.
officer for a few minutes.
Okay.
Was he cool? Was he a dude?
All right. Have a
he
good
was
weekend.
douche. He was a douche right off the get. Like I said, he started with an attitude immediately. Said that we were there to. Well, first of all, the call was for disorderly, and I don't quite know how taking pictures would be considered disorderly, but I guess Beardy
right
guy told him that we were disorderly. So as we were talking to this cop, it was we did have some fun contact back and forth. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that video to see how much fun we did have, but he wasn't quite sure how to take either one of us. I
can imagine.
Yeah, by the end.
Yeah, I'm down to 52 on DocNation too. So why did you guys at least? That's going to be my permanent driving / backup channel.
I really do.
Would that be extortion?
If I got this below 50, I'll have to start using software again.
Possibly.
I'm not going to push that one for subs until I
really liked my shirt though.
gotten monetized anyway. Though.
Well, at first when we walked up and we started talking, he looked at my shirt.
Was it was it the belly shirt or was it the one that had stuff on it?
Oh, it was a T-shirt that actually had some words on there, Johnny. And
it said, "My eyes are up here."
Well, no, that was a different. But yeah, that's exactly what I said to the officer, didn't I? But he said, "Why didn't you tell me you were the police?" And I said, I'm not the police. And he was looking at my shirt. And I showed him my shirt, and it actually said, "Fuck the police, but not you, officer." Yeah, that's what it said. And
So wait, so you can get out of a detainment by just having a shirt that says police on it? I mean, does that make you the police?
well, it definitely it was quick, and it was a small amount of time, but you could actually see where the wheels were going in his head. Because yeah, if I was a cop, that would have been instant get out of here. Or if I would have,
Wow.
Yeah. So anyway, Furry is the funniest thing. And she kept telling him, tick tock, we're on, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and said, we're going to the 20-minute mark. Now, either it's going to be arrest or you're going to let us go. And he said, no, you're going to stay here until my partner gets back. So we weren't.
Partner?
Yeah, his partner. He also
Nothing wrong. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, but he also said that we were lucky.
I actually thought Johnny was gay until he started talking about his wife and stuff.
Away.
Doesn't that defeat the purpose of isn't that a coworker at that point? You know what I mean? Isn't a partner in the fucking car with you?
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
You're right.
that just seems like a coworker. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm getting tied up in minutia.
Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, so by the time, like I said, by the time he did get kind of fed up a little bit with Furry and
No,
he did.
No, really?
He did. He said
You guys.
He called us mean at one point. Mean. So the other cop came, and when his partner co-worker actually came, as soon as he got out of the car, he was instantly cool. And he said, so you're just here taking pictures, right? And we said, yeah. And he said, yeah, okay. I talked to them over there, and you guys weren't being disorderly. And the other cop said, this is what I've had to put up with this whole time.
Well, you know what? This is a consensual encounter too, douchebag, and you could have walked away.
Yes. Well, but it wasn't consensual because I asked him at that one point.
No, for him.
Oh,
I mean,
for him,
he
yeah.
could have. He's the one that initiated it.
Yeah.
So he could have said, "Hey, listen, you guys are free to leave, and I'm vacating the premises."
Yeah,
And he
it was
could have,
his choice.
he could have.
Oh, it changed. Halfway
He could have
through.
kicked rocks and.
Halfway through that whole interview, it changed. And if you watched even the video that Furry did, you can even see his demeanor changed. It went from arrogance to just
Despondent.
Well, yeah, eventually.
He's on a suicide watch
I'm
right
sure
now.
he's
so
on suicide watch as we speak. Yeah,
I mean,
sure. He's
20 minutes. And that's why, kids, the Supreme Court has ruled that 20 minutes is generally the time for detainment. Obviously, there can be more, but that's the general rule. So,
it is.
because sometimes fools wind up on suicide watch.
They do.
From contact with
Fools.
fire vixens
And
and
furry
and
potatoes. That's right.
I mean, fire potatoes. So it's a bad combo.
It was a bad combo for this cop.
Yeah, and no dipping sauce.
No dipping sauce.
So, just saying.
But it ended up actually being by the time the other cop came, there ended up being another one. So there were 3 for 2 women that were taking pictures of a small airport. Ridiculous. Interesting. So that was my first detainment.
How did it make you feel? Uh-oh.
No, it was good. Like I said, this was a big thing for me. This was, I've been an activist for a long time, but I've never had this type of interaction with police on this sort of playing field. So I wasn't sure how my attitude was going to be, if I was going to be
Really?
if I was going to be shy, if I was going to be quiet, reserved, if they were going to be able to,
You're going to be retaliatory.
right, or if they were going to be able to just, push me enough to where, I didn't know if I'd be able to deal with it. But I learned quite a bit about me this week, and I'm really thankful for all you guys for everything that you've done. But I learned that, guys, I really love to film the police.
It's empowering.
It really is. It really is.
And for all of you adrenaline junkies out there, lest anyone be confused, adrenaline is mind altering. So it's a rush. It's a rush. And I'm actually scaling back on the volume of Red Bull that I take out there, because it's that way I let the natural adrenaline of the police interaction kick in and elevate me into the zone, and so I don't overshoot the mark. So what else? Anything else that you glean?
He actually cares. I don't like his views on a lot of things, but a lot of people I have day-to-day interactions with, I don't agree with. But
where the atmosphere changed so quickly. What police station? We went to so many.
Devon, LAPD, Devon
He's my favorite
station, which is where Shep Howard
lefty
is from. And I
could
actually
say.
thought we saw Shep Howard, but that was not he. I emailed him. That was not he, and he wasn't saying anything. So I thought he was like,
"Go away."
Yeah, well, no, not go away, but just like, hey, you guys are. I'm on the clock. I'm here at my station. You guys are sitting here filming.
Right.
At the gate. I can't be like,
yo,
Johnny, find out what's up, fool.
Right.
So,
They
but
might frown upon that.
but that wasn't him. It's just somebody that looked just his doppelganger.
Yes. But
so we're at Devonshire Station, which is, I think it's in Northridge. It's
I'm gonna kill this in about 15 minutes.
Northridge, in the West Valley here. So,
wow.
And we were inside the lobby, and tell everybody at home, just
we were inside the lobby, and we were.
I'm gonna leave here at 5.
We were looking at different things that were on the wall.
As long as this is done.
And one of the cops that was there was butthurt, right? I mean, there's no other way about it. He said something. Honestly, you'd have to say what he said, because I didn't catch it.
I forget, and I don't even know if it was to us or to somebody else, but he did say, I think he did say something to somebody else of like, go get something, get somebody else. You know what I mean? In other words, go get a higher up, or a sergeant, or a lieutenant, or somebody, or, you know, the watch commander, or whomever, but what happened, and this is some of the things that viewers at home, if you've never been out on an audit, you know, because it's real easy to play Monday morning quarterback and, oh, I would have done this, I would have.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? Until you were there, you weren't there, you know.
It was seriously like everything was perfectly fine 1 second. If you were at home watching it, you wouldn't have even been able to see the change in the atmosphere and the mood.
The energy. Just
absolutely. It was
180.
Like, yeah, it was like the air, almost like the oxygen was sucked out of the room, right? And it was just instantaneous. It just, like I said, if you were at home, you would not have even known. You wouldn't have felt it. You would have just wondered, well, why did they just get off this stuff? Or why did they just do whatever? You wouldn't have even known that there was a change there. But there was quite a change, and it was so quick. And luckily for us, and probably for them, they went in the back and got a sergeant, right? Wasn't a sergeant? That one wasn't the lieutenant at that place, right? It was
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. They all blend. We went to so many, but he shut it down. He shut it down immediately, and that was really the only thing that I think.
Yeah.
That stopped any kind of a confrontation at that point, because he wasn't happy.
But the point is that this shit happens quickly. I mean, stuff can escalate instantly, and so, and even if you don't want to run live, because we wound up running live on an unlisted channel, because I didn't necessarily want to broadcast stuff, but I'll broadcast a live feed unlisted, so that, you know, half a dozen or so people can see what's going on, for safety reasons. But yeah, I couldn't get my phone on quickly enough to go live.
We both tried at that point, remember?
Yeah.
We thought that we were going to need to before the sergeant came out.
Yeah, and better safe than sorry, man. You know, and I know a lot of the live streams turn into hey, you know, like a big, you know,
like our Cinco de Mayo stream. That was more of a vlog than it was, you know.
Right.
It was not a live audit.
It was a hybrid. It was cop watching coupled with people watching, and good cheer and people having fun.
Right.
You know?
It was a lot of fun.
But you know, like when I go on my audit when shit's happening. Like I don't pay a lot of attention to my live stream because I have the utter inability to be able to multitask on that level. And like I said, it's like distracted driving. It's like texting while driving. And like, I think, oh man, I'm nailing it, you know, and you look on the outside and you've knocked over every cone, you know, trying to go in a straight line. And, you know, I thought I was killing it the whole time. So, yeah. But let me know if you guys, and it was interesting because it was sort of a parallel with Tom motherfucking Zebra and Laura Shark CW in Vegas. And they were over on Fremont Street, and they were live, and they got hemmed up and, you know, put in handcuffs for a minute there. And God damn
bullshit.
God damn, the Las Vegas police are dumber than a bag of bricks.
Yeah, we wanted to go there so bad, didn't we?
Yeah, we're gonna need to go back up there and and rain hellfire on those guys, man. Because I really believe that police know what's going on. They just simply choose to ignore.
Yeah, of course, right? They can't.
Yeah.
They can't not know this.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. You saw in different stations that we went to. You saw the complete difference of people.
Yeah.
Right? Places that have, you know, had this kind of, you know, this issue before, not a question, not a problem, and other places immediate butthurt immediately, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, if you saw that, if you guys saw, I think it was back in November, early December, the Garth Nader Tom Zebra video when they were outside of the one Las Vegas Police Department, and they were come running across and they were screaming, "You're next," to Tom Zebra. Like, what kind of fucking
pedo motherfucker?
Yeah, what kind of fucking gang bullshit is that, dude? Like, go fuck yourself, man. Like, this is the absolute disconnect that we're talking about between police and society. So, you know, I live here in the Valley, and so I'm in North Hollywood. I'm not that far. You guys all have my address already, so I'm not that far from Hollywood Boulevard or Sunset Strip, and I think it would be cool to go with a few people and do that, because it's, if nothing else, it's interesting if you're from the middle of the country. All right, I don't know where you guys lost us. But I think it would be cool to do maybe once every 2 weeks or even once a weekend to go out onto either Hollywood, Santa Monica, or Sunset Boulevard, all of which are parallel to each other for those that are unfamiliar with Los Angeles. And they've all got something different to offer. So
It's
and
a good
I thought it was
video.
really fun. And everybody thought we were TMZ, and so
And it was, and
course.
we did lots of interviews, didn't we, Johnny?
Yeah, we met some interesting people. Not everybody was beyond the 4 times above the legal limit. There were a few, but there was also some really cool cats there, and that we really let them know what we're doing and why we're doing what we're doing. And there were some people listening that were right there with us.
Yeah.
Even at 3 o'clock in the morning, stone cold sober. That one guy with the hair slicked back riding the bike. Not the male gigolo with the open shirt.
Gotcha.
Not that there's anything wrong with a male gigolo,
Well, there were quite
but
a
he should be
few.
down on Santa Monica Boulevard, not on Hollywood Boulevard. So if he's trying to, make a little bit of beer money.
There were lots of beautiful people, lots of beautiful people, lots of beautiful cars. The atmosphere, the feeling in the air was just, it was magical. How about the car that when we first pulled up, the guy with the balls? Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, if you guys have ever seen the chaos that is Hollywood Boulevard and/or Sunset Boulevard on a Friday or Saturday night, let alone Cinco de Mayo on a Saturday night, there was a guy in what I think it was a Camaro, one of the newer
I think it
Camaros,
was a Camaro also.
and he just sat and did probably about 3 or 4 donuts across all 6 lanes of traffic, just like zero fucks, and it's just, you're just watching this going, where are the police?
Well, we
just
just find out where the police were, didn't we?
where was that?
Blocking traffic.
Oh yeah,
remember,
yeah, yeah.
for
They were blocking.
safety.
Yeah, they were blocking traffic on at Hollywood and Highland, so that everybody had to go north to the San Fernando Valley and not
Yeah, what side?
eastbound, and not go eastbound on Hollywood Boulevard. So,
But it was very interesting. It was nice because, you know, I'm getting over some shyness that I have.
One more restart. I think I'll be done with this.
Denise made so many new friends.
I made so many friends.
Did you connect on Facebook with any of them? Like, were you or Instagram? Did you go that deep?
I didn't. I haven't followed up on any of that yet.
We're gonna have to get you. We're gonna have to get you business cards of your channel.
But the kids were great. You know, the teenagers who, you know, who, of course they see phones, they see cameras, and they want to be right in it, and they wanted to know what we did, and we told them, right, that we record the police, and by the time we're done talking to them for a few minutes, and we remind them to always record the police, then we know that at least we're putting that seed out there, right?
Yeah.
And these kids are going to remember because we explained to them, you know, if the police if you have to be held accountable for your actions, they should be too. And they got that whole thing, and they're like, "You're right." And we
have body cameras too. Yeah,
Right,
and they're not
right.
on, dude,
Right.
or they mysteriously malfunctioned during the event in question.
Yeah. Right. Or we have a lot of the kids, or a lot of people, not just kids. I was one of those who believed this, that you mean you can record the police?
Oh, a year ago, I mean,
You can do that?
I didn't.
I would have never thought that that's something you could do.
I think I started watching. I started my channel in middle of August, and I think was around this time or April that I started watching the videos, and my fucking head exploded, man. I didn't know that you didn't need ID, that they couldn't, that they were exceeding their mandate, blah blah blah. Like it just, it was really interesting, and
eye-opening, right?
why don't they teach that in school? Oh yeah, that's right, because they want to keep us
They want
down.
Right. And those lies
Yeah.
that we've been taught
That you
for
have
so
ID,
many years,
or you're going to jail.
right, you believe it. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I gave my ID away when somebody asked me, even as a passenger. I've even had cops ask if they can look in my bag, and I was like, sure, go ahead.
Or if you
I've got
say,
nothing to
or if
hide.
you go, well, they go, we don't have anything to hide.
Right, right. So
Okay. All right, kids, we're back. Sorry, using the YouTube app, in case you didn't already figure that out. So my question is, why are there no cops that are like just in okay shape? Why with I understand the nature of steroids is that, that you go hard, and it's really interesting because the guys that we saw that were juicing, they were like mid 40s and 50s, but they're so over the top of how they look, and they've got this super tight shirts on, and it's like, okay, bro, I get it, I understand. But why there's no like middle ground with guys that do steroids? I guess so. That's sort of the nature of. Not that I'm a middle ground motherfucker, dude. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm go for it completely. So.
Was my day pretty good?
Joseph, because they are under pressure. They're under pressure to do.
Pretty good. I'm gonna end this in a couple minutes.
Because it's us versus them. Okay. There is a new March 3rd, 2018 Department of Homeland Security memo. And I got excited about it for a few minutes. And then I realized, no, these cops are going to ignore this. And the federal police are going to ignore this just as much as they did the first version in 2010. Now, don't get me wrong. I know that there's been other auditors that have had success with the memo. I'm just not one of them. So if you're an auditor and you've had success with the memo, that's great. Bring the memo along. It just has never really done much for me. So, oh hi, come here. You wanna come up here? Okay, go downstairs. So I let Denise Lynn go eat something. So she hasn't eaten all day.
Johnny?
We haven't let her.
Is it
Yes.
okay?
Yeah. Go downstairs. Go downstairs. Go on. Yeah. Come on up. Yeah. Sarah's black, likes to bite people.
But he loves me.
Yeah. Yeah. Up here, in proximity to me, he will rip your face off. Serious? Nope. Go downstairs. Nope. Go downstairs. Downstairs. No. Hey. Here, come
You want me to go sit down?
Go sit down. Go downstairs. Go downstairs. I mean, it's no big deal. It's a 110-pound dog. I mean, it's not like.
What kind of damage can he do?
I mean, yeah, really. I mean, who needs all 4 limbs?
Well, I prefer to have as many as I can.
All right, I'm gonna pee, so you're on your own.
I'm on my own. Okay, let's see what we can see here. Hey guys, how are you? Let's see. No, that was not Poppy, Regina.
Yeah, both my German Shepherds are too.
Santa Claus. Hi, Santa Claus. He was my very first subscriber. Who's got munchies? No, actually, they don't feed me. No. These are just something that I grabbed. He wouldn't share his popcorn, so I grabbed some crackers. Nice to see they let you out of the basement, 007. No, actually, it's not me that was in the basement. Mrs. 50 and I put Johnny in the basement, so it wasn't me this time. Looking good. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Have you slept at all, Sarah? I'll talk to you about that later. I've slept, just not that much. And of course, Mrs. 50 feeds me. Oh my goodness, talk about food. We had the most marvelous sushi yesterday. These two were just fantastic.
Ta-da!
Yeah,
Somebody's cherry got popped.
in more ways than one.
Well,
Detainment.
yeah,
you know,
sushi on a
sushi.
On a food level. Yeah.
It was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And I was surprised. But you were kind of surprised too at what I was willing to try, weren't you?
Oh, at the dinner table? Come
Yeah, Johnny.
Come
yes.
on.
Come on.
You walked right like you just
right,
lobbed that. I mean, it was like
You're
T-ball.
right. Yeah, here you go. Boom, serve, net volley. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
So
My fault. I did it wrong.
yeah, of course.
I did it wrong.
Of course. You're taking after me.
I'm
You do it
taking
wrong all the
after.
time.
Yeah, we're gonna see what's gonna happen when I get back home. They're
Yeah.
not gonna. These cops aren't gonna know what hit them, right?
No.
In fact, actually, in the very beginning, I had to have a talk with Furry, and I think you were there too. When I said I'm getting a little tired of being treated like a kid sister, you guys have to let me know what it's really like, because there's not going to be that extra protection when I get back home. There's not going to be somebody that's going to be watching my back and taking it easy on me.
Extra.
And Furry did say, "Okay, gloves off." And as soon as she said that, that's when we first got our first contact. So again, what good would it do if I just had everything handed to me in an easy way? So I was willing to. I think you'll admit that I was willing to do what it took for me to do to get done.
100%.
Mm-hmm. So.
Yep.
Okay.
So.
But I do have one question I'd like to ask. If anybody watched that video of Furry and I at the Laverne Airport, I do know that those, especially the first cop that we were detained illegally, and I ran out of time, and I also ran out of my time, right? The end of the time ended up quicker than I thought, but I would really like to pursue it and, just file a complaint against him, because that would be the first time I've ever done it.
Later, choners.
What I'm asking is, would that be
Yeah,
something that
I'm gonna
we
kill it.
want to see? You know,
Guys, that's the link. I
Let's see
put
the
it up there.
process Of Denise going in and getting the paper.
Play this video on the way out. Peace.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me, cause she got a bad little waist. And we tearing down this place, off the liquor that we chase. Got some egos to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on that tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs,